Greetings, travelers and Genshin TCG fans of all ages. Welcome once again to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We are on day one of the third week of the competition, and it's time to witness the rest of Group B. My name is Staffa, and today joining me on the desk is none other than Leah.
Hello, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I am back after my break from last weekend. So excited to be casting alongside you, Safa. This is the first time we'll be casting together for the Pacific tournament. By the way, if you see me holding something up, my microphone arm is not cooperating with me, so I'm very sorry about that. But I'm excited to finish up Group B. I think today we're having one upper bracket match and two lower bracket matches.
Yep. I believe that is the case, but we'll get to confirm that in just a moment because we gotta have a look at the updated brackets here. As you guys can see up on screen right now, we're getting very close to determining who are going to be the two players from Group B qualifying to the live event, with Mango currently waiting for their opponent in the winner's third round between Den and Graphite.
I am so surprised to see Inagi knocked down to the lower bracket that quickly. I think Inagi in Group B was definitely the one favored to make it out the most, arguably. But it looks like he's still continuing on. We're gonna see him face against 8 in the second best of 3 today, and I guess the loser between Den and Graphite will go on to face Magician.
Yep, that is absolutely the case here. In case some of you here watching are not too familiar with the format of the Prince Cup this time around, all of the players that have qualified this far have been randomly split up into 4 groups of 8 players each. We've already witnessed, I believe it was Z Crimlet and Minty, if I'm not wrong, qualifying from Group A, and now we're waiting for 2 more players to join them from Group B. And like you mentioned, Leah, we were all very surprised when we saw a player of Inzagi's status drop down to the lower bracket so quickly, but it really goes to show that even a lot of the newer names that haven't been in the TCG competitive scene for as long are really starting to pick up the pace.
I mean, we saw this in Prince Cup Atlantic tournament too. If you weren't watching along with that, that was the Americas and Europe region Prince Cup tournament that recently concluded its online stage. We saw a similar pattern there where it was a mixture of veterans and also newer players to the scene making it out to that top 8. So, I mean, just because someone is new does not mean they are to be underestimated. You should always be respecting your opponents, especially if you're not sure what they're good at, what their strengths are. I think one weakness maybe for Injagi is that we know he is so good at combo. He is the combo master, as we were calling him during the Asia Invitational. These players who have made it to the big screen, they have made reputations for themselves, and the people here who are maybe newer are making their grand debut after watching them play already. So I'm sure they have been taking notes and have an idea of what to bring.
Yep, and with the ever-evolving meta as well, it's like we know that combo isn't quite as popular anymore nowadays. It's all about those mid-range decks, a little bit more stall here and there with freeze control. So even older players who have had wealth of experiences on international stages need to always be keeping up with changes in the cards, changes in strategies, and changes in their opponents to make sure that they can at the very least keep themselves on top. But without further ado, let's see the most played character cards up until now in week 3.
Wow, I mean, Mona being top usage rate still does not surprise me. I think we saw this very similar statistic week 1. Nuvalet Ashtaha being at 21.4%. I think they're commonly played together in that double dragons deck. They're both dragons, and then you normally play something like Layla or Cryocube has been recently surging. And then Silent Herald also makes sense. I have heard that, the meta kind of shifts as the patch goes on, even though nothing really changes in terms of like balance. And so players start bringing new things in response to what they're seeing week 1, week 2, etc. So Herald is a card that has been strong since he was first introduced, but I think he's just being brought more and more.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, right? Because it's exactly what you say. As we witness the tournament proceed, we see the strategies and meta change across the different weeks of the Prince Cup here. I still remember earlier on, basically the entire MES lineup was quite high up on the most played character cards list. But more recently, as you mentioned, we've been seeing Double Dragon take their spot with the more consistent freeze and ability for Nuvolet to solo carry games once we get into the end phase, and even various cases of MES being taken down by Mew, actually. Its original form. So it's very interesting to see how the meta has shifted, how different players are responding to top decks, for example, Conwhale. So it's always great to be able to see the ideas that these players come up with.
And Conwhale not being played, well, I guess now we know why it's not being played. It's mostly being banned out. Conwhale, that Consecrated Beast whale deck, definitely a favorite to bring to the Pacific Tournament. All of these cards are very new in this patch, and it just keeps getting banned because, like, how do you beat it?
Well, we have actually seen players beat it. That's the thing, right? Yes, it still has a very, very high ban rate up until now. But we are also seeing that there are clear weaknesses in the Conwhale deck. We literally dubbed the Macrimlet from Group A the Whale Slayer, Whale Killer, during his run because he would purposefully allow this deck through because of how confident he was of winning against it with both decks. And we've been seeing more and more players figure out that with the correct combination of freeze and control, the whale, despite being as tanky and dangerous as it appears, can have some difficulty against characters like Nuvolet, for example.
Yeah, I mean, so Serpent can go for that round 2 burst, right?
Yep.
And it does 10 damage if you have Adeptus or if you have enough of those blocks in your hand. And that's something deadly that you have to really play around. But like you said, if you have that freeze lockdown and you avoid the Serpent Burst on the right character, like basically, for example, in like the Riceley deck, if you keep Riceley alive and you let someone else take the Serpent Burst, I can see how you could kind of play around this Consecrated Beast Whale deck. And then if you just freeze lock Whale after both the Animal Serpent and the Scorpion are gone, then, like, what is there to do if you're permanently frozen as Whale, even if you have, like, 20 million HP?
I think that's precisely the reason why we're seeing Ice Cube Double Dragon actually having the highest success rate, as far as I can recall, against Conwhale so far, because not only does Ice Cube have that second life to just be able to eat the Serpent Burst all the time, a similar case to Herald, Nuvolet with Azda provide a lot of flexibility in terms of surviving against damage from the Conwhale deck and freezing important members like the Narwhal. That's why we even see Nuvolet and Azda taking up a pretty solid ban rate of 15% up until now. So yeah, the meta definitely developing in a very fun way, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, I mean, the Double Dragons deck with Nuvolet and Azda, both Azda and Nuvolet can be carries in that deck, and it is basically I think it's one of the strongest forms of Hyper Magic in this patch. Tongue Razor is just a bit too slow, but here we have the most played action cards so far, strategized nearly at 90%. That is quite high, I think. I'm actually surprised to see Lieben at 73%.
It's really fun to see because Strategize and Liven were kind of dropping off the map a little bit in the past last couple patches, but have just gained a resurgence with the growth of mid-range and the importance of drawing out your deck to get access to cards like the energy blocks for the Consecrated Beast or the treasure cards in order to get that extra healing. Leave It To Me is obviously always going to be very good to have in the deck, but Lumenstone and even Cabrera have really high usage rates for the sheer purpose of being able to draw your deck out more quickly.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think Lieben wasn't very popular in some of the recent past patches, because it was ironically a bit too slow. Players liked bringing other forms of card draw and ramp, but I think there are quite a few decks that just want to literally, some players call it floating 8. You're just basically not doing any sort of action or skill, and you're just using your dice for setup into round 2. And giving 3 dice to Lieben is one great way of helping you float 8. Of course, Lumen Stone feels so important, specifically in this meta, and Heart of Kavarina, again, more card draw, like you were saying. But I guess the one thing we have in this patch too that is a bit unfortunate with all that card draw is Mausoleum. I'm surprised it's not being taken more.
Yeah, actually, we saw a lot of Mausoleum, I think, in week 1 and day 1 of week 2. But then immediately witnessed players figuring out ways to counter it with the addition of cards like Lear Harbor Wharf, because of the way that they draw cards at the end phase, thereby proccing Mausoleum directly without adding extra Forbidden Knowledge into the deck. So already, we're seeing a lot of advancements there, but our first match is going to be underway very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Den, the round 15 enthusiast, versus the Graphite, the professional top decker.
Yes. Oh, okay. So it looks like we have Mew into... Ooh, wait, Kirara, Cookie Kirara Herald. This was played a little bit at the last patch, and I really, really like this deck. I'm kind of happy to see it resurging. Looks like Conwell was banned out twice. Ooh, that Shana deck is really interesting. It's probably focused around weapons, as we've seen before. And then Graphite bringing that double dragons deck. Looks like 2 aggro on Den side versus more mid-range combo with the Cookie Herald deck, and then Hyper Magic.
It's actually quite interesting, because Den has their tagline as round 15 enthusiast. You'd think they would be playing the more stally, slower decks, but nope, they do have double aggro deck on their side there. So we'll see if Graphite will be able to play around it. We did get to watch the Cookie Kirara deck once last week. I remember it specifically because I have a little bit of difficulty predicting what this deck is going to do, because I was not active during the time where it was popular. But it is definitely a very flexible deck that provides a lot of damage just through switching.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna wait to go over that deck, because here we have Den's Mew. Of course, Mew meaning Mona Eula Wanderer. This is not the Sayu variant that a lot of players have been bringing this patch. You know, it's kind of interesting seeing this dance between Mew and MES, the Sayu version. Just seeing what is more popular, what actually wins out. And I don't know how to feel about this deck. I've always thought that it is a bit of a coin flip to play, because it's either you high roll really, really, really hard, or you don't draw anything you need, and it's really difficult to get a win off in that case. But we're gonna have to see how Den handles it.
And we can see here.
Yeah. Cookie Kirara Herald deck. I love that profile picture, by the way, from Graphite.
It is very nice. It's very cute. We got the dinosaur cloud right there. Will they be able to take down the aggro is the big question right now. Because looking at their deck, I don't think it's too unusual. We do have the double Mausoleum that you pointed out earlier being quite a terror during this patch in particular, as well as the Lear Harbor Wharf, which had been picked up recently as well to try and counteract it to a certain extent. On top of that, we have the 1 copy of Emblem as well as Adeptus to potentially buff either Cookie or Kirara's bursts.
Yeah, Emblem of Severed Fate plus Adeptus. Also that Sapwood Blade. Honestly, this Cookie could pack a punch if she survives that long. Of course, the Cookie talent could be possible. The 2 Mausoleums is definitely interesting here. And of course, you have the double treasure, right? But, I mean, it's just going to be a matter of seeing if Graphite can survive against Mew. But here we go. We have the pre-match data. So the average rounds for Den is 4.5. I guess that does indicate that they're around 15 enthusiasts.
The thing is, even though average rounds being 4.5 or 5 or 6 doesn't seem like very long considering that max rounds is 15, nowadays, rounds last a lot longer just due to the sheer number of action cards and potential actions that you're able to take. So, the games do end up taking around the same amount of time as if they went that far. A 7 strongest single strike and 17 effective dice are pretty high
Wow.
numbers. But Graphite here as well, sporting an 11 strongest single strike.
Our professional top decker, 5 average rounds. Honestly, I feel like the average rounds for these players has been going up since last patch. Instead of having round 3 wins, we've been having like 4 or 5 or even later. I just think that's testament to how slow a lot of these decks can be. But here we go. Den, the round 15 enthusiast playing Mew versus Graphite, the professional top decker playing Cookie Kirara Herald.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to jump into the very first match of week 3 here. We're witnessing Den and Graphite face off here in Group B, where one of these players will get the opportunity to move on into the upper bracket finals and get one step closer to qualifying for the live event. It's gonna be a very exciting time here, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you guys are ready. Make sure you guys got your popcorn in place because I get the feeling you guys are not gonna want to leave your seats for a little while. As we can see, we got Den on the top half of the screen. We have Graphite on the bottom half of the screen, and they are going to be sporting a Mew as well as the Cookie Kirara deck, respectively. Both players are going to be having a look at their starting hand, then gonna choose not to keep that fresh wind of freedom. Always a question as well, right? When you have a Mew deck, do you want to keep that fresh wind of freedom in your opening hand? Because we have seen cases in the past where Mew players just do not draw their fresh wind of freedom when they need it. And not even that, it's to the point where sometimes it's like in the bottom 10 or 5 cards of their deck, and that feels really bad. I think I remember one match last week actually where not drawing the fresh wind of freedom at the correct time did end up nearly costing someone a game. And we can see now pretty solid opening hand on Den's side, actually really nice, having both Dunyazard, Wagner, Liben as well as instructors. So a very, very solid opening right here for Den's side. As for Graphite, unfortunately, I think they're not looking quite as good. Having Mausoleum and Caverna on turn 1 is always nice because it provides that punishment and flexibility. But Lear Harbor Wharf and Emblem are unfortunately cards that you would hope to receive just a little bit later. As well as looking at the dice, it's pretty cringe on Graphite side, unfortunately. Den's not looking the best either, but they do have the dice they need to play Mona as well as all the ramp necessary in hand to make use of it. And we can already see Graphite being forced to actually tune the emblem in order to get the Cookie Shinobu skill out. As we know, Graphite does actually have another Adeptus in their deck at the very least, so the opportunity to do big burst damage is still there, but it's now going to be a little bit harder to execute since one of the forms of doing that, which is the Emblem of Severed Fate, is now removed. And unlike the variation we saw previously, I can't remember which player did it. It was a Conwhale player who brought double emblem, double adeptus. Graphite is not doing that. They only have one copy of each. So since we just saw them tune the emblem of Severed Fate, it means that they only have the singular adeptus play for the rest of the game. And we can see Den most likely gonna go for that typical opening line here. And they got plenty of dice to feed to Liben right after this.
Yes. Hello. Looks like Mausoleum, King Deshret. Okay, so I have something I want to say about Mausoleum. I've been doing a few practice matches just to get accustomed to this meta for casting, and honestly, when you are playing something like Hyper Magic or Combo or anything that's like looking like it has a lot of card draw in it, right? I feel like Mausoleum just absolutely shuts you down with that forbidden knowledge.
It does. That's the thing. It's so annoying to have to play against, right? When you are on that receiving end, that we literally do see players picking up things like the Lear Harbor Wharf just to make sure that they are able to counterplay it. And even then, it does require a little bit of finesse. I think a lot of players are at the point where they're like, oh, Mausoleum, we can deal with it. To the point where they actually kind of forget. I still remember one game, it was Inzaghi. They had the setup to force proc the mausoleum and not draw more forbidden knowledge, but they just kept drawing, and it cost him the game.
I mean, you are kind of forced to either play through it and just put a bunch of forbidden knowledge into your deck, or you're forced to basically halt all forms of card draw until that status runs out and stops putting it into your deck. And it's like both options are really bad because especially if it's played early in the game, when you're trying to draw your deck out, it really shuts down your game plan. Because how are you going to draw your deck out if you're like adding tons of forbidden knowledge into your deck as you draw cards?
Yeah, that's why we see players purposefully not drawing cards until the end of their turn so that they can proc it once, generate 2 forbidden knowledge into their deck, and then nothing else. Like, we've seen a lot of players do that successfully. So there is counterplay. You just have to make sure that you do it correctly. But as we're going into round 2, Graphite is already in a kind of a tough spot. Cookie has taken quite a lot of damage. Hydro has been swirled onto every character on their side, and we can see that their hand is not affording them a lot of aggressive play as well, having 2 Cavrenas and a treasure.
Well, Graphite is never really going to be playing aggressive. Graphite knows from the start that their goal is to just survive. And Den is almost certainly going to be building up to that Wanderer burst. It's just the question is, who is that Wanderer burst going to land on? Is it going to be Cookie, Kirara, or Herald? And Graphite is definitely going to want to stay Herald, especially with that Herald talent in hand. Swapping onto Kirara as well, Wonder has those win favorite stacks, so normal attack will go onto Herald and not even trigger the revive. The breakpoints are not quite there for that, so I think Graphite is in. It's not the greatest position, but it's like fine. It's like fine for now.
Yeah, it's not too bad here. If Den does decide to go for the basic attack onto the Herald, it should leave him at, I think, a 1 HP, 1 or 2 if I'm not wrong. And that's actually a really awkward breakpoint because if Graphite can time it correctly, he can put a 1 or 2 HP Herald in front of Wanderer with Burst prepared and basically make it so that he cannot use it. Den did also end up drawing Wolf's Gravestone from the Wagner banner, so that's really good for him here. Unfortunately, not the catalyst he would like for Wanderer first, so he might try to lean towards a Eula finish.
Drawing a Liar Song and a Catherine, I feel like that is not what you want to see. And it looks like Graphite is going to be tuning one of those Heart of Cavarenas and going for a Kirara skill. I mean, Den with that Instructors got an Animal Die off of that Wind Favored powered normal attack onto Herald, but now there's no elemental application on Herald, so I wonder, yeah, it's gonna be a skill to refresh that Wind Favored and also generate another Animal Die.
Yeah, Den had 2 options there, basically. He could have gone for a normal attack on Herald just to force proc the burst, but he would be worried about the possibility of Herald talent in hand, or he could have gone for skill onto Kirara, which would drop Herald down to 1 HP, which means he's lethal from Swirl.
Speaking of which, I mean, there goes Herald talent.
Yep.
And Herald's at 1 HP. Like, this is not what Den wants right now. Herald still has a revive, has the talent equipped, and also Graphite has turn prio going into next round. So,
Yeah, it's not a bad spot here for Graphite. If they have turn prio next round, they can basically switch over to Cookie to start the round off, proc the Quicken from the skills of both Cookie and Kirara. And because of that, Cookie would not quite get lethal. Ooh, does draw the Adeptus as well. Unfortunately, not quite enough energy to burst on either Cookie or Kirara just yet.
The forbidden knowledge going into Den's deck. Oh no. So tragic. King
But
Deshret made so many mistakes, and those mistakes are spreading to Genius Invocation TCG.
we pay for the mistakes of our ancestors, unfortunately. I think it's still fine though, because then did end up proccing it at the end of the round, which is what you want. It means you only get those first two forbidden knowledge and no more. So it's a much more manageable situation than if you had like 3 or 4 forbidden knowledges.
Yeah, but I mean, I honestly think Graphite is still in a pretty good situation here. I don't know how many cards are left in their deck at this point, but it might almost be safe to play one of those treasures, especially with Lyre and Veteran's Visage. The one thing that would really help Graphite here as well is if they draw that I Haven't Lost Yet, the one copy they have in their deck, because I Haven't Lost It. It's really hard to get the second energy point on Cookie when she's already so low. But if you have I Haven't Lost Yet, after Kiwara or Herald gets sacrificed, or if you have a quick swap, we know this deck doesn't have quick swap. It only has wait, it has Catherine. It has Catherine.
It
but
does
you go
have
Cookie,
Catherine.
Cookie burst of talent, and that is going to help a lot.
It looks like Graphite is threatening things here. They know that Den is going to be a little bit hesitant still to use Wanderer Burst on Kirara because she doesn't have any elemental application, and with the shield, she can survive the hit. But that is in itself a bit of a trap, because if Den stays on Wanderer here and attacks someone else instead, not only are they potentially proccing Herald Talent, Graphite is waiting on that Adeptus in hand to burst with Kirara.
Yeah, Kiwara burst already up. At 11 HP essentially. I don't think Wanderer Burst can eat through those shields.
I'm trying to think if Kirara Burst would one-shot Wanderer here, because it would deal 4+3 with the Adeptus, 7+1 with... It actually... Wanderer would actually still survive a Burst. But it would be at 1 HP, and as we know, this deck doesn't run a lot of healing. We do have 1 Lotus in hand, but there's not much more than that.
The other thing to watch out for is when Graphite does eventually swap off Kirara, it's going to be instant quicken. Quick quicken. Yep. Quick quicken.
Quick quicken.
Lotus on to Wanderer. I kind of wonder why. Why.
I see what you did there.
Ooh, but, I just heard Herald Revive triggering.
With that, Graphite can confirm that Den will have no more than maybe 1 potential action this turn with that Herald talent available, and they still have 9 dice to work with. The Lotus Flower Chris on Wanderer is a good play by Den because they're realizing Graphite most likely has a Kirara Adeptus Burst available, so playing it in advance means that Graphite might be forced to switch to someone else if they don't want to waste a dice. What is even worse for Graphite is that they have no Dendro dice to work with.
So that weapon in Den's hand, is that a catalyst or is that Wolf's Gravestone?
That is Wolf's Gravestone. He has been sitting on it for a while.
That is a bit unfortunate because if it was a catalyst, I guess he would have already equipped it by now, but Wanderer could actually take out Herald here.
Graphite did just pull Sapwood. If not for the Lotus, the Sapwood would have actually allowed Kirara to one-shot Wanderer, so very good eye by Den there, realizing the potential breakpoint, even at 9 HP.
Yeah, man, Den is also going to have to eat through that Curse of the Undercurrent as well, just to get a burst off on Wanderer. I think at this point, Den probably doesn't care if he loses Wanderer. I think you just want to go for the burst anyway and finish with Eula because you have that Wolf's Gravestone. But I'm kind of curious why Den used a Lotus. Maybe was anticipating the Sapwood, like you said.
Because we know that the highest damage burst in the Cookie Kirara deck is going to be either Cookie or Kirara's burst, because they both deal the same damage, plus Sapwood, plus Adeptus. And if you add Elemental Application on top of that, it adds up to exactly 9 damage. Wander is at 9 HP. So in case Graphite has all those tools in hand, and Den knows he has more than enough dice to play it if he has all those tools in hand, you play the Lotus just to be safe, because you don't want to lose Wanderer Burst yet.
No Adeptus or Sapwood equipped, just going for the Kirara Burst and activating that Quicken. Now the swap off from Graphite is going to be even more damage, but what is Den going to do? Kirara is on 10 HP here, but a burst I don't believe will be enough.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Graphite because, as we saw earlier, they had to tune an emblem in their very first round in order to get enough dice to skill. If they had emblem, they could have played emblem and Kirara bursted to not waste the Adeptus, but because they didn't have that, they just had to directly burst on Kirara to get the effect out. And that means that in order to actually one-shot anyone, Graphite needs to build up burst on Kuki now, which is going to be very difficult. They are already on a massive disadvantage.
There goes the underwater treasure into Graphite's deck. We are officially at 0% Fontaine exploration, but I'm kind of curious why Den swapped to Mona. I feel like Den is playing fairly slow, and I guess maybe he could afford to against this Kuki Kirara Herald deck because it is slower, but the problem is the more Graphite builds up resources, the stronger that Kuki's going to be in the long run.
I mean, Dan switches to Mona because he's still dealing with the curse of the undercurrent, so he doesn't have enough dice to do another action. And if he did, he'd be leaving Wanderer exposed for next turn. So instead, he goes to Mona. He has Liben in hand. He can feed the dice he has left over so that he has extra dice next turn to deal with the curse. And the Mona quick swap as well, I think is what they're going for.
But I think it's still fine to Wander a burst because you're not going to be finishing the game on Wander anyway. You have the Wolf's Gravestone for Eula. I think you really just well, you really just like want to get the damage down, in my opinion. But especially with the instructor's cap, it would have triggered a swirl on Kirara, and Den would have had an extra dice to swap to Mona later. But maybe Den wanted to activate Kirara's Cardamom Cat and put the Dendro on Mona specifically.
I think it is precisely that, because they already used their Lotus, right? So they no longer have a way to really protect Wanderer just in case the Graphite has a way of setting up the Cookie Birth. So getting the Dendro on Mona, having the free quick swap because they know they probably won't have turn priority next round, is just making sure that they play it safe. I do see where you're coming from. Bursting on Kirara there, while it wouldn't have taken her out, would have dropped everyone down to Wolf's Gravestone range and put a Hydro on Herald. But I do think that either way still kind of works. But we'll see whether Den gets punished for this, because this means Graphite gets more time to pull out cards like Treasure.
Graphite, not feeling too pressured, goes for that Lumen Stone. I personally feel like it is a little bit late to play Lumen Stone. Ideally, you want to be playing it early, but maybe Graphite does not feel threatened at the moment. I mean, honestly, they've just been sitting on Kirara, right? Nothing's really been happening.
Yeah, they felt quite comfortable staying on Kira. It's interesting because they've already refreshed Kirara's skill once, and neither Cookie nor Kirara's skill have procced beyond the very first one upon switching. So Graphite playing a very slow game since they know that they need to be more cautious.
Wait. Catherine. Oh, there's the I haven't lost yet. So Catherine quick swap onto Cookie using Treasure. Draws the other underwater treasure hunt. I'm curious, are we going to play all the treasure on Cookie just to heal her up?
I think what Graphite wants to do is heal Cookie up to exactly enough that Wanderer's skill would not be able to take her out. At this range as well, it would actually leave her at... no, actually, she would get lethal by Eula because of that Wolf's Gravestone. I was like, Graphite's goal here is to try and bait out Wanderer Burst on Cookie if possible, since, like, she is going to have a lot of difficulty being able to do a lot more here.
So Graphite taking back the Veteran's Vestige, reapplying it, playing both treasures, draws a second hero talent, doesn't need that, but I think the goal is, like you said, to get Kuki above those breakpoints with as many treasure as he can. But I think he's hit the end here. Now it's going to be a slow swap back onto Kirara. Here's the thing, with that, I haven't lost yet. I don't think Graphite necessarily needs to do an action on Kuki at this point. I think he's good to sacrifice probably Herald.
Yeah, I think that might be what he's planning here. If Den quick swaps to Wanderer and goes for the free kill on Herald, since he's in the perfect position to get it, it would allow Graphite to potentially swap back to Kuki, play the I haven't lost yet into Adeptus Burst. The problem is they've already used their Catherine proc this round, so they don't have another quick swap to be able to do that. And if they do decide to Adeptus Burst on Kuki, Den gets a free swap over to Eula, who can now clean up the low health members of Graphite's field. So I'm still wondering what exactly needs to be the pivotal play here for these players.
So part of the problem for Graphite is that it can't even go Herald. Kind of is forced to stay on Kirara right now because going Herald would make Kuki vulnerable to a normal attack with win favored from Wanderer. And I think playing all the treasure on Kuki was part of the plan. Basically, this will unlock going to Herald at least for one round. Because yeah, Kuki being 4 HP or under basically puts her under threat from Wander, especially if Den equips that free catalyst with Wagner 2 stacks in the Golden House. Looks like we're gonna see C dispensary. Ooh. Dendro application on Wander, not great.
Does a switch from Graphite Lethal Wanderer now? Is what I'm wondering. Cause like with Quicken and the Cookie switch,
it was already used this turn, so it won't activate again.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, so Wanderer is not dead yet. We do see the 1,000 floating dreams, and immediately the Wanderer burst 9 damage onto Kirara, dropping her to 1 HP. Which means she is within swirl range as well.
Wait, hold on. So Graphite drew Stove. I wonder if it's a play to play your treasure and then Stove and look for more treasure to get Kirara above the 1 HP breakpoint. I wonder if that's actually a play.
So Graphite doesn't actually mind losing Kirara here because it would allow him to go for the I haven't lost yet burst on Kuki with her talent, which will increase his staying power by quite a bit. The problem is he can't switch to Herald because Wanderer can. Actually no, Wanderer doesn't have win favorite anymore, so Kuki is right egg as well.
There's the treasure. Okay, you Stove without playing the second underwater treasure. Very interesting considering all the dice in Graphite's hand, but I wonder if you play that treasure now. Ooh, Boar. Maybe not. Maybe not. Do you just skill Kirara?
If he's playing Boar, he already expects Kirara to go down. A skill on her would ensure that she at least can provide an extra proc. Treasure doesn't get her out of normal attack range, but it gets her out of swirl range.
I don't know if I like this.
Wanderer doesn't have win favor.
Like this.
So he cannot attack.
Wanderer does not have win favor. You're right. And still has the Curse of the Undercurrent. Of course, if Herald goes down, it also refreshes that Curse of the Undercurrent. Playing a Forbidden Knowledge. What are we drawing?
Second Forbidden Knowledge.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. Behind this Forbidden Knowledge is another Forbidden Knowledge. We see the instructors getting pulled out.
Behind this Forbidden Knowledge is yet another Forbidden Knowledge. There is the Gambler. So it looks like we are going to go for a kill here. It will just be a regular normal attack on Herald. No win favored insight.
You do have to go Cookie here, yeah. We'll go to Cookie, play the I haven't lost yet into Cookie talent. No need to adapt this because Wanderer will die to the burst at it on its own. But it also means that Graphite would not be able to get another burst out for quite a while. And Eula is still full HP.
You won't be able to swirl onto Kirara either, so Kirara was saved by that singular treasure.
But now Graphite is within Wolf's Gravestone range. I'm pretty sure one skill from Den is enough to actually take her out here.
Well, so Den only has enough dice for one action because Curse of the Undercurrent was refreshed. So a skill from Eula will freeze Cookie and trigger her revive, but Den will be left with one dice. And now Graphite is kind of free to do whatever.
That is
Especially
true.
the egg in hand, you can bring back Herald.
Oh, you are right. You can bring back Herald as well. Graphite has 11 dice to work with. Like, if you ask the third perspective about the state of this game, they'd be thinking, oh, Den wins this for sure, right? But Graphite has enough dice now to take on Mona. No Gamblers, unfortunately. Sapwood grants... Oh, wait, no, they already have Gamblers equipped. They got the... No, that was Sapwood.
They got Dendro dice from Sapwood.
That was the Sapwood dice.
Yeah, that was Sapwood proc. There is the end. And now the question is, what will Graphite do here? Has an egg in hand it could reapply Herald Talent. That would be pretty evil, but...
Do they have enough dice to adapt this burst? They do!
Wait, they do? They have a treasure! Adapt this burst! That is... No, it's more than enough. That is 9 HP to take out Eula. And it looks like Graphite is taking the first win today. Congratulations to Graphite.
That was really well played right there, showing the flexibility of the Cookie Kirara deck as well. It definitely seemed like they were on the back foot for most of the game, because Den was actually getting really good openers, good ramp. But they were forced to play around certain things with Graphite staying on Kirara for quite a while to force out that Wanderer burst. And once they set themselves up in a situation where they had 11 dice to play with at the end of phase, they could just one-shot the board.
Yeah, that I haven't lost yet burst the Cookie talent was exactly what I thought Graphite was gonna have to work towards to win that match, and that was exactly what happened. And so, I mean, I do feel like, and I know I said this during the match, I think Den played a bit too slow, was too afraid to lose Wanderer, and in my opinion, when you have Wolf's Gravestone for Eula and you have Hydro on the enemy's characters already, I think it's better to go for that burst on Wanderer to whittle down Kirara's HP, force the treasure to come out sooner than later, and then basically Eula can just sweep going next round. I know the Curse of the Undercurrent is pretty frustrating to play around, especially considering that Graphite could have went for like Egg, Herald Talent, reapply. That would have been so curse-like. That would have been a true Curse of the Undercurrent to reapply Herald Talent. But yeah, so... I just think, Den is playing a very fast deck, and going slow against a deck like the Cookie Herald Kirara Treasure deck just sets you up to lose, because it lets your opponent draw out everything they need as well. And Cookie can definitely solo that match, I think, with her talent. So
I saw the reasoning behind some of Den's actions, but I do definitely agree that they didn't really need to play as defensively as they did. And if they had just Wanderer bursted on Kirara earlier on, it would have put Den in a much more awkward situation. But that means that we are going into game number 2 now. Den going to be sticking with Mew, and now they're going to be up against the Ice Cube Double Dragon deck.
Oh, Ice Water. Yay!
Okay. Okay, you know what? That's a good name. Well, let's go with that.
I'm not trying. This is Double Dragons because you have Aisha and Nivelet, who are both, dragons if you follow Genshin Impact's lore. But instead of playing Layla, which is traditionally played in this Double Dragons deck, we are seeing a surgence of Ice Cube, Cryo Cube, and that is because of Cryo Cube's revive being particularly good against characters like Serpent that can go for a 10 HP burst in round 2.
Similarly to Wander as well. Like if you just put the ice cube in front of him, he won't feel comfortable bursting because the ice cube can just revive, and that sets things up really nicely. Not to mention the ice cube burst summon being able to allow you to decide who you want cryo applied on. So now we look at the deck lists once again. Den, this is a very classic Mew deck, and in fact drew very nicely last game. Got the Wagner, the Dunyazar, the
Yeah,
Liben
the
in
instructor's
in
cap.
round
Yeah.
1, and drew the Wolf's Gravestone, but chose to play around Wanderer instead. So we'll see if the same kind of luck works out for them this game.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I do think that Den is slightly favored in this matchup. You know, as powerful as the Double Dragon's Hyper Magic, it has its combo basically. Deck is. I do think that Mew is just a bit faster, but it's going to depend on if Den can draw the right cards in round 1 and get the right dice. That's always part of it.
And both these decks as well thrive off of applying a Cryo or Hydro in order to set up a freeze. So we'll have a look at Graphite side now. This is, as you mentioned, the Ice Water deck. We got the double countdown to the show in order to make use of the utility of the card, as well as passing of Judgment.
Judgment. I do know that you can take multiple arcanes in a lot of these decks. Like the arcane is very flexible, but I know Judgment is a popular choice in this deck specifically. And I think against Mew, it has its uses. You might want to play it round 2. It depends on how the game is going, but I would imagine playing it earlier than later is going to set you up for success the most.
Absolutely. We pointed out during the initial foray into their decks that Den is playing the more aggressive decks, Graphite is playing the slower decks. So Den needs to make sure that they are the ones setting up momentum and tempo in the game and not playing too reactively to what their opponent is doing, because that did end up giving up too much time over the Graphite in game number 1.
Here we go. Round 2, Den, the round 15 enthusiast playing aggro versus Graphite, the professional top decker playing Double Dragons.
What's it going to be? Is it going to be Mew? Is it going to be Double Dragon? We know that Neuvillette is definitely capable of carrying out these games by himself, but Eula can do the same if properly equipped. And Freeze is going to be a very big facet of this game. If you're able to get Freeze out onto the cores of either side, it definitely sets you up for a much more comfortable position.
Unfortunately, I haven't picked up any new jokes since my break, so I think I just have to repeat an old one. I think, Graphite needs to pull that too late Tula before it's too late too late.
Well,
I haven't cast with you yet, Stafa, so I had to say that pun to you once.
You know, I can accept it. It's never too late for a good pun, and that's a good pun right there. I cannot deny it. But right before we get into the thick of this game, ladies and gentlemen, QR code on the left side of the screen between Den and Graphite. Please scan it to tell us your feedback about the Prince Cup. Anything you think we're doing well, anything you think we're not doing so well, so that we can improve on the viewing experience for all of you.
Yes, please tell us your thoughts. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Just put them out there. We are definitely listening. Thank you so much, by the way, for doing that.
Yeah, always appreciate any feedback we're able to get from you guys. Let's have a look at the opening rolls here. Den having pretty good dice overall. Graphite, unfortunately, only enough to skill on the cube once, but that's not too bad. Den actually starting with Liben and Wagner in hand again, so not a bad opening at all.
Graphite does not have enough cards to float 8. I really like that terminology, floating 8. but doesn't have enough cards to basically use a dice to ramp. But Lumenstone, I believe that is Seed Dispensary into Timaeus, maybe draws a good artifact to play, trigger that Lumenstone, see what you draw. Graphite could have a pretty good round here, actually. As for Den, pretty normal start, going for that Mona skill just to apply Hydro onto that Cryo Cube, which should be swirled next round by Wanderer. I feel like we might see Wagner Lieben pass on Den's side.
Yeah, I
Have to be careful
agree.
not to auto dice. Have to be careful not to auto dice.
Yeah, I
For sure.
agree. Den has really good ways of spending the rest of their dice. Graphite, unfortunately, does not. They can skill once on cube.
Ah,
A lot of their cards cost two
wait,
of the same color. Luckily, they had seed box, so they're at least able to deal with
wait.
the rainbow dice they have.
I am so sorry to interrupt you, but Graphite playing Seatbox into Timaeus is I feel like that's a mistake. I feel like you want to play Lumenstone first and then go Seatbox, Timaeus, see what you draw. I actually
Ooh.
think that was a mistake, and now can't even play it at all. That is going to be really rough, I think, going into next round.
You're actually right. Yeah, they chose to go to Maya's first, but if they went Lumenstone, then Seed Box. Uh, no, they wouldn't have enough. That's the thing. They had 5 different colored dice, so they needed to play the Seed Box to play Lumenstone. And if they did that, then Timaeus would have only been one action card extra. If they drew Caverna, for example, it would have only been two. So they wouldn't have been actually able to proc Lumenstone either.
I don't know how much you care about um actually skilling on Cryocube round 1. Ooh, tuning. Wow, a double tune just to go for. Wow, okay, interesting. I was gonna say, I don't know how much you actually care about skilling on Cryocube round 1. I feel like, at least in my experience, ramping as much as you can is pretty good going into turn 2, but Graphite is going for the aggressive route here, tuning 2 to actually absorb that cryo with Ashtaha skill.
I
Huh.
think Graphite realized that they didn't have enough dice to properly ramp with all their cards this round, so they decided to go for the slightly greedier play of applying Cryo with Ice Cube and then skilling with Aztaha to absorb the Cryo because they know that Den will not be switching off of Mona on round 1. It could definitely pay off because now Aztaha will have the ability to set up for freeze as well. So we'll see, especially now in turn 2, Timaeus has enough stacks to play those Gilded Dreams for free.
Yeah, then equipping that weapon onto Wanderer tells Graphite that he doesn't have to worry about Den going to Eula and freezing Ashtaha. So that's certainly true. We could definitely see something like an Ashtaha talent even just to buy the time and wait for Den to use up all of his dice. So let's see what happens here. Looks like Den is going for a seat box into his own Timaeus. I didn't quite catch what was drawn.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it either. I think one of it was the Gilded, so Dan also has the ability to pull out more dice this turn. But I think what's more important to see is that in hand they have Calx, Fresh Wind of Freedom, and Quick Swap. These are actually cards that Dan did not draw at all in game 1, and sets up for a really powerful aggressive combo if they're able to get the opponent's side low enough.
Yeah, that Gilded with Golden House and two Tamaya sacks being free, really crucial. Drawing another card with that swirl as well. It is a Sunyata, so I wonder if Den actually just Sunyatas this Tamayas. I wonder. This could be a really big round for Den.
Yeah, Graphite has already used some dice to apply Cryo to Wanderer. I think Den feels comfortable enough to stay on him, because it's unlikely that Graphite will want to spend a quick swap so early on to freeze him anyway, and that could drop Nuvolet quite a bit. And we know that Nuvolet as a character has a lot of staying power on the field, but he needs to actually get set up before he's dropped too low. Like if he's already below like 5 HP by the time he finally becomes active, it's gonna be difficult for him to heal off of his droplets too.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Um, I feel like the positioning of Graphite's characters really puts Nuvolet at risk from that Mew because Wanderer with Wind Favored could do a whole lot of damage to Nuvolet if Aisha has the active character. And that is definitely not ideal.
As the Hug gonna go for another skill here. I think
Uh,
Graphite
hmm.
will probably look to use Gilded to tune dice and then play as the head talent so that he can prolong the turn and set up Den in a slightly less comfortable spot. Because Den will be looking at the current dice situation and thinking, I have 6 dice, they have 2, they can maybe get like 1 more action out at most. But with as the head talent, Graphite can actually exchange route twice.
Man. So I think Graphite is 1 damage off taking out Wanderer with Aisha Burst because there's 1 stack of absorption. The burst from Aisha is base 4. I think Graphite wants to absorb the Hydro
Did
and then go for a
Graphite,
burst.
did Graphite tune a Gilded Dreams to play
Yes.
talent?
Yes.
Huh, okay, so saving the other one to play later. Trying to bait out Den even more.
There's a Sunyata taking out Timaeus at 0 stacks, draws a Sarai
Wow.
Islands, and is that Opera Epiclipse?
I think so. It should be Opera Epiclase. Actually, a really nice card to have because Mew
Hold
traditionally ran
on.
this card in the past.
Ooh, going for the skill to not let Aisha absorb that Hydro. This is really important because 1 more absorption would bring those stacks up to 2, and with the Crystallize providing 1 additional damage, Aisha's Burst would do exactly 7 with that second absorption stack. So basically, Den is big braining going for that skill here, not going for extra damage on Nuvolette.
Really good observation there from Dan. We finally see the Gilded being played. Graphite now has 5 dice to play with. Does decide to still go for as the hub burst, dropping Wander to 1 HP.
Graphite's like, whatever, you're not gonna give me my absorption, I'm just gonna burst you.
Graphite feels a lot more comfortable to do this as compared to Den in the previous game because he knows that Mew does not run healing. Literally, Den has a single Lotus Flower Craze for defense, and beyond that, there's no way to really get Wanderer and Mona back up. And with Wanderer still 1 energy away from Burst, it does make things very awkward. Yes, Den has a Calc's Art, but I'm not too sure if he wants to actually use it on Wanderer anymore.
I do think Den is planning on ending. The question is, will Graphite end first and get turn prio going into next round? And I really don't like this position Den is in right now. I mean, Wanderer, you could definitely quick swap Wanderer, Calyxart, Freshman of Freedom Burst, and that could be good, but it depends on who you're bursting on. It looks like it will just be Veterans Visage equipped 2 Cryo Cube and an end, though, for Graphite.
Yeah, Graphite has turn priority now. That means that Astaha will be able to apply Cryo onto Eula if Den doesn't switch off of her, which I expect. Oh, actually plays Wagner. Pulls out Thousand Floating Dreams, and not lucky this time. This is where he really needed Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, this is not great for Den. And the reason why I say that is because I think Aisha still has that cryo absorption. So Aisha could go for a cryo skill onto Eula, get the cryo on her, and she's the only healthy character left on Den's side. And then the only thing that Graphite really has to play around is that Wanderer burst. And
Okay.
I think you don't have to go New Valette till the end, so
The only line I can see here for Den is that we know Graphite is most likely going to skill on Astaha to apply Cryo on Eula. Then Eula will, wait. Without Wolf's Gravestone, Eula cannot even lethal Azaha. Ooh. Yeah,
yeah, I
she
do
doesn't do
believe
enough damage.
the other catalyst in hand. Unfortunately, the Wagner weapon banner was not kind to Den
Yeah.
and gave another catalyst, and that just won't help right now. Unfortunately, it's not Wolf's gravestone. So you're right. A skill from Eula will not help at all. That being said, Graphite also has turn Cryo. So yeah, there's that Cryo skill.
This is actually really, really rough for Den, because if he pulled out Wolf's Gravestone here, he could have equipped it on Eula, a little Azlaha, fresh Wind of Freedom, gone for another attack potentially, or even switched over to Wanderer to build up Verse. Like, not having Wolf's Gravestone here disables the aggressive potential of the cards that Den is currently running in hand. They can still quick swap Wanderer Cox Burst with Fresh Wind, but it wouldn't leave them a lot of dice left to do anything beyond that, and Graphite is already prepared to sacrifice Azlaha anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, in this case, Den really wants to burst Nuvolette, and Graphite's like, no, that's not happening. You denied me my Hydro Absorption. So, you can't have my Nuvolette. And so, Graphite's gonna keep Nuvolette alive. Also, the Veterans Visa Tour going on Cryo Cube tells me we're probably going to see a swap over the Cube, even.
Graphite now, seeing the attack from Den there, is gonna realize, wow, they have really bad cards, don't they? Like they were 100% expecting Azlaha to die here. So the fact he's still alive actually messes with them a little bit, because now they don't have a quick swap to go to someone else.
Oh,
Wow, actually.
Oh, this is bold. This is so bold. The Graphite going to Nuvolette, but quick swap, Calc, 2 stacks of Wind Favored, Catalyst, Wanderer.
Quick swap Cox Wanderer Burst is gonna do a lot of damage here. I feel like this was a mistake. Wanderer Burst is going to do how much damage here again? Wind Phase,
So
8 damage. So Nuvolette does survive.
Phase 7, 2 stacks of Wind Favored, has a Catalyst equipped.
Oh wait, he has a Catalyst.
It will do enough. It will do enough.
Oh no, Graphite, what have you done?
There's 1,000 Floating Dreams, Golden House into a free Gilded.
Graphite, what have you done?
Like, I was just building up this narrative like, no, you can't have my Nuvolette, and actually we're just offering it for free.
Graphite got too confident. They saw Eula go for the skill on Azlaha and thought like, oh, he then has nothing to play with this turn. And then sent out Nuvolette expecting, oh, even if they hit me, they'll just waste the Hydro Aura. And
that was very wrong.
That was very, very wrong. Does Den play Fresh Wind as well? If Den plays Fresh Wind, I think they just win.
There is the Gambler's Replace. Yeah. There is the Fresh Wind of Freedom. And this is Wanderer's Burst coming down. -10. Nuvolette falls for free. For free.
And it freezes Azlaha as well. Graphite.
Graphite
is going to be face palming right now.
This is so bad. I think you actually. Oh, no. So now Den skills. The swirl goes on to Aishaha, gives another 2 dice to work with. Unfortunately, did not trigger Cryo Cube's revive, but this will be another action, and Den has this game in the bag.
That was actually the worst play he could have made. That's a lot more than a whoopsie. That's like oof, I just ruined my life kind of situation. Graphite was in 100% winning position.
Wait.
Can they still do something? We have to remember, Cryo Cube does 1 damage standby, so he can actually lethal both Wanderer and Mona as well. But there's no way to freeze Eula anymore.
If Graphite had Gamblers, this would be actually game over. Cryo Cube would win. So I think Graphite still goes for the normal here. Ooh,
he's gonna play the treasure.
Putting treasure.
He needs the treasure. He should probably play Malir Harbor Wharf as well and try to get turn priority. What Den needs to do here is... I think Den needs to end. I think they need to prioritize getting first move next round. If they get first move next round, I think they can win. If they attack here, I think Graphite still has a chance. No, I don't think so. Unless like Graphite pulls a lot of treasure out, like right now.
Well, it looks like we're drawing one treasure, and it would definitely be a mistake to play it. I do think Graphite just needs to end, but I mean, there's no real way to survive even with
Yeah,
this end.
he needed he needed like 6 HP to survive here
Draw
against
all your
Eula.
treasure at once, all of it. Give me all of the treasure. But unfortunately, I do think this is the end for Graphite's game 2. Cryocube burst coming down, just tickling Eula. It's a slight cold, chilly breeze. She's used to it. She goes on Dragon Spine all the time, and all Den has to do is whack.
I feel so bad right now. Graphite
What are we doing?
Graphite had the game in the bag. Den is just like playing. Let them have their moment. Their opponent made a massive mistake. This is the time for them to mess around a little bit. Because they were not supposed to win this game. Den claims game number 2. We're going to a game 3, folks, and that is going to inflict some mental damage, I feel like.
I mean, especially with the BM at the end there, you know, Den going and playing all the cards in his hand, almost all of them. I think there were 2 left. Why not play the other 2? But yeah, I mean, that Eula skill was more than enough. Did not need to play half of those cards to do it. So Graphite definitely probably not feeling good after that game because, I mean, we already said it as it came up. Nouvelette was just left there for free. It was free.
That's like the biggest blunder I've ever seen in my career casting Genshin TCG. Literally, one bad play turned the entire game around. You cannot let down your guard against Mew. They have Fresh Wind, they have Cox, they have Quick Swap. You gotta remember those. Like, they didn't get drawn in game 1. Like, that would have given a lot of tempo over to Den if they had them in game 1. And then Graphite got a little bit too complacent when they saw, like, oh, they don't even have enough to lethal my Astahan. Nouvelette should be fine. And then you forget Wander is just sitting back there, licking his wounds.
I would really like to know Graphite's thoughts when swapping to Nouvelette. I feel like, you know, there is something to be said, even though this is the online portion of Prince Cup. This is the tournament that people, you know, they had to play through the Cattails Gathering and qualify for the Serious Showdown, and then play through the Serious Showdown to get here, and now we're in the middle of Group B. And so, I mean, nerves could be running high. There's a whole lot at stake. You know, this is also, I believe, the upper bracket. So these players have already made it through a bit in Group B. They've already proven themselves. So, I mean, it's hard to say sometimes. I think these mistakes do happen. It's not the first time I've seen them, but it is a bit unfortunate. That is like one of those moments in TCG where it's just very clear, like, yeah, that was not supposed to happen, and it did. So, but now Graphite is going to have to recollect his mental, basically, and go into game 3 ready to go. We'll have to see if they could do it, or if Den is going to ride off that second win and take it out here.
If this results in Graphite dropping down to the lower bracket, it would be devastating. Remember, the winner of this match moves into the upper bracket finals versus Mango, where one player gets a direct ticket to the live event. You do not want to miss out on that. And now only one game separates Den and Graphite from moving on into the next stage. And it's going to be the Xiao Yalan Shenhe, which I still can't remember if it was Kojo or Subi who said this, but they called it Lier Armory, which I like a lot, versus Ice Water.
That is a great name, honestly, because I mean that is the deck. It's very aggro and takes on a lot of weapons, right? I really like this deck, honestly. I can't wait to see its composition, pick it apart a bit, because I don't think I have seen it played that much. I only saw it in that one game, I believe. But it performs so well. I'm not surprised to see it being played again.
It's an interesting deck because from historical experience, any deck that runs Yelan usually starts with Yelan, but this is a deck that wants to end with Yelan, starting with Shenhe instead to take advantage of those icy
Mm-hmm.
quills in a similar way to how the old Shenemo used to be played.
Ah, so many weapons. It reminds me of if you remember that TCG event in game where Ito had a deck he was playing, it was like an actual story event. He had
Ah,
this deck
yes,
full of weapons. That's what
I
I'm thinking
remember.
of.
Yes.
Except ironically, like unironically, this deck is so good with 5 weapons. The Wagner weapon banner has more weapons to choose from now.
It's a similar deck to Ito's, but unlike Ito's, it's good. We have Wagner along with Master Zong. We even have 2 copies of the Unseen Razor as well as Rhythm of the Great Dream in order to just equip weapons as often as possible. Opera Epiclese, of course, because your characters are often going to be more well equipped than the opponent, and just taking advantage of all that extra damage from Shenhe too.
This is the true tenacity of the Millith. You know, the tenacity of the Millith are Leo's, like, basically armed forces. They go and fight on the front lines. And that's,
That,
that's what that deck is! But Graphite here, we just saw this deck being played, and honestly, it went so well until that swap to Nuvolet. I don't know if that's something Graphite has to worry about against this deck. I think this what is it, Liyue Armory deck is just it outputs a lot of damage with those equips, right? But
yes.
that's just something you have to watch out for in general. It's not something specific to
It's not quick
fast
swap
swap wander.
Wanderer
Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna have to see if Graphite can take a win here, and I do think that part of this matchup is going to depend on controlling your opponent with those freeze. Both these decks have the ability to freeze, so
along with like 90% of the other meta decks currently.
true.
Freeze is just too good as a reaction right now.
It is a great time to add Goulash into the game of cheese and Geniusification DCG. Yo, Goulash, do you know what it does in game, like in the regular game?
Yeah, like it's the thing to warm you up, right?
Yeah, it like keeps you warm.
Avoid sheer cold.
Yeah. So like, imagine if we had that as a card in
It's actually kind of funny because we do have sheer cold as a mechanic in the game as well. Like it's a mechanic that multiple cards have. So if they do introduce Goulash, would it be for the sheer cold mechanic or for freeze?
It should be for freeze. It should be for freeze. It keeps you warm. Like just let it. Anyway, here we go. And if you see that QR code on the screen, this is your every game reminder to scan it. Give us your thoughts. Tell us what you think about our streams, about the Prince Cup, about us casters, about the player, whatever you think. Just tell us your feedback. We definitely appreciate it, whether it's positive or negative.
Constructive criticism is always welcome in order to make sure that the viewing experience is the best it can be for all you TCG fans out there. So make sure you guys check that out. The QR code is going to be flashing on the screen throughout the day. So you've got plenty of time to do it. But let's jump on into game number 3. It is now an even board. Best of 1, basically, between Den and Graphite.
Best of 1 indeed. 2 games down.
Yep.
But yeah, this is definitely a new matchup. So I think a lot of it is going to ride on how fast Den gets those equips out. And there is a Wagner to draw 1 weapon. There is a Golden House to discount it and basically equip it immediately. I didn't catch if that was Lithic Spear or Moon Piercer.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it either, considering that they are of a similar cost, but we will find out soon enough. Then gonna be starting on Shenhe as is expected to set up those icy quills. Despite the nerf to her all the time ago, still very powerful for enabling these swirl reactions with characters like Xiao. And we will see, it is the Moon Piercer here. So that means only 1 cost for the skill.
And that is your ideal weapon for Shenhe, and it looks like we are using that golden house to immediately equip it. Den having Master Zhang and Rhythm in hand for another weapon that hasn't quite materialized.
Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, the remaining 2 cards in Den's hand are not going to be useful for the rest of the round, so we should expect them to continue. They can either choose to go to Xiao here to start dishing out some damage, or they can stay on Shenhe to build up her burst.
I think you want to stay on Shenhe at least until she's hit, because that is Heart of Kavarina on her, and now Den is actually going to draw a card. What card is it? It's another weapon! Okay.
I think that one might have been Lithic Spear. I didn't quite catch it in time,
didn't
but
catch it
looked
either.
like Lithic Spear. So Dan, yeah, most likely will want to build up Burst on Shenhe, unless they want to just spend dice to equip Xiao right now, and then like get turn priority for next round. But it would mean floating 2 dice, which doesn't feel the best.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said about playing Master Zhang and just floating 1 instead. Wait.
Can they Master Zhang? Hold on. I don't
you
see
can,
Master Zhang very often. I need to look him up again.
You can Shenhe skill, Master Zhang, Rhythm, play the weapon for 1.
Then they would be able to play weapon, equip Xiao, go for 1 more attack to get Shenhe burst, and float 1 dice. Yeah. Oh, well, they're not gonna do that. Looks like.
So, Master Zhang, when you play a weapon card, you spend 1 less elemental die, and then on top of that, for each character that already has a weapon equipped, spend 1 less elemental die. So actually, I misspoke. You don't even need Rhythm. It is just Master Zhang, because Shenhe has that Moon Piercer equipped already. So Lithic Spear on Xiao still have Rhythm in hand.
All right. Very nice opening actually for Den, having both Xiao and Shenhe equipped, already dropping Ice Cube to 1 HP, so he is going to pop his revive to a swirl, which makes it very difficult for Graphite to choose to switch to someone else.
Those breakpoints are not very good though. You know, Cryo Cube's revive not being triggered, and that cryo application is only on Cryo Cube, so there's no swirls going to be happening just yet. But I'm sure Den is going to go for Shenhe Burst. Of course, Shenhe Burst on top of buffing cryo damage also buffs physical damage. So that's part of why you play Shenhe in this deck.
Ooh, Graphite has double Asda talent, Gilded, and double Liaison. They have a lot of dice to play with this turn, and that could genuinely make a difference here, because as we can see in Den's hand, they don't have nearly as much dice potential.
Yeah, double Liar Song, double Aisha talent. It looks like we are just going for another skill though onto Shenhe. I'm not too sure how much I like this, because I mean Den is just going to Shenhe Burst regardless of what Graphite does.
Yeah, Graphite wants to eat the Shenhe Burst on Ice Cube. And then he actually has the option of popping Burst on Ice Cube as well, if he's okay with sacrificing it once that is done. Because we know that they have a lot more actions this turn with the cards in hand. And looks like that is going to be the case. So Ice Cube has already eaten 3x. The second Gilded! Okay,
wow.
Graphite's hand is a work of art.
I mean,
seriously.
It won't come up now because I don't think there is a good way of discounting the second Gilded, but I mean, Graphite could definitely take back the veterans that is currently on Cryocube and play Gilded onto Aishtaha. Here we finally see the swab onto Aishtaha, and what's awkward for Den is that there is no cryo application. And I mean, I don't know if you really even want to be staying on Shenhe at this point, so
you definitely don't want to be staying on Shenhe because, yes, you'd be able to get Cryo onto Azdaha, and that would set up for swirling, but it would mean losing Shenhe. And even though, yes, she's already done her job once she's gotten her burst out, you still ideally don't want to lose her this early on. You still want to have the value of her presence on the battlefield. So it's a little bit of a risk-cost investment here. Then gonna choose to go to Xiao regardless.
Interesting. Den's like, I don't need swirls. just swapping to Shao, I wonder if Den is actually going to go for an action here, or if we might see something like Countdown.
I was
Heart of
considering he might go for countdown as well. Since Xiao, we know that we're going to get a cryo application next turn from the Shenhe burst for sure. So Den can even choose the countdown and then end turn early. But he doesn't know that Graphite is sitting on this hand.
Uh, there is the fresh wind. So I mean, if Den can survive the next round, I really feel like you need to swap off Shao because Graphite's dice are very misleading.
They are very misleading. Another has the head talent in hand, double liar son, gilded to play with. Then would expect some of this? Hardly anyone would expect all of this. Like, it's very rare you get a hand that's this effective. Then, unfortunately, only having one dice left means that they can only maybe play strategize or equip the gamblers in advance. But it means that they have to end their turn here. And if they do end turn on Xiao, he is going to eat a lot of damage.
This is going to be pretty rough because Den did play that strategize. Will apply Heart of Cavarena onto Shao, and now Graphite can do whatever he wants, but it will be a swap to Cryo Cube. Instead of going for damage with Aishaha, it looks like Graphite is going to set up that Cryo application for Nuvolette to take the field. Very interesting choice.
Getting Cryo Cube burst out is usually a huge enabler for the Ice Cube Double Dragon deck. Graphite actually gonna choose to sit on the rest of their hand here and allow Ice Cube to eat the Shenhe burst. So that there is still no cryo for Xiao to swirl.
Yeah, there is no cryo application at all. That is really good management of elemental auras on Graphite side, especially considering that Cryo Cube Burst summon did go on to Yelan because Graphite chose Aishtaha, and the way that that summon works is that the cryo application at the end of turn will go to the character on the opposing side that is as close in position as your own active character. So in that case, you pick Aishtaha, and that's center. So then it goes to Yelan, who's also in the center.
Yeah, it's really good at manipulating your opponent's side of the board because typically you can swap around to avoid elemental application. Though in Den's case, he already has cryo on all three characters anyway, so Graphite doesn't need to think too hard about manipulating that burst damage. Den, unfortunately, in a awkward situation because there's still no cryo on Graphite's side that Xiao can take advantage of.
No cryo indeed, but I think this is kind of fine. I mean, it's not ideal. The breakpoints are not great, but I think with the physical damage buff from Shenhe Burst, you kind of have to do something.
She pulls out a second Lithic and a second Gambler. Not really what Den is looking for just yet, but it does give him the option to replace the shield on Xiao if things start getting a little bit dicey.
Dicey, because we're playing a game with dice.
Yes. That is absolutely correct.
I think Boar Lithic Reequip is not the worst thing in the world, but what I fear for Den is Graphite eventually going to Nuvolette. Because those cryo auras are scary to say the least, and Graphite does have that other Aisha talent in hand. So
yeah, they're still sitting on double gilded, double liar, double countdown. And passing of judgment too. So used at the right time could disable Den even further. Oh wait, did they play Lithic on Shenhe?
Yeah.
Oh.
So this might be a swap onto Shenhe. And then with the Heart of Cavarena on her, maybe they'll draw into one of the Where's the Unseen Razors and even be able to re-equip Lithic Spear again.
Keeping Shenhe alive does have value now because Den is okay with sacrificing her to at least get a cryo on the board for Xiao to play with. No quick swap is a little unfortunate, but again, she should survive a single hit from Azlaha. The
Mm-hmm.
thing he would be most worried about is if Graphite had a quick swat to New Valette so that he could freeze her,
Yeah.
but he doesn't. So this is probably the best way to go for it right now, since Den really wants to play around those cryo swirls.
Calculated risk, but here we go. Graphite playing Judgment. All of Den's event cards this round are inert unless he burns through 3. Liar Song back the Heart of Capoeira. This will be a free guild. And, we're playing Vanarana as well, just to see what we get from proccing Lumenstone. There's a boar, so I mean, Graphite could even go for Boar Princess, Heart of Capoeira, re-equip into Gilded for another dice.
They have a lot of dice to play with this round. So Den's goal in this game is basically to be able to survive the onslaught of Azdaha talent into double gilded liar song. If they're able to deal with all the surplus of dice that Graphite has to play with, they're still gonna be in a better place overall, because even though Azdaha and New Valette are still full on HP and not having any energy out or the equipment that they're looking for, is putting Graphite in a position where he still can't quite take control of the game yet.
Yeah, here we go. That is the Heart of Capoeira. There is the Gilded re-equip. So many dice. This is why we call it hyper magic. It is magic, but hyper. And there is just a normal attack. And wait, no, that was a skill.
Yeah, that was a skill.
Okay, it ate through the shields. That's why it was -1. The animations are a bit hard to read what's going on the board, but that was a skill absorbing that cryo. Now Aishao can apply his own cryo, and Shenhe is without the cryo application. But the thing is, I don't think Graphite cares about cryo application on Shenhe.
Yeah, at this point, Shenhe is expendable. Den is going to sacrifice her just to get that cryo out onto Graphite's side. If he wants to really greed it out, he can actually Unseen Razor the Lithic Spear to keep her alive, but I don't think he needs to anymore.
Can't Judgment.
Oh, right, yeah, Judgment.
It then has to play through Judgment, has to burn through 3 event cards before any event cards are going to work. And that is so unfortunate because to survive this turn, I think you really want to Unseen Razor re-equip Lithic Spear.
Yeah, but Den's okay with that. He's okay with losing Shenhe. Graphite gonna play the Azdaha talent. Purposefully not taking out Shenhe, so Den doesn't get a free swap to Xiao. So Graphite just being very annoying right now to his opponent.
I mean, this is the ideal turn for Graphite. Playing Aishah talent just to chill out and wait for Den to be totally out of actions.
Ooh, the switch to Yelan here on Den's side. Risking the potential freeze on Azdaha and allowing her to tank some of the damage that would be meant for Xiao instead. Ooh, a quick swap from Graphite's actually a really nice timing too.
That is, I mean, it's a little bit too late. I don't think Graphite's gonna need the quick swap at this point, but
no,
quick swap earlier would have been nice. It could come up. It could come up.
You can still use it now, because if Den gets lulled into a false sense of security where he thinks Graphite won't be able to do anything, like right now, for example, the quick swap into New Valette freeze on Xiao can happen. But of course, I don't think Graphite's gonna do it this turn, because Den doesn't have any dice left to play with anyway. So Graphite will probably want to keep Azdaha on field, then use the quick swap next turn to freeze Xiao when Den actually has dice to play with.
If you're Graphite, I almost wonder if you want to keep turn prio. I guess with the quick swap, maybe you don't care, but then going to Xiao with 11 HP could easily eat the Aisha burst and still survive. And the Aisha burst would also eat up the cryo application. So I don't think Graphite wants to go for Aisha burst here. Can't even do it without tuning. But I mean, Graphite has the potential for having really big turn. Ooh, will be countdown.
I think Graphite does want to get turn priority. Because if they don't have turn priority next round, we have to remember Den is running Fresh Wind of Freedom. If he's able to take out Azdaha, he immediately does damage to New Valette, then Graphite finds themselves in a similar situation to game 2. That's something they want to avoid at all costs. But they
Yeah.
can't play another countdown here to end turn because their hand is too full.
I mean, not even counting the countdown. That was an unintentional pun, but Graphite is currently at 9 cards and needs to play one more. I wonder if countdown was the right choice there, or if that was a bit over the top. But no, there's a lot of cards. Also, passing dice to Vanarana could have been a good option as well.
Yeah, I think you do end here. Get turn priority.
I guess so, but
it can be risky because Graphite doesn't know if Dan may have more dice to play around with, but even then it would be one more attack at most, and as the Huck can survive that. So this is the better choice because it allows them to control the next round and use their quick swap to freeze Yao when Den has the dice to play him with.
Well, you always end, but the problem is more that Graphite is going to overdraw and burn a card. So I hope it's nothing important.
I mean, they already drew a lot of their good cards earlier. I don't know what would be really bad to lose here. I think losing a treasure is fine. They can handle losing a treasure.
Goodbye, treasure.
It's a little heartbreaking, but compared to some of the other things, yeah, you are the treasure caster.
My reputation precedes me, I see.
Yeah. But it's okay. Graphite has set themselves up in a better position here where they can control the tempo with New Valette Freeze. And since Den did end turn on Xiao as well, there is no way for them to avoid it. Which means that they won't be able to do a lot of damage this round, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the cryo application, even going back onto Yulan from Cryo Cube Burst Summon, it is a bit unfortunate. I do think that with Den's Unseen Razors has 2 in hand unlocked, this could be okay. But the problem is that Graphite is playing that quick swap, and Shao is not going to do anything this turn.
Graphite having 2 treasures. Gonna hold on to those, I think. You definitely switch to New Valette here to attack.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason not to.
This is definitely going to be a swap onto New Valette. I wonder if Graphite is just looking for the Tula, which, I mean, has not appeared yet again.
Oh, yeah. This whole game. Are you kidding me?
I jinxed it. I apologize.
It actually is too late, yes.
Too late, Tula. I don't know. Either way, it has not shown up, and I'm pretty sure Graphite is on, like, less than 10 cards. So that is a bit unfortunate, but I think, with the dice in hand, Graphite can still go for a win here, or at least cripple Den enough to have a really rough time going into next round, because this quick swap will enable New Valette to freeze out Shao, and then it's only Yelan and Shenhe who are very, very low health left on the playing field.
Yep. Yelan and Shenhe are not going to be able to do anything anymore at this point in the game. They're both too low on HP. We know this deck as well. Aggressive deck doesn't really run a lot of healing. I was wondering if Graphite might hold on to the treasure to use on New Valette later.
Oh my god. Did you see that?
What?
Oh!
Ooh.
Okay, so Graphite rolled a Hydro and a Geo from the 2 treasures. And then I'm a little bit confused about playing Countdown. That was a very expensive Countdown, even drawing those treasures. But here we go. New Valette's skill. Shao is now frozen for the rest of this round.
Now, you may think it's a bit of a waste here on Graphite's side, but they're really looking for Tula. And they actually still have plenty of dice because they have 4 in the form of treasures as well as a Gilded Lyre Song in hand.
It's just such a large investment. I don't know. And then you have to equip Tula for another, 2 cost with Golden House?
Yeah, I agree. Man. I feel like they didn't need to do that. Like, I could have understand playing it if, like, New Valette or Azahar are desperately needed healing, but they're not in a position where that is the case. So they did end up wasting another potential action with trying to look for Tula there. I guess they feel confident enough to do it because even though Den still has 9 dice, they can't play Xiao and Yalan and Shenhe don't do all that much damage, but I sure hope this doesn't cost Graphite a second time.
So something I'm picking up on right now. The Unseen Razor re-equipping Lithic Spear on Shenhe leaves her at 5 HP right now. And so Shenhe is going to be able to eat an attack from Nouvelette. And then could re-equip Lithic Spear with another Unseen Razor and then quick swap to Kielon and freeze Nouvelette. If you wanted to.
You are correct, but I don't think they'll do that this turn. Similar case to Graphite, they'll save the quick swap freeze for next turn. Because Graphite doesn't have any dice left to play with, as far as Den is concerned.
Why play Countdown? What was the point? What was the point playing Countdown? I'm actually pretty confused at that because it was a very expensive move.
Yeah, it may have been too greedy.
I wonder if Graphite is trying to make Den think that there's no dice left in hand.
I mean, I can get behind the idea of mind gaming your opponent, but I feel like you're also kind of wasting resources on yourself. Ooh, Den gonna use the quick swap here to freeze Aztaha instead. Not a bad choice, honestly.
Very interesting choice. This will be a skill. Isaha is frozen now, but draws another quick swap. Really?
Ooh. Okay. As of right now, though, Yalan doesn't do enough damage to take out Aztaha, I think.
Yeah, she does not do enough. She does 3.
Yeah, she does 3.
There's no King Squire in hand, so there's no way to deal 4 damage.
Does Shenhe do enough? No. She will also deal. No, wait, no, she does. With the Icy Shield and the weapon. Yeah,
yeah. Shatter as well would deal enough, but so I think the problem is more that, I don't know, Graphite's definitely swapping Nouvelette here, as we already see, but I'm just very confused.
Yeah, you switch back to Shenhe now to apply Cryo to Nouvelette. Yeah, I'm confused as well. I don't know. I don't really know what the plan is here because I feel like both players have reached a point in the game where they can only really respond to what the opponent is doing. And there's
Graphite is going to be forced to play cards here. You're drawing back the Gilded from Aishaha. Has already played Boar. Like, Graphite needs to do something this round. It's just the swap stalling is not ideal. Gilded going on to Aishaha.
Which means he doesn't intend to attack on Nouvelette, I think. Well, I mean, he can still basic attack with the Source Water Droplet.
Yeah, you could still normal attack. The Omni is coming from the Boar Princess. I think you go for it. Wait, we're tuning.
Huh? Then why not just play? Oh, I guess they didn't want to replace whatever was on Nouvelette. Then what's on Nouvelette? Caverna?
I'm not sure if I actually remember the artifact in Nouvelette. It might be Veteran's Visage.
Oh, that's a possibility. I guess I can see that. Alright. I mean, they don't need the cards, they just tuned anymore anyway. But 4 damage is quite a lot.
Was not Veteran's Visage. Maybe it's Gamblers, actually. I think it's Gamblers.
Is it Gamblers? Now I really don't remember. Do tell us in the chat.
It has to be Gamblers because nothing procced, and it's glowing, so it's not Heart of Caverna, it's not Gilded, it's not Veteran's Visage. We'll be tuning the other Gilded, and yeah, this is definitely Gamblers. Den has no dice left. Could quick swap, but I mean, there's no point. You can't do any actions.
Den has already done more than enough this game. The fact she survived this long is impressive. The only thing that Den is worried about is giving those extra gamblers dice back to Graphite. Because, as we can see, they still have a treasure in hand, so they would have enough to get one more action out, which if Den decides to go to... Oh! Wow, okay. Really spreading the damage here to avoid the gamblers proc. Den will have nothing left after this, so they'll most likely be forced to end turn here. Which is pretty safe, since Graphite only has 2 cards in hand. Unlikely they'll get another action out. I think Den has done a great job of avoiding everything thus far, and they can still quick swap to Yelan to freeze Neuvillette next turn.
I do think that Den, Den was able to avoid basically being taken out this round, but Graphite had a pretty greedy round playing Treasure and Countdown, and I know he was looking for that Tula. I think that's what it had to have been, but Graphite just took so long to actually go for anything on Neuvillette. Maybe was avoiding Neuvillette getting frozen, but
Yeah,
I mean, the cryo application was unavoidable.
I feel like playing the countdown that turn did cost them a bit. They finally got the Tula. Unfortunately, they're about to get frozen, so they're not gonna be able to use the Tula, which is very unfortunate. Like literally, you look at the HP pools of the characters on Den's side. If Graphite didn't play the countdown and went for 1 extra attack instead, it may have been enough. But then the countdown did pull out treasures, which he used for that extra attack, so I guess it kind of balances out. I don't know. Not pulling Tula until now hurt him a lot.
Yeah, and here we even have Den equipping the King Squire for free because of those Wagner stacks. And that is a high damage skill, low cost, high damage that last quick swapping used on Den's side. But what are you gonna do if you're Graphite?
I think it's GG.
There's nothing to do. We're gonna play 1 treasure on Neuvillette, draw another treasure. It is not going to be nearly enough to survive.
And then has Fresh Wind as well.
Mm-hmm.
With Graphite having 2 low HP characters, I think this is the end here. Den has piloted this masterfully against the Double Dragon deck, and Graphite, look, they're just ending their turn, they know.
Just ending
they're not
on
even gonna bother.
Dice. Nope. It is Den's game to win. How does Den want to do it? As you said, does have that Fresh Wind in hand. Also has a rhythm into Gamblers if needed. So many options here, honestly.
They gotta make sure to calculate correctly. They don't want to end up messing up their numbers at this point. If you ask me, you may as well go back to Xiao at this point. Man hasn't gotten to do anything this game, literally. But actually, just gonna let Yelan finish things off here. And now
there is the rhythm into the Gambler's equip. Honestly, it does not matter which way you play it. A normal attack will just take out Neuvillette, and you just tune and you just normal attack again. No.
And that
means
use
skill.
That Den has actually reverse swept the series. Xiao actually getting to do something here at the end of everything. Lands the final blow. And then with the 2-1 score, reversing against Graphite will officially move on to the upper bracket finals.
Congratulations, that was a reverse sweep indeed. Of course, it's only a best of 3, but still, we went to game 3, and Den was able to pull off that win after all, riding on the high of game 2. So, I was a bit confused by Graphite's actions. I felt like Graphite really had the ability to do a lot of damage, especially with that round where they played Judgment, and then the round after that where, like, they had the perfect cryo application, right? On Den's side. And even managed the cryo application on their own side to only be on cryo queue for the longest time. But then after that, I just felt like they played a bit too slow. That's kind of the vibes I get. And I know they're trying to avoid Neuvillette getting frozen or getting damaged because they made the mistake in round 2 where they swapped a Neuvillette too early and Neuvillette fell. So maybe that was in the back of their mind when they were playing slower this round, but I just think it didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, I get the
So
feeling that's the case exactly, right? There was a fear placed in their heart of losing New Ballet early on, which made it so that he didn't take advantage of the perfect timing for him to take the field. Which means that, as we can see here in the updated graphics here, that Dan will be moving to the winner's third round up against Mango. One of these players will get a direct ticket to the live event in Group B,
woo!
whereas Graphite will drop to the loser's second round to face off against Magician.
Yes, and up next we are going to have 8 versus Inzagi. Of course, Inzagi, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, being one of the ones in this group, the most favored to make it out, just based purely on tournament history and records. He is known for playing combo decks. He was first place or champion in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament from last year, and even made it to the Asia Invitational where he actually did quite well. But yeah, unfortunately, he was already knocked down to the lower brackets, and we're gonna have to see if he can crawl out of the lower brackets, similar to Robot Wizard in the Atlantic Prince Cup Tournament Group A.
Definitely one of the players that has become a little bit of a household name here in Genshin TCG. So I'm sure a lot of people are excited to keep an eye on him, but we cannot count out his opponent as well. 8 has made some pretty impressive plays here, so it will be heartbreaking to see one of these players eliminated at this stage. But hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna jump into a short break before we enter our second match of the day. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Prince Cup will be right back right after this.
See you soon.
Hey, what's that on your screen? Why, it's none other than the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup 2024 for the Pacific region. We're currently
Is
in
it?
week 3 of the competition. Yes, it is. In fact, we're casting Group B, and the second match of the day is coming out right after this. My name's Stafa, and we have Aaliyah here with me as well.
Yeah, that was a great introduction, Safa. So, I mean, we're back after our short break. We're going to be dropping down into the lower bracket ourselves here to watch 8 versus Inagi after witnessing Den versus Graphite. Den, of course, advancing on to the upper bracket finals. And the winner between Mango and Den will be promoted, will have a ticket to that live event. And the loser of that will be knocked down. But that is a conversation for later, because first we're going to be going down to those 2 matches at the bottom, 8 versus Inagi and Graphite versus Magician.
And this is actually a bit of a rematch as well, because if we look at the very first match of Group B, 8 has already faced off and won against Inzaki once before. So now the question comes up again, will this be a repeat of history, or will we see a different timeline?
So, I mean, that is definitely a very good question. And I know we were talking a little bit about this before we went to the break, but Inzagi was the Prince Cup champion from the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan tournament from last year. And he also came first place in 2024 Cat Sales Gathering Season 2. And of course, Asia Season 2 from last year of Cat Sales Gathering. So he has a lot of tournament history and a lot of first place finishes, even was in Shanghai for the Asia Invitational. We both had the opportunity to meet him. And like he is a player that is definitely favored to make it out of this group. However, 8 is not to be underestimated, was the player that actually knocked down Inzagi in the first place. And there's no real data on 8, at least for us, for our tournament records. So maybe Inzagi got some data from the first matches they played together and will be better able to counter whatever 8 is going to bring. Or maybe 8 will still throw Inzagi for a loop because there's just not enough data on them as a player.
That is possible, but what I do like is what I'm seeing right now. Very interesting decks being brought by both these players.
Oh.
Inzaki did ban out the Kave deck on 8 side, and 8 banned out Conwhale. But now we also see Shenhe, Faruzan, Mona versus Herald, Sayu, Chongyun.
I really want to see Kave played on screen. I'm so happy that it actually
Right?
brought it. But I think Kave, it depends on how you build the deck as well. But Kave can pack a punch, but it can also be easy to shut down. It really just depends. It's very matchup specific. But it being banned, we're not going to worry about it today. And that Shenhe Farzan Mona deck is definitely going to be more on the aggro side.
It's a very interesting deck because, as we know, Shenhe with her Icy Quills is able to increase Cryo Swirl damage because it indirectly counts as Cryo damage. And Faruzan is a character that increases Anemo damage. Thereby, both characters are capable of buffing one another for a lot of DPS potential.
Yeah, so this is kind of similar to Futuizan in some ways, except you don't have the Futui resonance. I mean, considering that Futui Conspiracy was kind of rolling Pyro and players were calling it scambushers instead of ambushers, because of that, it makes sense why Futui Conspiracy is being thrown out here. And I feel like this deck, it really reminds me of like Mew or MES in some ways, because you have this, you freeze, you have swirl, and you have a whole lot of damage. So
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Not to mention running a fruit as well as King Squire and the spear, allowing them to get their skills out more easily is going to be very helpful indeed. Now on Inzagi's side, we have a slightly different setup. We have Herald with Sayu and Chongyun, along with 2 copies of the Wolf's Gravestone.
yeah, so this is kind of like MES, but instead of Mona, we have Herald, and instead of Yola, we have Chongyun. I mean, Sayu always packs a punch. That Wolf's Gravestone can also go onto Chongyun because he's also a Claymore user. And Herald is just pretty good right now into a lot of the current meta decks because of that revive and because of the Herald talent. So I do think that I actually think that Inzaghi has a bit of an advantage here going into this matchup. But if H is able, I don't know, we're gonna have to see. But here's the pre-match data first. I'll get into that later.
Yeah, I think we'll have some interesting things to look for here. In terms of stats, I think it's pretty average overall. Nothing that sticks out too much on its side. I still cannot believe every single time I see it how high the number of effective dice is nowadays. But that's just because of how the game has shifted. And oh, okay, wait, I remember this now.
Context? Give me please context.
This was this was a hold on times two. This was a serpent burst with like that ate like 6 to 8 energy block cards at once.
A bajillion energy blocks gives you a bajillion strongest single strike. Wow.
It was absolutely not necessary, but he did it anyway.
And this is why you bring Herald, because you bring Herald, that 40 single strike does not do much of anything. But here we go. 8 versus Inagi. Game 1 of the second best of 3 of today in Group B. Unlucky roller. We'll see if that's true for 8.
We got Unlucky Roller versus the protagonist. So definitely very different qualities in terms of taglines. But we know how little of a difference that can actually make. And right before we get into it again, guys, there's a QR code on the left side of the screen. Make sure to scan it. Tell us what you think about the Prince Cup. All the good, all the bad. We love to hear it. And we love to make it even better going forward.
I'm going to scan it right now.
Nice. Yeah, you're gonna do that.
Thanks for the heads up, Stuffa.
Yeah.
All right. So I didn't catch the cards that Age drew. I'm really curious to see how this round 1 is going to go. So it just has a lot of value. I believe it's Moon Piercer, King Squire, and Fruit of Fulfillment for card draw. The other 2 weapons are discount. You have that Wagner weapon banner. I think you always maybe you start Chunha. I feel like you start Mona though.
I mean, if you have Mona on your team, you always start Mona. It allows you to immediately threaten a potential swirl or freeze, because what's nice about this deck is that you can switch to either character to start things off. Unlike a Mew, for example, where you usually want to go Wanderer second, you can go either Faruzan or Shenhe and still feel pretty good about it, depending on the situation.
Yeah, so it is going to be Mona start. I think you're right. Whenever you bring Mona, you almost always start on her just to get her skill out. And it does threaten that quick swap over to Faruzan and swirling that Hydro. Or you can go to Shenhe and freeze, just depending on how the match is looking. But Inagi is doing the classic float 8 strategy on Herald.
I think one thing that we didn't quite point out during the deck list is that, if I'm not wrong, Inzaghi is actually running some copies of Golden Troops Reward in this deck, which is a card we basically never see, because you gain stacks on it when the character equipped is on standby.
Yeah, so was that what was equipped on the Chongyun?
I think
the 0-cost one?
It was one of them, because he has 2 artifacts equipped. I'm not sure if Herald or Chongyun has it, but I assume it's Chongyun since Herald is active.
It wouldn't be Herald. So I didn't quite catch which artifact it was, but if it's a 0-cost one, then basically it has 0 stacks right now, and then it will gain 1 stack going the next round because Chongyun is the inactive character, not currently active on the field. And each round that passes that way, you get another stack, and then it discounts your skill by that much. And then there's also a higher cost one that just basically gives you more stacks to begin with. So
yeah, I don't really feel like the higher cost Golden Troop is worth it, because it costs 2 extra dice and just allows you to stack more points. It just doesn't feel very worth it for me in the grand scheme of things, but maybe one day, right? For now, Inzaghi has already ended their turn, going for full ramp round 1 with double Leben, feeling very safe since 8 started on Mona.
Yeah, I mean, so this is like a typical line when you're playing a Herald deck, especially in this patch. The players are calling it Herald Float 8. You just go Herald because you're not really under threat of an FTK, and you just play as much ramp and card draw as you can. And with Lumenstone double Leben, it's definitely a lot.
Inzaghi gonna have 12 dice to play with on round 2, which is an insane ramp already. Not to mention the extra card draw on top of it.
Okay.
Lumenstone, Gravestone, double Liar Song.
Seed box into either Parametric or Lumenstone has 12 dice, also has the Golden Troop on Chongyun. Double Liar Song, Timaeus. I don't know if you would play Timaeus here, so you could play that seed box into a bunch of those 2-cost cards. I wonder
really are
what
a lot
Inagi
of
thinks is going to be
options.
worth playing. There are a lot of options.
But 8 actually has a similar situation. They can play either Timaeus or Wagner for only 1 cost. They've got double Cabrera, Gilded, Quick Swap. So both players in a very good position in terms of their hand health. Does decide to go for the parametric on Inzagi's side.
Yeah, so Inzaghi playing the second Lumenstone at full cost into a seed box, into parametric, and is definitely going to be able to pop that parametric, I think, especially with the prepared skill from Herald, which is going to give 2 things of Hydro.
Now we were wondering whether 8 would go Shenhe or Faruzan first. Looks like we have our answer. It's gonna be Faruzan first to set up the swirl. Which means 8 does want to play around the Shenhe freeze.
This is a little interesting to me. Inzaghi going for the Herald skill. I guess knowing that Hydro is going to get swirled, but had the opportunity to swap off and maybe even skill with Chongyun.
Yeah, this is quite interesting actually. Choosing to stay on Herald for quite a long time when he doesn't even have talent yet to directly proc it. I don't know if he's trying to bluff against 8, but I don't feel like 8 will particularly mind just going for another strike here.
Oh wait, so the prepared skill doesn't actually count as elemental damage because it's not a skill in itself, it's just part of one skill. So parametric did not pop yet, but there we go. Faruzan skill was enough to pop it, and Faruzan's burst is ready to go to buff that animal damage.
Inzaghi actually willing to lose revive on Herald very, very early on, actually, even without talent in hand to make use of that directly. This indicates that he's very clearly trying to play around dice advantage for this turn. He wants to set himself up so that he can do a lot of actions without worrying about being like punished through freeze. But now that 8 has enough dice for one last action, and both Sayu and Chongyun have Hydro on them, I don't know what the next move is.
This is a little bit concerning for Jackie. I mean, he has a lot of dice, so this could be a big turn for him regardless. But my main concern going into next round is that little thing at the bottom of Herald is from Faruzan. It's basically gonna drag Herald back to being the active character. So that talent feels like Herald's just gonna go down without applying Curse of the Undercurrent, which is a bit unfortunate. Especially if 8 is able to.
Looks like he might just decide to use Burst on its own here. Since, yeah, like you mentioned, if Herald gets brought. Huh? He's not. Oh wait, no, that was the follow-up attack. Okay, I was a bit concerned.
that was the follow-up attack.
I was confused for a moment. But yeah, Inzaghi looks like he's just gonna be building up Herald Burst manually, which is very unfortunate. You usually don't want to be stuck in that position, but without. Oh wait, there it is.
Okay, wait. So Inzaghi just wins. You don't even stay on Herald anymore. Just go Sayu.
Pretty much, yeah. Like Inzaghi. Inzaghi was going to be forced to spend another 3 dice to burst, but he got the talent, so it's only going to be 1, which means he can switch over to another character to get things started. Just depends on who he wants. I do think Sayu is probably the play.
There is the Gilded, and I mean, you just, like, what are you gonna do? What is 8 gonna do? There's no dice in hand. You could play, like, Boar and Heart of Kavarina over one of the current artifacts just to swap off, but, like, what's the point? It's just a slow swap to Sayu.
8 may be forced to lose Mona here. I think there's really nothing they can do about it. I think Sayu does more than enough damage to take out Mona. It at least gives him a free swap, so he can start next turn with turn prio on Shenhe, and then immediately start freezing Inzagi's side of the board, since she doesn't have any Hydro on her either.
Now the question is it worth it to just equip Wolf's Gravestone at with no discounts? Using our second Liar song, I think we're just gonna go for a whole lot of damage here.
Yeah, there's gamblers. I think it is worth going for the Wolf's Gravestone. Because with gamblers, you can get a lot of that dice back.
Oh no. This is a huge round for Inagi.
Oh, this is gonna hurt a lot. Mona goes down. Enough dice for another skill here. 8 cannot go to Faruzan. But now Shenhe has Hydro on her. Shenhe's gonna eat like enough damage to drop her down to like 1 or 2 HP, and then Chongyun just cleans up the rest. I think Inzaghi has actually secured the game with that one play.
Yeah, so yeah, with Shenhe being at 9 health, the skill is not actually going to do as much damage as it appears, but it will still chunk Shenhe down considerably.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. She's above Will's gravestone range. Forgot about that part. But yeah, it should drop her down to like 4 or 5 HP if I'm not wrong.
7 and then 7 and then 4, 2 and 3.
And there comes the curse of the undercurrent, just for good measure.
Yep.
Yeah, Inzaghi just wins here. Like Sayu will get frozen now, yes, but Chongyun is all...
Chongyun.
Oh wait, no, wait! Oh, the Herald gets pulled back to the active character. It can't freeze Sayu for free.
Man, I was saying it was a problem going in this round, but Inagi had such a strong round this time that it didn't even matter. In this case, you want this to happen. You want Herald to go down.
He actually used it for himself.
It literally doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Inagi could go to Sayu or Chongyun at this point and just win. Like, this game is over.
And whoever he attacks with will lethal Herald, giving Inzaghi a free swap as well. And Inzaghi has quick swap, even if 8 tries to delay the game. It's over. It's just over.
Just go quick swap Chongyun. And then swap back to Herald.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's what I would do. I think you're safe. I mean, you could even slow swap Chongyun. You just swap stall.
Actually, yeah.
There's so many lines you could take. There's so many things you could do here.
You could easily slow swap Chongyun. If Faruzan attacks, he loses the Hydro, so he just attacks for free.
Ooh,
extra gilded too.
Drawing another gilded does not really need another gilded, but does have a free gilded to play. Ooh. Quick swap.
Oh, there's the other one.
Wolf.
There's the other one.
You don't even need it. You don't even need it. You don't need it.
He can do it if he wants to be mean.
A skill in Chongyun is already 3+1 from freeze. Just takes out Faruzan. You don't need it.
Inzaghi, if he quick swaps here, he can lethal Faruzan. Shenhe comes back, gets the freeze. Inzaghi now just needs to be worried about the freeze chain because he only has one quick swap. Oh, burst on Herald is enough as well. Never mind. Inzaghi is fine.
You don't even need to go
no worries in the world. Inzaghi is like the top 1% right now. He has no stress in life.
Let me tell you, this is your ideal game on Sayu. This is your ideal game where you can just do a whole lot of damage and cripple your opponent round 2. This is a mega high roll, and I really like the inclusion of Herald with Sayu and just Herald making a resurgence in general, being strong in a lot of different decks because it's strong against Serpent specifically. It's strong into a lot of the current meta, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like Herald is better than Mona right now.
Yeah, I think he definitely has a lot of value in that regard. 8 now, trying to consider their possibilities. They can only really attack here and hope that Inzaghi. Actually, no, they can't even hope Inzaghi doesn't have a quick swap. He already used it. He knows it's coming. It's like, yeah, you take out the Herald, Chungyun takes the field, skill on Shenhe for almost free because of Golden Troop, plays the Wolf's Gravestone just to be mean.
Just to be mean, we are pulling 10 level mind games here, ensuring that this win carries over into another one, maybe. But congratulations to Inagi for taking game 1. As you were saying earlier, this is a bit of a rematch, right? Because 8 is the one that knocked Inagi down into the lower bracket. We were speculating whether Inagi would be able to pull off a win here, and it looks like game 1 will be going to him. So the question is, will he succeed going into game 2, or will 8 take a win off himself?
It was definitely the quickest game we've had today so far. Like, it just turned around so quickly for Inzaghi when it looked like he was having difficulty because he had to stay on Herald for so long, right? Turns out it worked to his favor. And even using Faruzan's effect of dragging the character back to active to set himself up for a great spot going into the next round shows why he is the protagonist after all. But that means that we're not going to see this Herald Sayu Chongyun deck anymore.
Yes.
And I think his remaining deck is Double Dragon. I can't remember who had the Layla one and who had the Ice Cube because one player had each.
We're gonna have to figure it out, and I mean, you know, this is open decklist conquest format, so if you're unfamiliar with what that is, you're maybe just tuning in for the first time. Conquest basically means that when you play a deck and you win with it, you can no longer play it. You can only you have to get a win with every single deck you bring, and it's open deck list, so your opponent knows everything in your deck going into your match, even gets to ban out one of your lists. So Inagi winning on that Sayu list means he can no longer play it, will be forced onto the Double Dragons list, has Cryo Cube. 8 can still play the Mona Farzan Shana deck as we're seeing here. He's gonna run it back again with that deck, see if he gets a win here. Still has Double Dragons deck with the Layla there, as you were saying, Staffa, but it's not coming out just yet.
I feel like 8 should have a slightly better matchup into this deck in particular, because Shenhe Faruzan is a slightly more aggressive deck overall, and if Inzaghi takes too long to get off the ground, if he gets unlucky with the too late, as you put it earlier, then we could see a similar case as what happened to Graphite.
I feel like I'm manifesting it at this point with that pun. It's just happening way too frequently. But in general, if you think of like deck archetypes, aggro does fare better into combo, which is what this deck Inagi is, you know, Double Dragons is Hyper Magic, which, you know, has combo elements. But we're just gonna have to see, because the issue with playing aggro, like, and 8 has this tag Unlucky Roller as well, is if you don't do well in like your first 2 rounds, it is kind of over in a lot of ways, especially up against combo, because then the tides will turn very quickly going into round 3, where Double Dragons will just take the field and sweep.
Yeah, in the past, when aggro was still more viable, Like, and before hyper magic was a concept, you definitely still saw aggro decks have ways of clawing back into games when they didn't have good starts, just because you would run a good amount of healing, some lotus flower craze here and there, or even run characters like Bennett, which would allow you to like stay and do damage over time. But more recent iterations of aggro don't do that, right? It's all about dice generation, all about utility. You don't see food being played anymore. So it's all in, right? If you don't have a good start, you're just basically out.
Yeah, so I mean, Bennett was very strong for a long time, was a staple of the meta even, but it's just a little bit too slow to get his burst off these days. And it's like what you're saying, it's like all or nothing. And so much of these decks, like the composition of these decks, is focused around card draw, especially in decks like this, which is hyper magic. Like you have dice generation and card draw, you have no sustain, and you'll normally take characters like Cryocube who have a bit of sustain already built into their deck. I mean, into their kit. Nuvolet as well as healing. Aishaha can crystallize for shields. So I mean, also treasure. I mean, you can't forget about treasure, right? For healing.
Absolutely not. Treasure just upended the meta by itself when it was introduced to the point where they had to hotfix it. So we know that it was a problem back then. But yeah,
But I
it's going to
mean,
be
yeah.
game number 2 now in our second match of the day. Inzaghi currently 1 game up and 1 game away from rewriting history and getting a little bit of revenge against a player who dropped him to the lower bracket 8.
Our protagonist has fallen, and this is his chance to rise up and prove that he deserves that protagonist name tag. Can he do it, or will 8 take a win here? 8 taking that unlucky roller tag, but honestly, is a dark horse of this Group B.
We've
Already
seen a
taking down
lot
Inzaghi
of dark
once.
horses, some surprising players, some surprising new names that have been putting up strong fights against, as you put it, juggernauts here in the TCG community. Inzaghi may be 1 game up, but he definitely cannot afford to let his guard down. Having a look at their opening hands here, lots of weapons already drawn
Ah.
for 8. Inzaghi, not the best, but I mean, Seedbox Lumenstone is something at least.
Yeah, I saw Inagi put back uh 2 cards that were not really what you want, and then got 2 cards that are again not really what you want. I guess the Veteran's Visage could be pretty okay. Um but yeah, putting back parametric, you don't want it this early. You really want card draw.
Let's see the dice as well. We've seen players in recent times get really messed up by bad dice rolls. 8. Uh, I don't think that's really what he's looking for. He wants Hydro, right? Yeah, 8's dice are not the best. Inzaki choosing to start on Astaha, actually, potentially to eat the Hydro from Mona since he does have talent in hand.
Yeah, 8's dice are not ideal whatsoever. It's very interesting you point out that Inzaghi started on Ishaha. This is an atypical start, I believe, but I think it makes sense because Inzaghi is going to swap off of Ishaha after taking the hydro damage. But it's just kind of unfortunate because Inaki is starting first and is going to be forced to do something before swapping off.
He either skills to do some damage, or he just plays talent and waits for the Hydro to come to him. And it looks like it's going to be the latter. So now, if 8 decides to skill on Mona, which he ideally would want to, it gives Inzaghi an extra stack on his burst. But what's also unfortunate for 8 is he doesn't have the dice to skill on Mona. He needs to tune a card.
This actually works out really perfect for Injagi dice wise because the veteran's visage means that when Injagi's Aishtaha is hit once, it will generate a Geo dice. And so Injagi has 2 actions here. The question is, what does he do with that dice? Does he actually do something on Aishtaha before swapping off to Cryo Cube? Or is it swap the cryo cube immediately and 2 actions on cube?
It's a good question. 8 now, going to need to make a decision. They did equip Fruit of Fulfillment on Mona for a little bit more damage. Didn't really pull out the cards they were looking for, unfortunately. So still no ramp for them to play around.
Yeah,
Hmm.
8 is like definitely not in a good situation right now. Still does not have the 3 Hydro, has not drawn any card draw at all.
Yeah,
How do
gonna
you
be
tune
forced to
Rhythm?
tune. It's unfortunate. They go for the skill just to get that set up for the potential freeze or swirl, but also playing into Inzaghi, eating the hydro, letting Azaha drink a little bit of water to hydrate.
Yeah, actually, Inagi generated 2 elemental dice there, one from Veteran's Visage and one of them just from Aisha's elemental absorption, which is pretty huge when you think about it.
And now with the dice he has left over, he just gets to build up Ice Cube Burst for free. It's just whether or not he decides to do that. He could even switch back to Aztaha and eat the Cryo on Mona now to get another burst stack and build up his burst instead. So like Inzaki has plenty of options here.
Honestly, why not swap back to Aisha? Yeah, I like this more because, I mean, the Hydra application is going to go on to someone anyway. Why not let it go back on the Aisha and get that elemental absorption like you were talking about?
Aztaha is actually drinking ice water right now. He got Hydro first, then he
Actually,
got some
drinking ice
ice
water.
later.
So
Ordered
Aisha is. Sorry, go on.
he ordered some water at the restaurant and it was lukewarm.
It's
So he had
funny
to
you say
ask for
that.
ice.
Everyone's playing freeze. There's freeze in both of these decks. How is it warm?
Who knows?
Anyway, so what I was gonna say is Isha's burst is base 4, and Ishaki already has those 2 stacks of elemental absorption on Ishaha. So Isha's burst is currently set to do 6 damage if he can get it off. He's 1 more point of energy.
What does 8 do now? If they had a quick swap here, it would be very obvious for them to go to either Farazan or Shenhe. But because they don't, they have the slow swap, which means that whoever they switch to will get afflicted with cryo straight away.
I do think it should just be Farzan here because, like, you don't really want to use the Hydro Aura on Aishtaha. I think you want some elemental application on Nuvalet if you're 8. And using up the aura just to freeze Aishtaha in this round does not feel ideal to me.
Yeah, I agree. That
But
looks
it
like
is it
8.
is a quick swap because it's Mona.
Oh, right. I can't believe I forgot about that. Alright, that they do have a quick swap then. What am I talking about? So they are able to swirl on Azaha at least. Farizan will still eat the cryo, but at least they're able to swirl before it happens. And with the King Squire as well, it should do a good amount of damage overall and set up for the potential Shenhe freeze later.
Yeah, so Injeki has to be really careful here because um Aishaha is at 4 HP. Farazan's skill is base 3 with King Squire. It is 4 exactly. So Injeki has to be fearful of losing Aishaha, which means that he can't stay on him. Ooh,
Gonna play
treasure.
Treasure quite early on
Oh,
here, actually.
wait. Is he gonna play Countdown? No way, right?
Ooh. I feel like it'd be a bit early to do that. Like,
Ah!
yeah. Ooh.
Ah!
They don't pull any treasure out, but they did get Aztaha talent, which isn't bad, actually.
Wait, but it's still possible. It's still possible. You play Lumen Stone? Because what you're looking for is treasure for specific. Oh, there it is! Specifically for the
Ooh.
breakpoint. For the 4 HP breakpoint, you play the treasure on Aisha, and you can afford to do 1 more action without swapping off. Wow.
Alright. We got something here. Hmm. Let's see. Both players still have 4 dice to play with for the rest of the round. Inzaghi has Aztaha talent, so he can prolong it if he wants to and build up burst again. Not to mention a treasure. So still at least 3 dice extra worth of value in hand. I assume that's what he's calculating right now.
Oh,
There's
there's
a
another
second one.
treasure. Though it doesn't matter for breakpoints right now, but I mean, good play if you wanted to. Proc your other Lumen Stone. That was such a funny play. Like in that case, the countdown actually worked out because Inagi was able to draw out more of his deck and keep Age the Hot healthy, so he doesn't have to swap off.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of dice generation in his hand as well. You could play Boar Princess and equip the Heart of Kovarina, as well as the Age the Hot talent you were talking about. So strat.
Ooh, there's Tula. Not too late this time.
Wow. Wait.
Definitely a good position for Inzaghi to be in, actually.
Can you just Liar Song your veteran's visage? Oh
Got the
my,
second
oh
liar song.
my, oh my. Hold on.
Is this the protagonist energy? Is this what we've been talking about all this time?
This is the high roll energy. You could play Boar and play a Heart and then reapply Visage and then play Treasure and get another dice.
And this is why turns are so long nowadays.
We're just doing this first. It's fine. No Boar right now.
Like, if I was in Inzaghi's position, I really wouldn't know what order of things to play, since, like, there's literally so many options that he could go for right now to increase the number of dice and actions he has this round.
There are very many options. Look at that. Treasure generating a Geodice and then getting another Geodice from Veteran's Visage. Now officially at 7 dice, and there it is, the Cryo skill. Aisha Spurs is ready to go, and he's not nearly in lethal range.
It would be the one he'd want to use it on is Farizan too. 6+ the crystallize would do exactly enough damage to lethal her, so 8 cannot afford to stay on her anymore.
Yep, which is unfortunate because I mean 8 does have another Unseen Razor and could go for King Squire re-equip into discounted skill, but you don't want to lose Farazan here. The Ishaha at 2 stacks of elemental absorption burst is gonna do 6+1 from crystallize. Boar.
This is a tricky. Yeah, Inzaghi is taking his time with thinking, and now 8 is gonna need to do the same because he's already a little bit on the back foot here. Like, this is not an ideal spot for him to be in, and we're seeing a little bit of the weakness with this deck as well. Like, it sounds good on paper with Paruzan and Shenhe being able to buff one another's abilities, but a lot of it comes down to just straight up aggro, which means that this deck lacks some flexibility in terms of responding to different situations.
Wait, why Boar? Play Boar. So I think Jackie just plays
Why
Aisha
Boar?
talent. I don't know. Play Boar and swapped off. Maybe he was thinking about sacrificing Farazan, then decided against it. But Inzaghi literally, I think you just Aisha talent here. You have 2 more actions.
Yeah. Like, as long as you delay until 8 can't do anything this round, then you just have free reign. That's exactly how Inzaghi won game 1.
There it is. We're just waiting.
We're just waiting and chilling. Inzaghi's taking his time. He feels very comfortable with the current circumstances. 8, I imagine, is already feeling some pressure, because even though his characters are still fairly healthy overall, you can tell that he no longer has the freedom to play the game that he wants to. It's very much a reactive spot where he has to deal with whatever Inzaghi throws at him instead of dictating the pace himself.
Now, the unfortunate thing is Inagi does not currently have gamblers in hand. Don't really want to burst Mona. You really want to burst Farazan. You could burst. Oh.
I think going for the skill here is fine. Because you have to remember, both Cryocube and New Valette have abilities that deal piercing damage to standby characters. So as long as Mona's on 1 HP, she is always at risk of being lethal.
That is true. That is true. Nuvolet's burst and also Cryo Cube's normal attack after getting that infusion from its skill, which it currently has, the little yellow sword at the bottom there, will do piercing damage to inactive characters. So Inagi does not mind putting Mona at that breakpoint. Now the question is, what do you do from here?
I think Inzaghi can afford to just leave Azdaha active. Because if 8 decides, because it means that 8 cannot switch to Faruzan, and Shenhe cannot lethal Azdaha. Like, it's perfectly fine for him to stay out. And even if he does somehow get taken out, which 8's board has no way of doing, he plays the board princess to, like, get that extra die. Oh, actually switches to Ice Cube. Okay.
So Inagi made a mistake there, played Boar Princess, kind of just for time because the timer was ticking down. But here's the problem: you don't really want to do anything here. Wait, huh? Do you actually?
I feel like he could have just stayed on Azdaha.
Huh?
Wait a minute here.
Whoa.
Is he going for another attack? Is he actually going to try and take out Mona?
Yes, but this feels very greedy. This feels very greedy. But that is exactly what's going to happen.
Especially since it gives 8 a free switch into Shenhe to freeze Cube next to him.
Just a normal attack. And yeah, So I guess Mona's Hydro application is gone now. So whenever those Hydro auras get eaten up, there will be no more. And also, there's no quick swap going from Mona to either Faruzan or Shenhe, but that was a lot of resources invested into normal attacking Mona. This is going to be a swap back on Aishaha.
I don't think this is gonna affect Inzaghi very much. Like, he's still in a very comfortable position overall.
Oh?
Huh? What's happening?
Oh, wait, I know. So this is what I was just talking about. Once those Hydro auras are eaten up, they're gone for the rest of the game. And so Inzaghi is going to let 8 freeze Nuvolette and then swap off until next turn.
I feel like he didn't need to do that, though. He could have just played around it. He has more than enough resources to play around it. Like, this is what happened with Graphite. He put Nuvolette out to eat the Hydro, and then he got one shot. Like, yeah, there's no Wanderer this time. But I don't feel like it was necessary.
This is just Inagi playing for later rounds, because, like, it's a safe play. Now Nuvolette is at 6 HP, is frozen, and you swap off. You're always intending to solo end on Nuvolette. And so I think this is fine. You swap away and then go back to Nuvolette later.
Oh, he's playing the long game. I get it. I just don't feel like it's necessary. This is why I don't invest in the stock market.
I don't think there's any stocks in TCGs.
It's a similar concept. You know? Like Inzaghi wants to invest in Nuvolette stocks, you know? Like, the stocks are gonna go up, especially once his banner comes back.
Isn't that a conflict of interest? He's like running Fontaine.
We'll never stopped anyone before. Back to the game.
So, Inagi has successfully frozen both Nuvolette and Cryo Cube. It is going to be a fast swap onto Asaha. You know, the interesting thing about the normal attack from Cryo Cube doing piercing damage to Faruzan and Shenhe is that Shenhe is now at 9 HP. So a burst from Asaha, burst is going to be a skill, but a burst from Asaha, even without the skill, would leave Shenhe at 3, and a skill would finish her off. But it will be a skill first.
Yeah. So Inzaghi did purposefully allow both Neovolet and Ice Cube to get frozen so that they would lose the Hydro Aura. Since Mona is gone, there's no longer any risk of them being frozen after this, so it's fine, I suppose. Still feel like it didn't need to happen, but if it makes Inzaghi feel better, then that's what matters, right?
There's like a lot of lines you could play here as Inagi, so you have like a bunch of cards in your hand you could just play for next round. You have the Tuli Tula, you have Gambler's Treasure. I don't think you'd ever play Lieben. But my point is that I don't know if you tune 2 and go for Ace Shahab Burst on either Shenna or Farazan, who are perfect breakpoints. Actually, it's overkill by 1 point of damage right now. Or do you invest those pyro dice into equipping Nouvelette or putting more treasure into your deck for later rounds?
That is certainly the question. Let's see. At this point, though, I do feel like it's very difficult for 8 to claw their way back into this, because they've already had to use quick swaps earlier. Inzaghi, still in a pretty good spot. Having Pryo already applied on Svoshanha and Faruzan means that Neovolet just needs to find the right time to freeze them both, and then he just takes complete control. And even in this particular spot, Inzaghi can choose to tune more dice.
Wait! Lumenstone has been procced yet. So Gamblers on to Asia. Oh, draws a treasure! Gamblers on to Asia. Plays Lieben, procs both Lumenstones. Is at 4 dice with the Gamblers equip. Will be able to burst Shunha. Get the Gamblers refresh.
And still have enough dice for one more action after that as well. Okay. Wow. Okay.
I mean, sure. Why not?
This is how you invest, people. Yeah, look at the returns.
We're learning.
It's so quick.
I mean, it's not always quick. It's not always supposed to be quick.
It's not usually supposed to be quick. It's just that Inzaghi is a protagonist. It gets
the real investment was getting knocked down into the lower bracket to earn that protagonist role. You have to stumble as the protagonist before you make your way up to the top. And that is what we're seeing here. Inzaghi bursting to take out Shunha.
You know, you are absolutely right. You gotta have like a challenge at the very beginning that like sets you back so that people can cheer for you, right? Faruzan, there is no way she is taking this game back anymore. Like, it's just done. Inzaghi is going to be able to rewrite the past and take down the player that sent him down here to the lower bracket. And it is actually, if I had a nickel for every time this has happened so far in the Pacific region, I would actually have 3 nickels.
That's a lot of nickels.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of nickels.
That's quite a couple nickels. It's happened more than twice. It's a pattern by this point.
Yeah, if it was like 50 years ago, I could buy an ice cream cone.
So the question is, what does Inagi do? I feel like the options are kind of limitless. I don't think you equip Tuli Tuli. You could play Treasure. You could just tune and skill. Okay, we're just gonna tune and skill.
If he just skills here, Faruzan is dead to like everything. Like, you could just, like, she trips on a banana peel and she just dies. It's like to that extent.
Poke her on her shoulder and she falls over.
I guess that's what happens when you're old.
Yeah, she's like grandma. That is what happens when you're old. She's very fragile.
Yeah, gotta take care of your elders. In this case, though, Inzaghi, yeah, he's got his own elder on his side of the board, so...
Multiple elders.
Multiple, actually, yeah.
It's more than one.
Actually, like, how old is everyone on Inzaghi's side of the board?
Will be a skill from Farazan, just triggering Cube's Revive. 8 not even getting one character taken out here. Inzaghi's playing Countdown, and 8's just gonna concede.
He knows it's over. And that is going to be a pretty quick, actually, clean sweep coming out of Inzaghi, who will successfully keep his spot and move on to the next stage of the losers bracket.
Yeah, so I mean, Inzaghi, our protagonist, earning that title, falling down from 8 himself to the lower bracket, and then beating 8, conquering his adversary, and making his way through the lower bracket, has another shot, one life left. Congratulations to Inzaghi.
It's exactly like a TV show, right? You lose once, you learn how to beat them, you go through a training arc, and you come back stronger to finish
Mhm.
the job. We gotta give props to 8. They played an amazing game and did really well as well to be the first player to knock Inzaghi down in the first place. I'm looking forward to their potential as they grow in future tournaments.
Definitely. I mean, it's always awesome seeing new faces here on the big screen. And, if you want to get involved too, if you see yourself playing a bunch of TCG and making it onto the big stage to have us cast over your matches, just make sure you're following Astro Carnival socials. Just basically stay up to date with the news going on, see how you can enter your next tournament, and make your way to the Prince Cup tournaments like these players. But congratulations once again to Injagi. Definitely someone favored in Group B to be making it to that top 8, whether it's upper or lower bracket. We're gonna have to see if he makes it later on.
Yep. Group B definitely spicing up a little bit here, guys. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying the Prince Cup so far. To think that we're only in week 3, we're only like halfway through the regular season. There's still so much more to go. But yes, we can see the updated brackets. Inzaghi going to officially move on to the loser's third round,
Ooh.
where he'll wait for his next opponent between Graphite and Magician.
The other part of being a protagonist is how grueling the journey is climbing back up. And when you look at this, he was knocked down from the very first match against 8 and has fought his way through 2 best of 3 so far, clinging on to his spot in the lower bracket. Has 2 more to go until that promotion. We're gonna have to see if he can do it, but up next, after a short break, it will be Graphite versus Magician.
It's gonna be fun to see what happens there. Magician has been able to make some very interesting plays in the past, and Graphite, unfortunately, got hit pretty hard in the first match of the day, ending up losing a series that he could have very easily swept, showing that even the smallest mistake can cost you dearly. Hopefully, he's been able to regroup himself, reset his
Yeah.
mind, because going into a new series with a new opponent is a difficult thing.
For sure. I mean, I hope, after this best of 3, maybe Graphite was able to rest his mental a bit, figure out what decks he wants to bring, because I do feel like after game 2, letting Nouvelette just be exposed and ready to get hit by the Wanderer Fast Swap Kalxar burst just really threw him off going into game 3. So hopefully he's had time to recuperate, and we're gonna give him another 10 minutes actually to rest his mind. We'll be seeing you very soon. We're gonna go to a break before we play our next set.
Yep, we'll see you guys then. The Prince Cup returns to grace your screens with even more Genshin TCG action. Welcome back, travelers and Genshin TCG fans. You're currently watching the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region, where we're currently on Game 3 of our third week of the competition. My name is Staffa, and once again, I'm joined by Windflower Leah.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction, Staffa. We are here going into our third set of matches for the day, and then afterwards we'll be swapping off. We'll have some new casters coming on and saying hi, but we're going to be completing our lower bracket matches. Let's see. We had Graphite versus Jen, with Jen winning and advancing to the upper bracket finals, correct? And so Graphite got knocked down to face against Magician, which is the match coming up now. And just now we watched Inagi versus 8, which was the rematch of the Century in Group B, with Inagi coming out on top and advancing. So the winner of Graphite versus Magician will go on to face against Inagi.
Yeah. It's gonna be a tough matchup. Whoever has to go up against Inzaghi, it definitely seems like he's regained a little bit of his protag energy based on how he performed in that previous match. But Graphite and Magician are both players with strengths in their own rights. After all, every single player that has qualified to the Prince Cup so far has had to play through many different challenges to get to this point. So you cannot underestimate any opponent that you come face to face against.
Definitely not. And I mean, I think in Group B, there are a lot of players that we don't have official tournament record history of or for. Like, of course, these players are very active in the community. This Genius Invocation TCG has a very vibrant international community, and even through language barriers, players are always trying to talk to each other and learn what is good, what's not good, and just get practicing, etc. But that doesn't always translate to these active community members making it to the big screen to have their matches casted over by us. So it's always great to see new faces and to see them prove themselves, right? So, and then they're up against people like Inzaghi who have such strong tournament records, so many different showings. It's big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I think the shoes have been filled so far this tournament very well. In fact, we're seeing the cycling of brand new talent in the TCG community, and I think that's a great sign because it just shows that Genius Invocation is growing even further, and we're getting even more eyes on all of this competition, which is great. Hopefully, we get to see even more new names come around in the future. But for now, we need to settle on which of these remaining players will get to move on to the live event. With the previous game, we're actually down to only 5 remaining players in Group B, and after this, that number will go down to 4.
Indeed. So, I mean, the names that are grayed out here, Yuyan, Shuke, and 8, they have all unfortunately been knocked out of the Prince Cup Pacific Tournament entirely, and only 2 players can make it out of each group, so 3 more are gonna have to go. And it's unfortunate to watch these players drop out one by one, but that's just the name of the game. It's what happens. You're in it to win it, and if someone wins, someone else has to lose.
There's always going to be a winner, and in order for there to be a winner, there has to be a loser. It's unfortunate, but that is the nature of competition, right? That's why you always gotta make sure that you're at the top of your game, that you're always performing at 100%, because a single mistake is all it takes for momentum to swing around completely. And one of these players already had the unfortunate fate of having to encounter that previously. So we're hoping that they've been able to rest, relax, and reset.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, here we go. Here are the decks between these players. Graphite, the professional top decker, choosing to run Nouvelette again. Dice Magician. I love it. The Magician's tag is Dice. Okay. I love that. But it looks like we're going to be seeing this Risley Freeze deck, Freezely, as I like to call it.
Freezely has definitely
for
worked quite
Risley.
well. Yeah.
For Risley, yeah.
It's worked quite well against various decks. It's a little bit weaker against decks like Conwhale that are able to like operate at a
Well,
quicker tempo than it. But we basically will have a freeze mirror here a little bit with Graphite playing the Layla version of the Double Dragon deck.
both of them are playing Layla instead of Cryo Cube, noticeably. Also, Graphite bringing that Kuki Kubaba Herald deck that has just, honestly, it has seen a resurgence. It got pretty popular towards the end of last patch's meta, and it took a little bit of a dive into this patch, but I think players are starting to bring it more and more as they see what their opponents are bringing. It's just it's proving to be really strong, especially with Herald. But also the Consecrated Beast Whale deck earning its ban rate. Both bans.
The ban rate is really going up today, that's for sure. It looks like there's a lot of players that are just not too confident enough to say that they want to go up against it just yet. So for now, we're going to see them lean towards these mid-range kind of stall decks, which means that we're probably going to get slightly longer games as well for this series.
Yeah, but I mean, so this is not a mid-range stall deck here. At least we do have the Double Dragons Hyper Magic deck. This is looking to do a lot of damage and end the game around round 3. And of course, you know, you don't have to do all of your damage on round 3. Ideally, you cripple your opponent by round 2 if you roll well enough, if you draw well enough. But we're just gonna have to see what happens, and hopefully, Graphite playing this Nouvelette again does not make the same mistakes from last time.
And I think it's really interesting as well that from the Double Dragon decks we've seen all throughout today, we've been seeing Aztahar shine a lot more than Nouvelette, even though Nouvelette is usually the anchor for this particular archetype, just because due to his status as the main carry, he is oftentimes targeted, which makes it very difficult for him to take the field, and you really gotta be opportunistic with that timing.
Yeah, I really like this Double Dragon deck for that reason, because you don't just have one carry. Aztahar can also sweep. Like, let's be real. Aztahar is very strong too. I mean, ideally you have Nouvelette with Tula going for freezes and prepared normals, but that's not always what's going to happen, especially as Nouvelette is targeted more and more. But here we have Magician's deck. I really like this deck. It has a lot of value in it. But I personally find it really difficult to pilot. So hopefully Magician can teach me a thing or two.
If you ask me personally, all of these decks are difficult to pilot. That's the whole reason I'm here and not over there. But hey, it's a good time regardless. We do have the Mausoleum, which does match very well into the Double Dragon deck, since that's a deck that wants to pull a lot of cards. Yeah, like, I do think Furiesly can be tricky to play, because while there is certainly a lot more flexibility in terms of who takes the field, it also means you have to be smarter with making those decisions.
Here we have the pre-match data for both these players, starting with Graphite. Average rounds being 5, that checks out for what we've been seeing today. These games have gone on fairly long. Usually if I see high average normal attacks, it tells me there's a lot of combo being played. You know, Nouvelette's using a lot of normal attacks specifically, but yeah, honestly, when the games go on so long, I feel like those stats are always going to be blown up.
You can see that 5 average rounds as well, being right on the edge of the Pentagon, means that most games are only lasting around 5 rounds these days. But it does feel very long because each of these rounds just takes a lot longer than it used to. And the fact that previously as well we saw the strongest single strike being 11 and still being so low on the Pentagon just shows how much Inagi's 40 damage strike has skewed that statistic.
Average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds. So that's 5 actions there for Magician in the on average first 3 rounds, huh? It's a lot of actions, honestly. But here we go. Game 1, set 3. Graphite, the professional top decker versus Magician, the Dice Magician. I honestly love that title.
A greater matchup has never been seen here on the lands of the Prince Cup. So without further ado, let's jump on into the third match of the day between Graphite and Magician. And as per usual, QR code right there in between the two players. Scan it
Go
right
fill it
now.
out.
Tell us
Yeah.
what you guys think. All this feedback will go towards making even better TCG events for all of you.
Make sure you tell us what you like and what you don't like, positive or negative. Anything you want to see, any ideas you have, send them in. It's very much appreciated.
So now we will get to see what the opening characters are going to be for both these players. For Furiously, you would usually start on Farina, but they've actually started on Herald this time.
No. So I mean, Herald Float 8 tends to be the play when you have Herald, but the issue I'm having right now, okay, look at Magician's hand. I'm
Double
sorry.
Lumenstone.
Double Lumen Stone and early Mausoleum.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. That has a lot of potential to mess with things, actually.
That is that is especially against hyper magic deck like Double Dragons, which is looking to draw out all the cards in the first 2 rounds going into round 3. You do not want that Mausoleum in round 1.
Yeah, that can be really debilitating, especially since right now we can see that Graphite's hand doesn't really have the cards you'd want to play around it, like the Lear Harbor War, for example. So Magician has a chance of really crippling Graphite's side of the field right away, especially since they are playing a slightly slower style with Layla instead of Ice Cube.
There we go. Lila is also floating it, not even seeing her skill. Ending on 1 Omni is a little awkward, but Magician is going to play double Lumenstone. This should definitely be Mausoleum, right? This has to be Mausoleum.
It depends on what they want to do with the rest of their dice this round. If they want to save, if they want to like play veterans or something, then actually no. Yeah, if they go for an attack or if they equip like the tree cost artifact, they will have 1 left over from Mausoleum anyway. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll just see Magician plop it down along with whatever else they intend to do.
Yeah, so I mean, Magician, yeah, Mario shall say Hunter into Farina's Farina's talent. This is kind of awkward. Veteran's Visage. Interesting.
Ooh, Herald talent. Pretty nice timing there. Also gets the dice back to potentially play Mausoleum, and
Yep, there is Mausoleum with that last dice generated from Lumenstone, using up those dice perfectly to equip everything. That is I think it speaks for itself.
indeed. Alright, let's see what's gonna happen next. Magician sets themselves up in a pretty good spot already to kick things off here in this round. But if Graphite times it correctly, we know that Freeze is going to be the major player here. Both players gonna be able to get some pretty solid dice overall, too. Nothing too cringe in terms of dice rolls. So I'm really interested to see what happens because I expect that we're not gonna see anything too pivotal, like until round 3 at least.
Honestly, I think Dice Magician's also Card Magician. I mean,
I would
look,
not
there's
be
cards.
surprised.
There's cards in like the little profile picture there. So
Mm,
I'm in awe of that turn 1. But Graphite playing a ton of cards here. 1 more card will activate that Mausoleum, though.
yeah, that is very scary. That what Graphite needs to do now, ideally, is not play any other card draw for the rest of this round, so that their natural draw at the end can proc it on its own and just insert like I think 3 Forbidden Knowledge maximum. If they draw any more this round, they put themselves in a really tough spot.
Thankfully, I don't think there's anything else in hand that is really going to draw anything. Lumenstone's already procced. I think Graphite is just going to use the dice in hand. Please do not play Countdown.
Please don't. Like, that's just throwing the game at that point. It's not the first time we've seen a player keep drawing when there's a mausoleum already procced. And we've already seen what that can do. They played a Tule Tula instead, which is great. Like, we literally have not been able to see Tule Tula on New Valet, like, all day properly. So maybe for once, the old man can get to do something.
Cryo application onto Layla. And it's just going to be another swap back onto Harold. I'm not really sure how much cryo application on Layla matters specifically, but it is one step.
It is one step indeed. The thing about Layla is that she's very much just a skill once and then don't care about her for the rest of the game kind of character. That's the value that she has. I personally don't really like the Layla variant of this deck. I much prefer the Ice Cube variant because I think it's a little bit more dynamic. But this version does allow a little bit more control early on regarding freeze, since Nuvolet can technically proc it on his own if you time it correctly.
3 Forbidden Knowledge into Graphite's deck. Now the question is, can Magician draw another Mausoleum quickly? Treasure.
That's quite early to play Treasure.
Countdown.
Pulls out both Forbidden Knowledge.
There's one more. There's one more.
Oh, there's one more. Okay, yeah. They did generate 3. But that should help a little bit, at least, to get some of that out of the way. It draws the Azaha talent as well, so the ability to delay things a little bit. Magician has definitely been taking things very slowly, though. The thing is, on both Nuvolet and Risley, they are the types of characters that you cannot afford to allow to have dice advantage at the end round. Like, both of them are so dice efficient with their damage that you just gotta make sure that you're always matching in terms of dice economy.
Now, Magician's dice are not great.
That is the thing. Not so dice magician-y right now. Do they have a gilded? I can't remember what artifacts they have equipped right now.
So, Harold has Veteran's Visage, and Risley has Marshall Say Hunter.
So no gilded to play with the Liar Songs tune either. I guess that's why they decided to go to Farina.
There wouldn't be any gilded in this deck anyway, because you're running 2 Hydro and you need 3 characters of different elements to make maximum, like, to basically make bringing gilded efficient. So instead of gilded, you have dice and card draw, dice generation card draw from Veteran's Visage and Marshall Say Hunter. So the ideal artifacts are already on, but they do require you to be hit or healed. So, I mean, that's where Treasure comes in, but most likely Magician is just going to Farina's skill and maybe play his own Treasure considering the bad dice.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. I already went into this match with the expectation that it's probably going to be a little bit slower than the matches we've seen so far. And so far, definitely living up to that. Herald Talent gonna be equipped quite early on. Draws another more Chesay Hunter and a Treasure. The Magician does have dice to make things happen with this round. Even uses the Marachase to eat up the unmatching dice and put down the healing summon from Farina.
Why not? I mean, so if Farina gets hit, she's gonna generate a Hydro dice, which is gonna go to Vanarana. And then when she's healed, Magician will draw a card. And then if it procs a 4th time, it's another Hydro dice. So why not, right?
Yeah. Actually, it's a very useful artifact that works well with this deck because of how like Farina works with healing and Risley as well, doing a lot of self-damage and healing. It's a deck that feeds into itself very easily.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, so the heal from Farina's summon will actually proc a whole lot of dice generation. Yeah, so you can afford to swap on the Herald here. because the healing from the summon is going to proc both veterans VC John Herald and Marshall Say Hunter on Risley.
And it's actually an interesting sort of interaction as well with the Farina summon because of how Herald only has 6 max HP. You can use that to end up healing Farina instead. And because like there are effects on if your character has like a less than a certain amount of HP, you get a little bit of extra healing as well. So that also kind of ends up working for one another.
Drawing back the Gilded with Liar's Song, re-equipping it on Ishtaha. Now the question is, what is the goal here? It will be a slow swap on the Ishtaha.
Well, both players don't really have a lot of dice to play with anymore, though Graphite does still have enough if he wants to treasure out. We'll just use 1 to feed into Vanarana for next turn. And I think this is going to be the round where we actually see something happen, because up until now it has all been set up, because both these decks are a little bit more mid-range.
I'm not too sure how I feel about what Graphite just did, like using the treasure to bring Ishtaha up. Maybe if Graphite generated another Geo, would have went for another action, but in this case just fed it to Vana. I'm not too sure what the point of that was, but
Well, Magician does have turn priority. Yeah, actually, it didn't really feel necessary. They could have very easily saved the treasure for next round as well. Oh, wait, no. It's like... Wait, no, yeah. They could have actually played it this round. Yeah, I'm not too sure why they did that, but I don't think the semantics of it are too important because it ends up with the same effect of providing that extra dice anyway. Magician gonna get more treasure in hand. Both these decks gonna have a lot of tools to play with, but for now, Graphite's dice definitely looking a lot better as compared to Magician's.
Yeah, this is a bit rough here. Magician playing Strat, swapping to Risley, really needs any usable. Because ideally you kind of want to apply some kind of elemental application to Ishtaha, but if you don't, that judgment. If you don't have the right dice, what are you supposed to do? You don't want to tune anything in your hand.
A Magician has a lot of value in their hand right now. They have treasure in order to give themselves more dice that they can use at least, but it's still not quite going to match up against Graphite. They already have things plotted out nicely for this round. 3 Geo, 3 Hydro.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Graphite's pop-off round, so that judgment is basically shutting down anything Magician could hope to do, and when you look at Magician's hand, it's full of event cards. You have 3 treasure, 2 liar song, countdown, and then 2 cost food. All of those are going to be blocked by judgment. You have to play 3 of them before you can play anything else. And yeah, you might just have to burn through your treasures if you're a Magician.
But burning through treasures always feels like really bad. It's the least impactful cards to get rid of here. Like, they could maybe get rid of 1 food as well, but yeah, all of their cards are pretty important. And unfortunately, for both players, actually, like, a lot of elemental application has so far just been avoided. Like, only now do we actually see an element being applied on a character that isn't Layla or Farina. And even on Azda, Graphite can manage it somewhat because he just played the talent, absorb the cryo, and he gets the ability to do that himself.
Forbidden Knowledge, drawing a treasure, and also Seed Box. And honestly, Graphite might just go for another Aishaha talent just to buy time, wait for Magician to basically exhaust all the actions it could take. There it is at 13 dice now, not even counting what he has in hand. This is definitely Graphite's pop-off round. Look how many those are Hydro or Omni.
And a Magician would ordinarily still be able to deal with this somewhat because they have 3 treasures in hand, right? But because of the passing of Judgment, Yeah, looks like they're gonna start playing some of those. At the very least, they
Rip.
do still count towards the Lumen Stones, so they're able to draw another treasure here. Also a Stove
Ah,
God. So
stove
maybe
could be pretty big.
maybe a chance to pull out more.
Macarons onto Ricely, drawing Golden Troop. I don't think you want that at this point. It will just be a swap onto Herald, threatening that freeze onto both Layla and Aishtaha.
And you can't really afford to let Risley continue to be active here. They were already lucky that they didn't end up taking any damage previously from Graphite, who chose not to go for that, instead playing the Aztha talent. So going on to Herald will allow Magician to reposition a little bit, as well as eat the elemental application to avoid the chance of Risley being frozen. Because right now, both players actually have a lot of dice to play with, and being frozen would limit their options quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, having dice to use only counts so far as actually being able to use it, right? So, the freeze threat is definitely threatening. This treasure is going to proc the last of the veteran's visage. Liar Song to re-equip. I wonder if we're gonna see Stove to draw out more treasure. For now, it's just a skill.
The thing is, I don't know if there's a lot more treasure left in the deck, right? Magician has already had to play 3 to cancel out Passing of Judgment.
True.
So I don't think it's worth spending Stove God here. Considering we have to remember this is only like round 3 as well, so they wouldn't actually draw that many cards. Uh, Yeah, Graphite still gonna choose to play it safe, not gonna reveal New Bullet for the same reason that Magician will not reveal Risley, and they're just gonna swap stall here until they get the chance for New Bullet to do his thing, because he's got 9 dice to play with, and they're all Hydro.
Yeah, and Nuvolet is also equipped with that Tule Tula. So, I mean, Graphite is in the perfect position right now to cripple his opponent or even go for the win this round. Just has to basically stall out Magician's round.
Hmm, what does Magician do in this spot? It's going to be rough for them to match in terms of swap stalling as well, because they don't have as many dice as Graphite, and it's a little bit more difficult for them. They will decide to just proc the shatter here to take out Aztaha, but this will unfortunately put them down to 2. And Graphite now actually gets the chance to play on Nuvalet, who, by the way, got Tula Tula equipped very early on.
Yeah, and this freeze on Herald basically ensures there's not going to be any Hydro application this turn, especially considering Magician's dice. You can't really do an action on Risley, an action on Farina, and Farina does not have on-demand Hydro application right now, so yeah. This will trigger Herald's Revive, but Graphite noticeably went for a skill there to get a second Source Water Droplet. Has 2 of those prepared normals basically ready to go with the Tule Tula and plenty of dice to use them. So all Magician could do is swap Risley, but it's not really gonna help in the long run.
What does help is the fact that Abyss Talon was actually equipped a lot earlier on. So Curse of the Undercurrent is actually applied, which should help limit the number of potential actions Graphite can go for this round. And since they need another 3 attacks to get Layla's proc out, it could be enough to prevent Risley from being frozen here.
Yeah, this So the food that was played on Risley before is definitely gonna keep him healthy. But Nuvalet has 1 more prepared normal left with the Source Water Droplet and has enough dice to burst as well.
Magician is actually getting a lot of dice back from the artifacts here. Ooh, treasure, quick swap. Mausoleum, probably a bit too late to play at this stage.
Do you treasure to no, just what? Huh?
Macaron on Farina. Looks like he's gonna switch to Farina and end turn
Yeah.
here. Risley's not gonna be able to do too much more for now.
This deck that Magician is playing just has so much value in it. Like the sustain is something else. Graphite has so much dice to work with, but Magician is just able to heal everything. Like through the macarons and also treasure.
Hmm. Let's see. Magician. Oh, actually gonna play the Mausoleum and the Hydro Resonance, which I think is good to get everyone topped up before they end their round, just in case Graphite has even more dice hidden in there. Magician does not mind losing Farina here if it has to happen, but there is actually a pretty solid chance that she survives because Curse of the Undercurrent is still gonna be out there preventing Graphite from doing anything too heavy.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Graphite is despite this being his pop-off round, um, that Mausoleum coupled with the quick swap in hand for Magician is going to seal the fate in a lot of ways, unfortunately. Oh,
And
wait,
look,
Wharf? Wait, this is
yeah,
perfect.
Magician does actually end up surviving the round with quite healthy as well. Barely any damage taken in total there, thanks to all the healing procs. They unfortunately do still have quite a lot of elemental aura applied, but this is one reason why I personally don't like Layla compared to the Ice Cube. Because of the way her skill works, it's very easy for your opponent to decide who eats the Layla skill proc. And if Magician times it correctly, Risley can just take control.
Graphite noticeably dodged the extra forbidden knowledge by swapping Layla, playing Seabox into Liyue, Wharf. Because the 2 card draw from Wharf and then the 2 natural card draw at the end of turn just generated 2 forbidden knowledge, and that's it. So that status has ran out with minimal forbidden knowledge generated, but it did mean that they couldn't go for another action. Graphite also has that Curse of the Undercurrent to fight through, and I mean, it's still possible though. There's a lot of dice generation in Graphite's hand, but Magician needs to manage the elemental auras really well. That cryo aura on Nuvolette is also very threatening.
Unfortunately, the only one I can freeze Neuvillette with it is Herald, so that does make it a little bit awkward for Magician depending on the positioning. Uh, Magician's goal here is basically setting up in a position where Furina eats the cryo
Ooh.
application from Layla's skill.
Heart of Karina into Forbidden Knowledge, and this will actually draw a card. Is it what Graphite wants? It's 2 treasures.
When 2 treasures is going to be pretty good. At this point, the more treasures you have in hand, the more flexible you're going to be able to play. The healing and extra dice will be able to prolong turns for you quite easily. So even with Azlaha down, we remember that Graphite's deck, as long as New Valette gets equipped and is able to pop off, he can just 1v3 if necessary.
I'm trying to remember if Graphite ever played Quick Swap. There's 1 copy of it in the deck. Magician knows it's there. And so I think I don't remember if it was played or not. If it wasn't played, the Magician just did such a bold move, going to Herald, threatening a freeze on Nuvolette unless Graphite has a quick swap over to Nuvolette. If it was already played, then this was very calculated, obviously.
And when you play decks like this, like the amount of calculation you have to do is honestly insane to me. And that's why I personally can never play decks like this. It's just way too out of my alley. But right now, Magician's still in a good position because you can see that they're quite comfortable with continuing to stay on the Herald
Yep.
to attack. Because as long as either Furina or Herald eats the proc from Layla's skill, which is going to happen after 1 more attack, then it's just free for Risley to take the field himself. Ooh, second
I think
Vanaranan.
this is interesting. Swap off onto Freenam. So I was under the impression that you could just stay on Herald and basically skill because Graphite can never swap to Nouvellette, like ever. If
Yep.
Graphite swaps to Nouvellette gets frozen. So it's threatening a freeze. But
I think he's
Magician
trying to
does have
bait
that
it.
quick swap in hand. Yeah. Magician does have that quick swap in hand. So slow swap back onto Farina. We'll see if Graphite will actually take the bait and swap to Nouvellette.
I think what Magician's going to do here is swap stall between Furina and Herald. Every time he's on Furina, if Graphite bites the bait and goes to New Valette, he can just quick swap back and freeze him. And if he doesn't, then Magician just plays for the line of throwing 4 dice into Vanarana for next turn.
Here we go. This should be a quick swap.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, quick swap freeze. It does mean that he won't be able to feed both Vanaranas. But freezing New Valette when Graphite still has 6 dice is going to be pretty valuable.
Magician thinking hard. Is that what he wants to do? Is this the round where he wants to deal a lot of damage? Because obviously, if Magician goes to Herald and skills and freezes Nouvellette, then Graphite just swaps back to Layla and has plenty of dice to probably take Herald out with normals.
So looks like we will see the quick swap into Herald. Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and freeze Nouvellette. Don't even need the burst because the undercurrent is still there.
Yeah, you don't need to burst. The undercurrent is still there, and then a slow swap onto Layla means hydro application will be applied onto her as well for no extra cost.
Pretty good spot here. Graphite, I think they might just have to burst on Layla so as not to waste their dice. And the cryo application is probably going to be pretty good. I think Magician can afford to just end turn on Herald here. Like, at this point, he's already done more than enough.
There is the burst, and it does take out Herald.
Yeah, then do you go for Arena and end here? Or do you actually... It might be worth to end on, Risley instead. Because then he eats the proc, he eats the... Like, you eat it on Risley to take away the Hydro, then you end on Farina, so that the Layla summon takes away her Hydro. So now there's no Hydro.
This is ideal. Now Graphite's stacks for Layla's Starry Night are at 0, so and it has to fight through the Curse of the Undercurrent that is still applied. So it's gonna be hard to build those stacks back up again quickly for Graphite. So there's not gonna be a lot of cryo application after this end of turn burst summon. So this will enable Magician to go Risley at some point.
Yeah, Magician is definitely now the one with control of the tempo here. They still have to be very wary because unfortunately they haven't pulled out Risley's weapon yet, and they are still dealing with Graphite's New Valette, who has the Tula. Plus, we already know how easily New Valette can carry games solo just by his self-healing and damage.
Yeah, I know early iterations of this Risley freeze deck were taking cash flow supervision for the additional value, but Magician specifically took Tula. Oh, there it is, as soon as I'm saying it. And again, it's coming out. What round is this?
Round 4 or 5, I think. I forgot which one specifically, but definitely 4 or 5.
It should be round 5.
Yeah, actually, now you point out, yeah, it should be round 5. Because of how long these turns are, it is getting a lot more difficult to keep track these days.
It blocked it. We couldn't see which round it was, but here we go. Forbidden Knowledge. Once again, drawing card with Heart of Cavarina. It is a treasure. Graphite has a lot of dice in hand.
Yeah, 3 treasures. Strategize. Will it pull out more? It pulls out another. Also a Veterans with 2 Boar Princes. Graphite, like you mentioned, has a lot of dice in hand to play with. The 0 Hydro was rolled here, so a little bit unfortunate. But I think if they want to start re-threatening Magician, they might
Hmm.
want to consider scaling on Layla to get the stacks back up to 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like using all the treasure on Layla. I feel
Ooh,
like
quick swap.
quick swap, that could be pretty useful, but I feel like this is a bit rough. But there is one skill, one stack of Curse of the Undercurrent left over. Now the question is, does Magician feel comfortable enough swapping over to Risley now? Nope.
It's not a bad time to do it, actually. They go for the Farina skill refresh. Graphite does end up going for the quick shot on New Valette, so we're going to see Farina get frozen here, as well as the burst, doing some good damage overall. If you ask me personally, I feel like Magician could have actually switched to Risley in the last round. Because now he's in a tricky spot where he has to slow swap to Risley.
No, last round. No,
Ooh,
you don't
hold
want
on, hold
Risley.
on.
Wait.
I forgot about the egg. He doesn't have to slow swap to Risley. He can use the Herald as a pivot.
I mean, I think you're fine to swap to Risley right now. Because there's no freeze threat on Risley. You kind of don't want the
There's no
aura.
freeze threat, but there is damage threat. Risley's only on 6 HP. That is not the healthiest.
Nivelette won't do enough damage, especially with the treasure in hand. So I think you're safe to swap onto Risley and then go Herald after.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm having some difficulty figuring this out myself. I'm very bad at piloting these types of deck archetypes.
So if you get burst off on Risley, it'll apply cryo and then do a follow-up hit basically. And Nivelette will be at pretty low health, and then Magician should be able to swap to Herald.
Okay, the rest of the treasure going to be spent on Graphite here. Unfortunately, it doesn't really get the dice that he's hoping for, but does go for the skill onto Risley, dropping him to 4 HP, and now Magician will have the freedom to start whacking himself. He's got 2 treasures as well, so he can definitely keep Risley topped up. He's also got 2 Letulas, but unfortunately, he's not going to have enough dice to play both.
I don't think you play Tula here. I think you want to treasure above the breakpoint and burst. Interesting.
Oh.
So you could also swap Saul. This is gonna be only 4 damage on Farina. So she's still alive. You could swap back over to Risley again and not really be under threat. Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna take a lot of damage, but I think Magician is prioritizing just having his characters alive by the end of the turn here. But I personally am concerned about whether or not this might be a bit slow. Because, like, yes, he's keeping his characters alive, but he's also taking a lot of damage at the same time. And now we can see that the Layla skill has been built up to 3 stacks once again. What do you do now? Like, you just have to... You do have to sacrifice someone at this point.
This is a bit rough because if you double treasure, you are still only at 4 HP. I think you have to sacrifice Farina.
Yeah, I think so. Farina
Or no, you should go Herald.
No, I think you can probably sacrifice Farina. She's on the lowest HP. She's frozen. Her summon has still 2 usages. I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, this game isn't gonna last another 2 rounds.
Countdown.
Oh,
Draw more
what?
treasure. Wait.
All right.
Wait, that
I-
was calculated.
I forget that Magician's entire deck right now is treasure.
Is literally treasure. Now you can go for Ricely Burst and not fear. The breakpoints are actually just perfect.
Doesn't have a way to quick swap freeze. But he can continue doing damage, and then if Nuvalet lethals Risley, Harold can finish the job with
But
the
it
treasure.
won't happen. It won't happen. I think the goal is to keep Cryo Aura applied onto Nuvalet for next turn for Herald to basically freeze Nuvalet out. And now Graphite has used all of the resources. Like, both these players have used basically all their resources.
Magician, I'm not sure how many cards Magician has left in their deck. But they can actually tune cards into another countdown to pull out even more treasure.
I think Magician just ends. I think Magician just ends. And then
if they end the
Hydro
summon,
Aura's cleansed. They end first.
Yeah, they end the summon will take out the Hydro Aura on Risley. The Furina summon will heal everyone up a little bit. But it's still very close, actually.
It is very close, but I think Magician is managing these breakpoints really well, knowing there's really nothing Graphite can do, especially after using all of their resources. All these characters are surviving on Magician's side. Same HP, 3 across the board. Drawing out the last of his treasure.
Both players have pulled their entire decks. There is no deck left.
Graphite finally found his other Liar Song.
It was at the bottom of the deck, huh? That feels rough.
It really was.
Alright, we're coming down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen. No cards left on either player's deck. The cards you see in hand are all they have left to work with. Magician was able to pass 3 dice with Vanarana into this round, and they have turn priority. Risley won't do quite enough to finish off Nuvalet, I think even with Tula, but it should be enough to let Harold finish the job. And then after that, dealing with Layla shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah, so a swap onto Farina, any hit whatsoever onto her is going to take her out. There's no way to avoid killing her, especially with Layla's Starry Nights at 4 stacks. So this is probably going to force Graphite to swap to Layla. So we're swap stalling. What else are you going to do?
Next? Magician ideally doesn't want to lose Harold. Farina is the most expendable character on their side.
You go back to Risley. Why not?
If you go back to Risley, a Layla normal attack would kill him, right? I don't think you can afford that just yet. Yeah, you stay on Farina.
A Layla normal would not be enough. It's only 2 damage.
But with her stars, her skill.
Oh, right.
So you can't
have to stun Farina. You cannot, huh?
Ooh. I haven't seen a match come down to this like in a long time here. We're seeing all sorts of games here today, guys.
Yeah, so Graphite's gonna have to steal Layla, but then also wait.
Are we just gonna have Layla and Farina whacking each other for a while? Because neither player can afford to switch off of these characters. But then wait.
Noticeably, Farina couldn't even burst there. Had to go for normal because the threat, like, the only ultimate Hydro application she has is from her burst. So Graphite can't swap from Layla to Nuvalet. Like, basically, Graphite has to stay on Layla.
But Graphite cannot afford to attack on Layla either, because if he attacks, then Layla's skill gets procced and Magician can switch.
Graphite has been backed into a corner. It looks like we are going to use the Starry Night stacks, though. Oh. There is the Gambler's Equip. And there's normal. Right.
Farina gonna finally face the end of a long vigil here. Do you go to Risley? Yeah, you go to Risley.
Yeah, you go to Risley and you freeze.
Does Tula
Get
Tula a
him.
lethal?
I don't know if you want lethal. I don't think you want a lethal. I think you want Graphite
That is
to
fair,
be forced
yeah.
to slow swap. Yeah.
Alright,
Treasure
one
for
more
2
bit on
dice.
healing.
Frozen.
Layla. So Graphite cannot delay on Layla by attacking either. He has to go to New Valette. And it has to be a slow swap, which allows Magician to deal more damage. Yeah, Magician has this now. This is Magician's game. It has really come down to the wire.
It really has, but normal attack, 2 damage without Tula Tula, and then you just go for the burst to finish it off.
Feels bad that the last card left in Graphite's hand is a Forbidden Knowledge. He sure wishes he had something else to use. But New Valette isn't going to be able to do enough damage to finish off Risley here. Just goes for the burst for that final play. And Risley should be able to land the final blow here on New Valette. And with Layla frozen, she can do nothing either but wait for the end.
There is the Tula Tula. This will make it 3 damage on hit. The follow-up will take out Layla. Magician taking game 1 against Graphite in this 3rd set. So, I mean, we were biting our nails by the end there, right, Safa? Like,
yeah,
these games are always so tense, especially like watching stall matches play out like that. It's just
like every single it just turns into a chess match at a certain point where you have to think so hard about every single play. But I think Magician did a very good job there of making sure that Risley was always in the correct position and even spreading out damage correctly so that he could keep all of his characters alive until the end with that fried egg as well. Having that extra character advantage made a big difference because we did see Graphite lose Azdaha quite early on and no longer have the benefit of a second carry.
Yeah, I mean, Graphite was really just trying to keep New Valette alive, but New Valette had a target over his head, and Magician just played that so well, I think. A lot of it just came down to the pure value that is packed in that Risley freeze deck, because the healing from macarons, just letting Magician sustain against Graphite's pop-off round, New Valette just wasn't able to get out enough damage, even with Tula Tula equipped on the round that had a ton of dice. It's really hard to say what could have been done better on Graphite's side, just because of how complex these games get. I feel like when you are up against something like this Risley freeze deck, which is high in value and sustain, it's very stally in nature, but it's also combo. Because you're waiting for this, like, 6th round or whatever to actually pop off on Risley. Or Herald, I guess. Just depends on where the applications are and who's actually left alive. It's such a high skill ceiling, I think. It's just really hard.
It's definitely something that I wouldn't be able to execute myself. Nowhere close to these players. So honestly, props to both sides. Magician was the one who ended up coming out on top. The Graphite did not make it easy for them. And now, as we prepare to jump into game number 2, it means that Magician is 1 game away from moving on to the next stage and facing off against Inagi.
Inagi, yeah. So definitely big step up facing against the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, a Taiwan Prince Cup champion from last year. Whoever wins the set will go on to do that. But we have either 1 or 2 games left, just depending on who wins the second game. And of course, this is open deckless conquest format. So if you win with the deck, you can no longer play it. So that means that this Risley freeze deck is out for the count, and it looks like we're gonna have a mirror matchup actually, because Graphite is going to run double dragons yet again.
Oh boy. Honestly, I really want to know how long game one lasted because I feel like we were in there for a while. And now that we're going to be having the Double Dragon Mirror match as well, I get the feeling we're going to see a very similar case of both players having to make very difficult choices in terms of navigating who is going to be placed in a more vulnerable state.
I feel like, as always in mirror matchups, it really depends on one, who goes first, two, what they draw, what they roll, and after that, it's just once you get past the first couple of rounds, it's really down to the players' decisions at that point.
A new roulette, a mirror match. We're going to have a look at their deck list real quick to see whether or not there's going to be any minute differences in terms of the cards that both players have brought. But yeah, I think it's been a little bit since we've seen a direct mirror match, even in cases where we see like Double Dragon Mirror. Oftentimes we'll see like Ice Cube versus Layla or something like that. So it's been a while since we've seen something like this. And this mirror match in particular is always going to be very interesting to keep an eye on just because of the way that Layla's skill works. Keeping track of the star counter is going to be quite unique considering the value of New Valette in both decks.
So it doesn't look like a true mirror, but it actually is because the positions are the same, just shifted slightly.
Yep.
Because it goes Layla, Aisha, Nuvalet in that order. So it's still the same, but here is Graphite's Double Dragons deck. There's only going to be minute differences between these players' decks, so I want to try to take note of them if I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this real quick because I get the feeling a lot of it is going to be the same when we go into the next next screen, and I want to make sure I know exactly what is different because otherwise, it's just gonna be the same deck.
Yep. So we'll see in a moment. The real discussion will happen when we see the next deck, because this is a mirror matchup. So it's really interesting to point out these slight differences in the deck composition.
I will also note that at this point, fatigue is going to start playing a factor, because this is now going to be Graphite's 5th game today. So we really did hope that they got the chance to rest and recover between the matches that they've had to play so far, because being able to approach things at maximum mental capacity is gonna be super important. And well, as we saw the screen change, okay, there's a minute difference, a really small one.
Two seed boxes instead of one.
Yep. And then a Stove God instead of Passing of Judgment, as well as no quick swap. That's all.
Ooh, wait. Magician doesn't have quick swap in here. That could come up. That could definitely come up.
Yeah, quick swap is always such a good value card. Choosing not to bring that could affect them, not to mention having a Passing of Judgment to deal with on the opposite side could be quite debilitating.
I do think that Graphite actually has the edge, but again, as you were saying about fatigue, not only is this Graphite's 5th game today, but the 3 games just played were on this Nuvalet deck, and he lost them all, and now he's running it back again with Nuvalet. He really believes in it. Let's see if he can get that win.
It's got to come out on top eventually, but I do agree with you. I personally prefer Graphite's deck list just a little bit more compared to Magician due to the flexibility that you get from that quick swap here, as well as Passing of Judgment. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Game 2 of our 3rd match of the Prince Cup Pacific Week 3, day number 1.
Yep, and this will be our last match casting today, right, Safa?
Yep.
But before we get into it, if you see that QR code on your screen, make sure you're scanning it. It will lead you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts, positive or negative. We would honestly love to hear them. It will help us improve our streams going into the future. So just make sure you are doing your due diligence and filling that out. If you like certain things, if you want more raffles, for example, go say that. Go say that in the feedback form.
Any feedback does help. So let's see. It looks like Magician is going to have turn priority. Both players actually have kind of cringe dice, but Magicians are worse because they don't even have enough for a Layla skill. And both players did decide to start on Layla as well, so no variations here for this mirror match for the opening line.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Magician because even playing Wharf here, ooh, draw state shot talent. Even proccing Lumen Stone, you still only have one like you're missing one Cryo Dice's skill, so and I don't think you want to tune any of the cards in your hands. Like maybe you tune Liar Song. Yeah, I guess so. But it
Yeah,
just feels so bad.
it is quite unfortunate. At least they're able to send the final 2 dice into Vanarana for next turn. Graphite did end up pulling both treasures out with their countdown.
It's a bit early, but I mean, Countdown, always great to play round one. Look at all the cards in his hand. And we might honestly see something like Tamaya's Vana or Tule Tula Vana.
Ooh, yeah, they already have Tula Tula. That's really early, actually. Pretty nice there for Graphite. I agree. I think they can afford to set up a little bit, but it would put them slightly behind in tempo since their Layla wouldn't be skilling. That is the risk you take when you go for a card like Countdown, especially without taking advantage of the discard mechanic.
Double Tamaya's round one. Draws a Veteran's Visage after Gamblers. Gamblers is not really what you want, but it will be Vana Rana just to not overdraw. Because, of course, if you go above 10 cards, you're going to start burning, and that's really not what you want to happen.
Graphite gonna be thinking about things, whether or not they wanna equip like a veterans or a Cavrena before ending the turn here. They will have turn priority going into the next round, so they can at least match by casting a Layla skill at the start of round 2.
I honestly think Graphite's turn one is much stronger than Magician's. Magician really prioritizing that Layla's skill, but I'm not sure if it's going to be to their advantage. We're gonna have to see if that will make a difference.
I think by the time we get to the end game, we're not gonna even realize if it made a difference, just because I'm expecting this to be a pretty long game based on the nature of both these decks here. And then we round 2.
So double dragons can play slower, but it is actually a very aggro. It's hyper magic. You're looking to end the game in round 3 if you can. But what makes it slower is if your opponent is playing it a certain way or playing a specific deck that requires you to slow it down and protect Nuvolette, and go for the sustain route instead, then there's a lot of swap stalling and controlling with freeze and dodging freeze, etc. So it really just depends on the first couple rounds here to see if we're in for a very long match or if it's going to be a rather short one.
I think a lot of it all just comes down to when you're playing Hyper Magic these days, the sheer number of actions you can take per turn to extend your turn timer is insane. You're actually playing a treasure quite early and then immediately drawing one. So that's pretty
That
nice.
always happens. I feel like that happens very often. Like, even if it's played super early, I always feel like you draw out treasure as soon as you play it. It's very interesting. I think that was a Boar Princess being tuned to go for a Layla skill. And, Graphite?
It has
I don't know how
used a
much I like
lot of their
this.
dice already. Like
I'm not sure how
spending
much
the
I like this.
treasure, skilling on Layla. They already only have 2 dice left in a round where Magician still hasn't taken a single action, so they have 10 dice plus 2 from the Aztaha talent in hand. Like, this could be a turn for Magician to punish quite a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Just like I was saying, like, it really depends on the matchup you're playing, whether you play fast or slow. And Graphite investing everything for next round is a bit worrisome considering Magician is sitting on 9 dice right now, was 10, swapped to Nuvolette 9. and has plenty for a lot of actions.
A magician can probably even build up enough to prepare Nuvolet Burst this round. So even they weren't really expecting this to happen. That's why they didn't roll for a lot of Hydro dice. So they're not gonna be able to make full use of Nuvolet just yet. They go over to Azdaha. I imagine. Do they want to play the talent here just to get more dice out?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah,
talent
okay.
here, then you don't have to tune, you go for skill and absorb that hydro. And yeah, this is a bit rough for Graphite.
I hope this doesn't end up being a little bit too greedy for them, because playing Countdown on round 1 and then playing Treasure on round 2 eats a lot into their dice economy, which is definitely slowing them down quite a bit. Like, their opening was not bad with the double Timaeus, but now you can see that Magician's Nuvolet and Azaha are both getting set up quite a bit as well.
Oh. Huh. Strategizing, has 2 dice, probably gonna feed them to Vana. I can't imagine. Maybe you play veterans. Maybe you play veterans. Nope, just
looks
gonna
like
end.
he's gonna feed Savannah here, get it prepared for next round. Gilded being drawn here, as well as another Lumen Stone and Countdown from Magician. Graphite got an extra treasure.
Layla's Star Knight stacks on Magician sides at 3, and Aishaha absorbed Hydro. So there is a freeze ready to go that Graphite is gonna have to play around. Graphite is kind of stuck on Layla, and that's not great.
Yeah, like we know that Layla is generally quite sacrificial as a character here, but you don't want to have her take near lethal damage on round 3. He does end up switching the Azdaha, which means that Magician will now have to make the choice of whether they decide to use the Layla proc to freeze Azdaha here.
Golden House. What are we equipping? Are we going to Liar Song the artifact on Layla and equip Free Gilded?
It's possible, but I don't feel like Magician needs to do it just yet. He can hold on to the Gilded until later in the round to maybe catch Graphite off guard.
I actually think Magician's gonna play faster this round. Ooh.
Oh, okay. He does just go straight for it.
Yeah, not even Liar Songing. It's interesting. But this is so you can draw a card when go for the freeze, and that will be a freeze. Aisha left at 5 HP.
Now, what do you do if you're Graphite? You going back to Layla doesn't make a lot of sense, but going to Nuvolet would put him at risk of a 5 damage burst from Azdaha. Not to mention that Graphite expected to play on Azdaha this round, so they mainly rolled Geo dice. Oh, going for Passing of Judgment. This is more of a defensive Passing of Judgment, it looks like.
Golden House to cover Vanarana and draw out Aishaha talent. Now the question is, we are going to Aishaha talent, but a burst from Magician's Aishaha will be enough to take out Graphites. Is that what we want to do here? I don't see why not.
Yeah, I really don't see why not. It's a free kill. And it's exactly what happened in round 1 as well, where Graphite lost Azdaha like almost straight away and didn't have the value of a third character / secondary carry to play around. Like, this is not a good spot. Like, yes, Graphite still has quite a bit of dice to play with this round, but Magician's okay with eating quite a bit at this stage.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Graphite, even with the Tule equip. Even with all the dice in hand, it is not going to be enough to do a whole lot this round, I think. And Magician knows that.
Yeah, I was wondering if Magician might want to do a little bit of swap stalling here. Because if they go for another attack, it's not going to apply a lot of pressure anyway, since they only have enough dice for one more action. Using those dice to prolong by swap stalling will be a lot more valuable.
I think, if you're a magician, you definitely swap stall here because you're not really going to be looking to eat through that judgment. I think you're just going to basically go around and spread the damage evenly across your characters to make sure that Nuvolette doesn't sweep this round.
Magician going to do exactly that. We have to know again. Another kind of like reasoning why I don't really like Layla here compared to Ice Cube is that even if your characters get Hydro applied to them, as long as you play around the very obvious Layla counter, you know how to avoid freeze as compared to Ice Cube, who you can like quick swap to or like get the summon out.
Tuning countdown. This tells me that we're either going to see another tune into Layla's skill, or Magician is simply tuning to not overdraw. Looks like it's the former. Going for the shield points. And also the cryo application.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'll take it. It does render Layla vulnerable to potentially getting taken out this turn. But at that stage, her job is very much done. So Magician's still in a pretty okay position.
Nuvolette burst. And the freeze is going to bring Layla down to 1 HP. Did not equip that Gamblers. Very interesting. There's the Liar Song. Should be gilded into Gamblers equipped now. There it is, eating up that Boar Princess stack. At 8 dice, this is going to bring Graphite back up to 8. Actually, is this a Nuvolette sweep on this round?
I didn't realize Graphite still had this much dice to play with,
yes,
actually.
Tons of dice generation. And this is like the power of Nuvolette. Like, already getting Nuvolette equipped with Tule Tula.
I think it could. It might be a Nuvolette sweep. Yeah,
this is actually just it.
It is. It's just a one. Oh my god, okay.
This is actually just it. Okay.
It's a Nuvolette OTK. Okay. Literally the moment we say, like, oh, Nuvolette hasn't been getting a lot of play today, Graphite just turns around and says, well, here you go. This is what you wanted, right?
And this follow-up attack will take out Magician's Nuvolette. Graphite finally getting an edge with his own Nuvolette after losing 3 times in a row playing Double Dragons. Finally gets that win off.
It has been such a long time since the last time we saw a 3-character OTK. And it really shows you why Nuvolette is such a terrifying character in this meta. His ability to solo carry the entire game is unparalleled. We thought we were going to see a little bit of a repeat of game 1 with Asleyha getting taken out so early on, but I think that Magician did end up making a bit of a mistake going for that Layla skill there instead of continuing the swap stall.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like Magician should have managed the breakpoints a little bit better. I think got a little bit greedy and just ended on Layla. I think Magician even had treasure in hand. I do think that there's something to be said about using a little more resources to avoid the spread of damage being so scary. Like, honestly, like, Nuvolette should not be able to sweep like that and get the Gamblers refresh. You should expect it, especially with the threat of Tule Tula. So I do think Magician could have done a little bit more to mitigate it, but Graphite did have a lot of dice generation in that round, so there's also nothing to scoff at. I mean, Magician also would have had to fight through Judgment, I believe, or was that the previous round?
I think it was the previous round, but I'm not actually that sure now that you bring it up. Yeah, the passing of Judgment. We talked about it when we were looking at the deck lists, how this might be a little bit impactful. And I think we did end up seeing it.
I think it was the previous round. It was the previous round. So yeah, Judgment was played and it locked Magician out of doing anything that round. But then the next round came and yeah. So.
Alright, that means we're going to have another game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Man, these players are really bringing it down to the wire. And it's really nice to see that Graphite has been able to regroup a little bit here. This deck was not their complete undoing here in a tournament. It means we're jumping back into another best of a one situation with the final decks of both these players.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if it's gonna be a situation like Den, who rode the high off of game 2 and took game 3 by storm and made it through the upper bracket finals, or if it's just gonna be this game for Graphite and then gets knocked out. We're definitely gonna have to see. But here is our final deck picks. Graphite, of course, finally playing something other than Nuvolette, Kirara, Kuki, Herald, up against Dice, Magicians, and Double Dragons. So I do think Magician has an edge going into this match, but we could see a situation like the reverse when Magician was playing the Freesley deck and out-sustained Double Dragon, so we'll have to see.
We've already witnessed once today just how effective the Kuki Kirara deck can be, especially if piloted correctly to make sure that the characters stay alive so that they can constantly contribute value, as well as holding on to that Adeptus burst to just one-shot important characters. We get to have a look once again at the deck spotlight for Graphite's Kuki Kirara deck, and it's just as we saw earlier today. We got the Sapwood, the Emblem, Catherine, Double Mausoleum, and the Adeptus.
Yeah, that cheeky emblem of Severed Fate there. And honestly, Catherine could be pretty good into Double Dragons to avoid the freezes. It's just a very optimal deck list, I think. And I think getting Mausoleum early definitely mitigates your opponent's choices as well. So you just see what Graphite rolls into. Mausoleum against a deck like Double Dragons, which is looking to draw the deck out super quickly, is always pretty good, I think. It's really difficult to play around. And it forces players to do unoptimal things or just brute force through it.
Oh, if Magician does get the correct cards needed to play around the Mausoleum, then it shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. We've already highlighted a few times. Lear Harbor Wharf is very good at
Wharf.
handling it. Because Wharf with your natural draw is exactly 4 cards, so you only proc the first 2 Forbidden Knowledge. And then that's just the Mausoleum done, right? So if I nearly called him Dice Magician, just like unironically. So if Magician can handle that correctly, then it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Definitely. And I mean, it's going to be on Graphite to figure out the best timings to play Mausoleum as well. Like, for example, I guess this is why players aren't really bringing Seal anymore and are instead bringing something like Wharf. Because if there was something like Sealy and then you play Mausoleum, Sealy at 2 stacks, you would definitely proc Mausoleum and draw out too many cards and create Forbidden Knowledge. But here we go. This is the last match of this third set of the day. Graphite, our professional top decker, versus Magician, the Dice Magician.
Officially our last game that the two of us will be casting for today as well. So hopefully we get to see something fun before we go ahead and trade off the caster's desk to the next set of peeps. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have your popcorn ready because this is going to be an interesting one. Magician versus Graphite. Only one player gets to move on to the next stage of the loser's bracket, and the loser will unfortunately be eliminated from the Prince Cup.
And before we get into this game, if you see that QR code on the screen, make sure you're scanning it. It will send you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts, whether it's positive or negative. We definitely want to hear what you think about our live show. So make sure you're going and doing that. Just tell us what you think. Do your due diligence. Tell us what you like.
Graphite actually choosing to keep both veterans' visages in hand straight away, also drawing the Lumenstone, Catherine, and Sapwood. Meanwhile, Magician having Timaeus, Lumenstone, and 2 artifacts. So not too different in terms of like opening hands here for these players. Graphite going to be the one deciding who they want to open up with.
Herald, it is the classic Herald Floodate. Let's go.
Ooh, yeah, you are
Graphite?
right. Yeah, they would be able to do that.
I'm waiting.
But the fact that they're not going straight away for it means that they're contemplating the possibility of a different line. Gonna start with Cookie instead, the more regular opening here.
Pookie. Interesting. I mean, yeah, this is the normal opening, I guess. You start with Cookie and Cookie skill. You could play Visage on Cookie to proc it. Yeah, this is fine. I think you still play Lumenstone first.
Yeah, I agree. Lumenstone is just too good of a card here. Like, you always want to make sure that you're maximizing efficiency on it by playing it before the rest of your cards so that you can get the proc when necessary. Yep. We're just gonna kick off with that here.
Lumenstone into Heart of Cavarina on Layla. Now, here's the awkward part. You have 3 different colored dice. It looks like we're not going to go for a Layla skill. Instead of playing Timaeus, Veteran's Visage will proc Lumenstone, but then you're still 1 dice off Layla skilling.
This is an awkward spot, yeah. Ooh, Asaha talent may offer some potential here, but Magician still doesn't have the dice necessary to skill on Layla. They can get it now by tuning 1 card at least.
This is definitely a bit awkward, but it will be a swap to Aishaha. Almost certainly gonna play Aishaha talent.
Graphite can
Have
go for
enough.
pretty standard opening here. Skill on Cookie, equip Veteran, pop the Lumen Stone.
Get a dice back.
And then they can use the remaining dice, I guess, to equip Veterans on Kirara as well. But it means that they have to end their turn. And Magician did just play as the Hot Talent to extend things. Looks like Graphite does not mind. Gonna go ahead and end their turn pretty early on. So Cookie is gonna be left vulnerable to eat some damage if necessary.
This is so rough, actually. Using Aishaha talent and still just passing. I'm not sure if that was a great thing to do for Magician. Just basically wasting free dice stalling for no reason, I think. So I'm not sure how much I like that. I feel like if you were going to play Wharf, you just play Wharf and end first.
Yeah, I think so. The thing is, they did actually have enough dice to play Warp and End. I feel like Magician is being caught in a tough spot there, and their dice for this round are really not good either. Only 2 Geo dice usable. Dice Magician not really living up to the moniker right now. The
Yeah,
dice are
not right
holding a
now.
little bit of a revolt.
Definitely not. It looks like Graphite is going to go to Kirara. We're almost certainly going to see a skill on Kirara, giving her shield points and getting ready to apply Dendro when swapping off. Magician playing Strategize. I mean, I guess you could play Countdown if you want to ramp for next run. There it is. Countdown. Yay. Wait. Okay, we don't
Ooh.
overdraw. Exactly a
Yeah,
10
just
cards.
exactly 10 cards. Okay, so that was calculated. They're able to tune their dice as well, so at least they have something they can use. Ooh,
Oh,
Tule Tulon.
Tula!
That's pretty nice.
Alright, here's the issue. There is still a Wharf, so you need to play a bunch more cards. How are you going to do that? Where are you going to play her? You can play Treasure? You can play Tula?
They need to spend 3 dice. I'm trying to see if they have like any lines that would generate them more dice. Unfortunately, they don't have any way of discounting the gilded, so probably not. I think going forward. Oh, right. Wait, yeah, we haven't actually had Layla skill used until now.
I think that Wharf is going to have to get replaced. At this rate.
Yeah, it would end up overdrawing. They can play the Boar Princess and maybe the gamblers in advance if they really want to maximize the wharf.
It's just gonna be a normal attack. Oh, because sapwood. Sapwood equipped in normal attack, that makes sense. And then it'll be a Kirara skill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Graphite's
this
in an
is
okay position
awkward.
to set up both skills here. Magician side is still a bit awkward. I think you might actually have to play Treasure in advance. You play Treasure in advance, you play Boar Princess, then you should. No, you still need to clear more space.
You still need to play one more card. I mean, you could play Treasure, but you're gonna overdraw. I think you have to replace Wharf with the Seed Box.
Mm, Magician has been quite unlucky this game. It's quite an unfortunate spot, yeah.
Goodbye, Liu Wharf.
Not gonna be able to maximize the efficiency of Worf there. Not much of a choice here for Magician unless they wanted to like pop a Board Princess and Gamblers early. And now Graphite, we should just see them use the Kirara skill, maybe equip Herald talent in advance as well. And that should be just enough to spend the rest of their dice.
Honestly, I almost feel like Magician should have tuned something like Countdown. I don't think the second Countdown is gonna come up, especially when you have the discounted one in your deck already.
Wait, do they? I thought they used it.
Yeah, they used it.
As in, like they use the original countdown, so they don't have like
yeah.
a discarded one in the deck.
Right.
Oh, good. To be honest, I think we are starting to get. You know how we mentioned fatigue about the players early on?
Happens to the casters
Yeah,
too, for sure.
like we have
My
been
mistake.
having long games today, guys.
But I
What
do
is
think,
Graphite's
yeah,
dice
exactly.
roll? What the?
That's a lot of dendro. I don't know if you need that much dendro. That feels like just a little bit too much, you know.
Graphite decided to go out and touch grass.
There's another one. As if he didn't need any more. But no, so Magician did end up tuning that countdown. I feel like could have done that last round and probably something else. You could have probably still kept Wharf somehow, but
Graphite using the Kirara burst straight away instead of like trying to hold it and maybe bait with the Adeptus. But I think with only 3 cards in hand, they probably can't do a lot of baiting. Just gonna use it straight away, and that means there's a lot of damage procs available now for Graphite to play around with.
Treasure on Layla. No cryo dice in sight to do much of anything. I think you just swap off, but who do you swap to? Probably Aishaha.
Yeah, it's pretty safe now to switch to another. Actually, yeah, going to Aztaha would be pretty good because if Graphite decides to stay on Kirara, then Aztaha can actually absorb the cryo on her. Like gonna eat that extra dendro from the grass cardamom there.
There is another wharf. Played the original wharf for 2 dice. Replaced it. Played this one for 1.
It's a little bit like how Ningguang built a second J chamber after dropping the first one.
That is some reference.
Like we had to sacrifice the first wharf, so we had to build a new one. But it's okay, we have a seed box, so it's cheaper. Graphite, yeah, they unfortunately did have a few too many Dendro dice here, because after bursting on Kirara, I don't really feel like they need to skill again. They can if they really want to maximize it. But it would allow Magician's Aztaha to get a free cryo absorption, which I feel like doesn't need to happen.
Yeah, I don't think Graphite stays on Kirara here. I think Graphite swaps off, and it'll apply that instant quicken.
But then again, if they swap off, they would give Aztaha Electro anyway, so I guess it's still better because you don't want to give him cryo, right?
Yeah, I think cryo is Worse for
Like you
sure.
would much rather him have Electro than Cryo.
He shot 5 health just from swapping. And it was a fast swap, so it's gonna
Wait,
take even more damage here.
so you know how Magician didn't have the best dice with those Electro? He can use them now. He can
True!
actually use the Electro
Wait!
dice.
But I don't know if you want to, you're just gonna lose the H-Taha.
Yeah, probably not. It's just a bit of a funny observation there. Unless he heals Asaha. This would pull him out right beyond the breakpoint. Yeah, he's gonna use them. Okay.
Wow. Electro skill, saving the day. Dice fixer of the century.
Yeah. Graphite actually thinking, wow, he didn't have to tune for that. Okay. Like once you realize you gave him a way to spend his bad dice.
I wonder if it's just gonna be Lumenstone or Tamaya's pass on Graphite's side. No, just swap off. This is safer. This is definitely safer.
It's actually not often that Cookie is able to come back onto the field with one energy at full HP, right? Like usually by now she's already eaten quite a lot of damage that would make it difficult for her to get her burst out. But Graphite's Cookie is in a perfectly solid spot. He can actually afford to end turn on her as well to set up for next.
I actually think Graphite in general is in a very good spot right now. Not a lot of damage has been taken on Graphite's side, and with the deck you're playing, which is more like mid-range combo-ish, they're basically trying to do things like build up Kirara Burst, build up Cookie Burst, just survive, get Cookie Talon out, get Herald Talon out, and build up a bunch of treasure in their hand until they go for that big round, and finish off the game. But Magician just not having a great start on this Double Dragon's deck, I think.
As the HUD does have burst built up now, would only do 5 damage currently. The question is, does Graphite want to continue staying on Cookie here? Because he knows that Magician will have enough dice for one more action, and it could hurt a good amount. It's also quite unfortunate that he doesn't actually have either Emblem or Adeptus yet, still hasn't been able to draw those out of the deck. So while his position is good, he's still lacking some necessary components to really close things out.
I don't think you want to burst here on Aishaha. But I could be wrong. The thing is, Graphite has 1 dice left. You just float. Lumenstone still hasn't procced it either.
They could always just proc Boar Princess in advance if they really wanna activate it this turn.
I think this is good. Swapping it back onto Herald to eat the Aisha Hoppers potentially, but looks like Magician is just going to use those dice to equip Tula Tula and not do anything outlandish.
Yeah,
Look at the
definitely the
treasure.
correct play here from Magician. There's no reason for them to go for another attack here since Herald is still gonna be sitting on that revive, not to mention talent equipped. So getting Tula Tula out with those final few dice, we already know how powerful Tula Tula New Valette can be. So Magician just needs to wait for the correct setup.
Yeah, I mean, waiting longer in this matchup, though, is not going to be ideal because Graphite is also waiting for Cookie Talent, waiting for the right moment to apply Herald Talent, waiting for those treasure. So, I don't know. I feel like the longer this game goes on, the worse spot Magician is in.
But they don't really have the best choice for it either. Because Graphite is positioning in such a way that if Magician tries to force an aggressive play, it's not going to achieve maximum efficiency as well. Because now you have Herald staring down the barrel basically of the Azlaha burst, and Magician can use it, but it means proccing the Curse of the Undercurrent and wasting like 2 extra damage.
Seatbox. Was that replacing Wharf? We are replacing so many things in the support zone. Okay, there's the other Lumen Stone, and these dice are just
Okay,
abysmal for
dice
Magician.
on both sides are atrocious. Actually, like
Uh,
what is happening to
oh
the
my
dice in this
god.
game tree? Like seriously.
It is a little bit cursed, but there is the other Aisha talent. You can proc the Lumen Stone you just played.
Mm. Both players have so many dice to play with, but they're so bad. It's like the worst dice
This
I've
is
ever seen.
it's like actually awful on both sides. So let's just look at this like, what do you do? This is just total brick.
At this point, it's just like a gentleman's agreement, right? Both players just enter in right now and say like, "We'll play next round instead."
This you just draw it. They both advance and face each other tomorrow. That was a joke, by the way.
Yeah, but at this point, it's getting closer to reality in itself. Okay, so a magician is able to generate a few more dice, so they have a good amount of hydro to maybe play around with New Valette. But it's also not time for New Valette to take the stage just yet. As for Graphite, uh, yeah. Did they have gilded? Is one of these artifacts gilded? I can't remember. They do have double liar song. Maybe they
I
have a way to
don't
tune?
I don't think there's gilded. I know there's Visage. Patterns Visage. So I mean you can make some plays here. Oh wait, this is the perfect dice fixer. Just proc both Lemon Stones.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true,
you
that's
always
true.
stay on Herald. You always stay on Herald here.
Stove God, maybe something good, maybe? Mausoleum, Treasure, Cabrera. Oh, there's the Adeptus!
Oh,
We have an Adeptus! There's an Adeptus in play!
Mausoleum could go so hard.
Mmm.
I think you play Treasure. I think you play Treasure.
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 Yeah, I guess so. You may as well. The quick swap over to Kirara. Proc some damage on to
Wait, Sapwood normal. Sapwood normal. What, huh?
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 Oh, wait. Why wouldn't they lethal there? Are they afraid of the free quick swap and evil land? They shouldn't be. I don't think they. Then again, Graphite like one shot the magician's entire team in game 2 of New Valette, so I guess he is still a little afraid of the free switch to New Valette since magician has 11 dice.
But I mean, Magician can just swap at any time. You just go for Burst here and chunk down Kirara.
Yeah, I still don't really get
and
it. I
absorb
feel like
Cryo.
Kirara could have lethaled Azdaha, and then you wouldn't have Azdaha burst to deal with.
I feel like that had to have been a mistake. I mean, when you think about fatigue,
agree.
we have brought up fatigue quite a few times. Graphite would definitely be the most fatigued out of anyone here.
Mm,
15
yeah.
dice! Maximum is 16, by the way. Just in case you were wondering.
Yeah. We're getting close to hitting that cap a lot more these days. Remember back in the day when having like 12 dice around was considered a lot?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
those were the days.
actually, I mean, Magician was over the cap if you played the treasure.
Like, remember back when like getting like 20 dice was considered like, oh my god, that's impossible to recreate in a real game. It just happens all the time now. We have like 15, 16 effective dice on like every player.
There's another treasure. Also,
Yep.
cryo dice from. No, wait, no. Didn't absorb cryo, never mind.
So because Graphite didn't lethal Azdaha, Magician is able to get that burst out, even procs the Crystallize, so he's now at 5 effective HP.
Yeah, the swap from Kirara is not going to do much of anything. And you already used your quick swap from Catherine. I think all you could really do is go Herald. It's just really awkward. Here we go. Using one of the Poor Princess stacks should just be a swap. Might even take back one of the artifacts put on Herald. I don't know.
I'm not sure if my brain is working anymore. You know how these players are drawing cards? I'm drawing a blank. So we do see the swap over to the Herald here, procs the damage. Asaha is now within range of being lethal by basically anything. What is the most concerning right now for Graphite is the fact that he has half the dice that Magician has to play with, not even including the treasure he has in hand. And we know New Valette is already fully equipped with Tule Tula as well. So Graphite needs to make sure they survive. Oh, wait a minute. They did just pull that. I haven't lost yet.
I mean, so Graphite definitely equips Herald talent down. Now that Herald has been revived, and that's going to slow Magician down considerably. And this should be Magician's pop-off round, so getting shut down on your pop-off round feels a bit bad. Wait, why didn't we play it?
Play what?
Herald talent.
Because he already has it.
Oh.
It's already active. Like Magician has proc Curse of the Undercurrent himself. Yes, it is a second talent.
Alright, I forgot that there was already Herald talent on Herald.
Yeah,
it's been a long night.
I think he equipped it in like round 2 or something. So I do not blame you. That makes sense.
That was a while ago.
You would not expect Magician to willingly proc Curse of the Undercurrent himself as well, since like you mentioned, this is supposed to be his pop-off round. So now that's gonna limit the number of actions that New Valette can take. Graphite gonna willingly sacrifice Herald here potentially to New Valette. So New Valette still needs to skill once before he has a Source Water Droplet. So
yeah, this is so kooky. Can I haven't lost yet burst? This is an intentional bait on Graphite's part. And there it is, except does not even take out a Herald. I think that was... yeah, it was just a skill. I mean, I'm not sure what the plan was there, actually.
I think the plan is just to whack. At this point, the plan for Magician is just to whack. Graphite is going to swap between characters. That's a cookie talent.
But
that's
you're one dice off. You're one dice off. How are you gonna play it? You literally can't.
I mean, I haven't lost yet. Does give you an extra dice.
Just end it.
Like Graphite doesn't actually need to do anything this round. Like they just wait for next round.
Yes.
Magician's out of dice, though he does have treasure to play if he really wants to. Oh, okay. So Graphite is actually not in a bad spot. They can sacrifice Herald here. I haven't lost yet. Adeptus Cookie Verse will do 7 damage. New Valette will still survive, but
The unfortunate thing is that okay, so we're pulling back the veterans on Kirara. I was gonna say Graphite's at 10 cards, needs to play something. This is a bit awkward.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I don't like doing this. This feels like a waste of a Liar song. I think I would have rather burnt a card and just played Mausoleum.
Are they just trying to get an extra dice to feed into Vanara? No, they're playing treasure. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, they're also trying to cut down to 8 cards. So they replaced the Veteran's Visage with the Veteran's Visage. I guess they had War Princess active, so it was fine.
Graphite just pulled the emblem as well. So they've got emblem and Adeptus in their hand.
It is time to snipe New Valette. Graphite has had Nuvolet snipe so many times tonight. It is time for his turn.
Yeah. Emblem Adeptus Cookie Burst does a 9 damage. Unfortunately, Sapwood is on Q. Actually, wait, no. If you go for Adeptus Emblem Kirara Burst with Sapwood, it does 10 damage.
It's time for a bunch of swap stalling.
Yep.
Because, I mean, Graphite's never going to go Cookie here. I guess you could. But I think you'd rather I haven't lost yet Cookie Burst with talent.
Yeah, the talent will be very useful to have. Like, the Sapwood would be the precise breakpoint they need to one-shot New Valette, but I think Cookie being able to revive is a little bit more valuable right now.
I think if you go Kirara... Oh, interesting. So we're going to fast swap Cookie. I was going to say if you go Kirara and skill, you survive anything Ishtaha does. And also you lose Herald.
Now, he went to
Then you
Cookie
lose your
to
fast
get the
swap.
benefit of the Veteran's Visage from the treasure to get more dice.
You do lose your fast swap if you went Kirara and you lost Herald, so this makes sense.
Ooh. Alright, how much dice does it cost to... It doesn't have I haven't lost yet. Yet. But he can actually skill on Cookie. So she can burst without I haven't lost yet. And then if he sacrifices Herald, he can actually I haven't lost yet and Kirara burst. So he has the opportunity for 2 separate empowered bursts here if he spreads Adeptus and Emblem to different characters.
Yeah, here's a problem for Magician. There is 5 Hydro. Does he have to... Is just normal attacking?
Ooh. Not the best, that's for sure, but it does put Cookie at 5 HP, which is exactly how much damage as the Hub Burst would do right now.
I think if you're Graphite, you just swap Herald. You definitely just swap Herald and sack Herald and go for I haven't lost yet.
The limiting factor right now for Graphite is how many dice they have. Because they have a lot of damage potential. They can burst on both Cookie and Kirara if Herald goes down this round. They can empower them with Emblem and Adeptus, but that is a lot of dice. What did he just tune?
Wharf. So
Okay,
I think we're going to go for the burst now, actually. There is a Visage.
Another treasure.
Stone,
2 treasures.
Drawing 2 treasures, yeah. So this should be Cookie Talent Equip.
Okay, hold on. How much dice would it cost to do everything? 3 for Cookie Burst, plus 2 from Adeptus.
I don't think you need to on Ishaha. It's 4 HP you're eating.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. They can burst once now to take out Azaha.
So Cookie definitely goes to the burst here. Wait. Huh? Okay, I mean, I thought it'd be a swap to Herald in the first place, but okay. There was a lot of investment.
This is the second time that Azaha has survived a direct lethal possibility.
Ooh! Wait! Take out Layla. Get the Bloom Core.
Oh! Wait. The Bloom Core would empower the burst from Cookie. It would actually surpass 10 HP.
Take out Layla, get the Bloom Core. Goodbye, Layla.
Okay, I don't understand some of the decisions these players are making, I'm gonna be honest.
I think it's fatigue. I honestly think it's fatigue. Because no way you ever do that. And now Magician you can't go Ishtaha. What are you gonna you can't go Ishtaha. You have to go Nuvolet. And then you're forced to either just end or do some kind of action. And then that takes out Herald. And then you literally just win if you're Graphite on Cookie. I think this is it. This is actually it. I don't know why Magician swapped to Layla. Maybe he forgot about the Dendro Aura. Okay.
Magician has 4 dice in hand with the treasure. A normal attack would be enough to finish off Herald. And it would get Azaha out of the breakpoints. Like, they need to heal Azaha one more time.
Okay, but I think Graphite just goes Kirara. I haven't lost yet. Kirara burst. Quicken.
Oh yeah, you're right. That would be enough.
It doesn't matter.
They use gamblers on Azaha too. I don't think it's on you. Oh! Oh wait, no, yeah, because the Layla proc would freeze Kirara. Yeah.
Okay, but Cookie Burst still takes out Aisha. Just do it. Just do it.
Right? Yeah.
Just do it. Just do it.
So yeah, because like, wait. Like, it would also eat up the Dendro core. Well, he's gonna do it. Yeah.
But I don't think you care anymore. I do not think you care. It is solo Nuvolette.
Nuvolette will freeze Cookie here. Graphite can switch over to Kirara. With I haven't lost yet treasure. They have 5 dice. 4 because they have to spend 1 to switch to Kirara. But then Nuvolette gets a free hit because they don't have a quick swap.
Wait, this is not good actually because there's no quick swap on the Kirara. Kirara just dies. You can't do anything. I think you just stay on Cookie.
I haven't lost yet on Cookie. Ooh.
This is actually really close.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I like this anymore.
I don't think I liked a lot of stuff now.
Wait, the egg! It's Cyber Egg!
We gotta embody Rin a little bit right now.
Egg!
The egg play! Is that gonna be enough? What does that do? It gives you Herald as a pivot. Can you reapply Curse on the undercurrent? You kinda can, but like it doesn't affect Nuvolette that much because it doesn't affect the basic attack.
Yeah, so I mean Nuvolette's already at 3 Source Water droplets, so I don't know how much you care. This is interesting. Magician using
Wait. Do you really want to use it now? I mean, you have a lot of treasure, yes, but do you really want to use it now? Like, he could have used 1 to get enough dice for another attack.
So...
But he used, like, 2 or 3.
So... What is the 2 cost? Is that Adeptus in Graphite's hand? Yeah, it is Adeptus.
Yes.
I think the unfortunate thing, there's no way to protect Kirara.
So Herald will eat the extra damage. And it gets brought back just to eat the damage, but that's fine.
So Magician has 1 more attack left because Tula is gonna run out of discounts after 1 more.
I'm not sure if using the I haven't lost yet on Cookie was the correct play. I feel like he really needed the I haven't lost yet on Kirara. Oh, but it's over. Actually, wait, I think it's still over because Nuvolette has enough treasures in hand to go for another attack.
No. No, it doesn't. Tula maximum 2 discounts.
But he has... What? But he has treasure. He can just attack again. And it would be enough, right?
He can attack 1 more time with... Wait, he didn't even roll Hydro. So he attacks once, right? It brings Cookie down to 2 HP. The follow-up will trigger Cookie's revive.
Oh wait, yeah, she still revives. Okay. I forgot about the revive.
And then there's no more discounts. Even if it was Hydro, there's no more discounts from Tula.
Okay. Treasure on Graphite. Graphite needs a burst. If Graphite can get enough energy to burst on either Cookie or Kirara, they can win because like Adeptus and Emblem would do enough.
Here's the problem. The follow-up from Layla's Starry Night Shield is coming in right now.
Oh no, that's a lot of treasure though.
You have to draw enough treasure to survive the follow-up attack.
How much do you need to survive the follow-up attack? Cookie just needs to survive one turn, then she can burst. But she gets frozen.
Yeah, I haven't lost yet. It was so awkward on Cookie. Oh yeah, they have a fast swap. So Catherine used up. I guess. Are you gonna use enough treasures to?
It's a lot of treasures. He's got a lot of treasures. He can play another set.
Do you want to though? It would literally just be treasure in your deck if you did.
I feel like he shouldn't have used the fast one. I feel like he should have healed up Cookie to the point where she would survive a hit. No, it still wouldn't be enough. Why did he use? I haven't lost yet on Cookie. Oh.
Why are we using treasure on Kirara? That's my question.
Okay. I think what's going to happen is Graphite is gonna try and stall it out for next turn. But there's no way they can do that.
I don't think that ever happens, yeah. I mean, I definitely think you Kirara skill.
You need to get burst ready on someone. If he can get burst on someone, he wins. But they're both lacking in energy.
Kirara's skill, Kirara's burst ready.
Kirara's skill does give shield.
Swap to Cookie. Cookie gets frozen.
Does Cookie still have her revive this turn?
Yeah. It reactivates every round.
Okay, if Cookie still has her revive, and Kirara eats the freeze from Layla, maybe she can burst. I don't know. I don't know. I have no brain cells left.
Wait, what's the artifact on? Wait. Why did Magician play treasure before Liar Songing? Wait.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, we're officially out of cards on both sides. We are officially out of a lot of things.
We are out of a lot of things is very accurate. Okay. Graphite saved one treasure to use on Cookie. Kirara will get frozen here from a normal attack, and it will also lethal her just precisely. So now Cookie comes out. There's no risk of her being frozen. She has a revive. She can basic attack. The follow-up attack from Nuvolet pops the revive. She can burst.
Wait, this is it. Wait, Adapt disperse.
Oh my god!
Why did you play treasure on Kirara? What was the? Okay. Anyway. Wow. Okay. Well, congratulations to Graphite for taking a game 3 in that third set. That was such a long, intense match. Honestly, our brain power started declining here in the caster seat just a bit. So, I mean, I'm sure Graphite is more tired than we are, to be totally fair. But yeah, congratulations to Graphite for making it through.
I am honestly so impressed. Like, they pulled it off. They did it. 6 games. They played 6 games today. And just barely, they have kept themselves alive, moving on to the next stage, where they will be facing off against Inagi.
Oh man. Is that happening today? Is it happening today? There's 2 more sets, right?
Is it happening today?
We will have to look at the updated
have to play more
bracket.
Games?
We will have to look at the updated bracket to know. I mean,
I think it is. I think it is happening today. The next set of
casters will tell us for sure. So, yeah. It could happen today. That's a lot of games to be playing if you're Graphite.
I gotta give props to Magician. They played very well. I think they did get kind of unlucky, unfortunately, because like the dice rolls that game were really rough on both sides, and it could have made a big difference if it was different. But Really, really well played. We have had a long day today, guys, and there's still more games upcoming. We still got 2 more matches for week 3,
Yeah,
day
so
1.
I actually think
Oh,
it's
three,
3 more matches. Yeah, it's
three
3 more matches.
matches.
We're
Wow.
gonna be finishing both the upper bracket and lower bracket finals. So actually, Graphite does.
Wait.
Yes.
Oh, what are they doing to you, Graphite? Oh my god.
So we're gonna have Mango versus Jen, and then the winner is going to promote to the top 2 of Group B and top 8 overall. And then it'll be Inagi versus Graphite. The winner of that will go on to face the loser between Mango and Jen, and then the winner of that gets promoted. So all of that is about to happen after Staffa and I switch off for the day.
Okay, so you're telling me that if Graphite wins against Inzaghi, they will have to play 4 matches today.
That's assuming they go 2-0 in both of them.
No,
Or you mean sets of matches?
No,
yes.
sets. If they
Yes.
win against Inzaghi, they also have to play the loser's 4th round.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh my god.
And it could be three matches each. Okay, so I am manifesting good mental for these players in the lower bracket because this has been a grueling day.
Graphite is actually going to be like the Graphite in Pencil Lead at the end of this day. Because he is going to be worn down. Holy. Well, hopefully he'll be able to get a break because the next match after this is going to be the upper bracket finals where we will witness one more player qualify to the live event.
Yes, I mean, both of our players from Group B are going to be qualifying today. We have 3 sets of best of 3s. Coming up here, Kojo and Sumi are going to be coming on and casting together, which is super exciting. But that will be it for us all here. I mean, for Staffa and I, it has been a long day, but we will see you guys again tomorrow, and we're gonna pass it off to Kojo and Sumi. So thank you guys so much for watching.
See you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Prince Cup Pacific Tournament. I'm your caster, Gojo Creations. I'm joined once again with a wonderful caster, Sumi.
Hello, it is always great to be back, and especially as we approach the finals, the lower bracket finals of Group B, we are going to see so many more awesome plays from these players.
Absolutely. Like Sumi just said, we're going to be capping off the rest of Group B. So I do believe we have maybe one extra match today or not. But regardless, they're going to be bangers because we are going to be deciding who's going to be going to the Prince Cup outside of this group, right? And that's so huge. We've been hyping it up so much, but now we're going to see it, happen for real, in this final hour.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi's storyline continues once more, right? Knocked into the lower bracket in round 1, managed to claw his way all the way to, I'm pretty sure it's lower round 3 right now, only 2 more games before he qualifies to the Prince Cup in-person event. But of course, his competitors have a chance to upset that journey.
Absolutely, yes. And I do believe, outside of Inzaghi, I do believe they are facing Graphite, and then we have one match to be decided because we need the players to move on through the bracket. But let's see. Well, speaking of bracket, here you go. All right, so yet the remaining matches are going to be Mango versus Den and Inzaghi versus Graphite, and then that final losers fourth round. Oh boy, that is a gauntlet if you went through that.
Yeah, I mean, like, especially looking at Inzagi's journey, right? It is just such a struggle, right? I mean, starts in winners, uppers round 1, gets knocked down instantly, and just has to keep fighting with his tournament life on the line, making it to the lower round 3 versus Graphite in a very similar situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the very difficult losers run. Even like you said for Graphite, it's pretty hard to go through all those matches, and they still have to do one more, which will probably be our final match today before we see who moves on to the Prince Cup. But first, we'll see the top side bracket who will go into the Prince Cup on the upper side, and that live will continue, into the live event. So that's super duper important. That you've been able to maintain this the whole way through. Could you imagine Mango? One of the two takes each other out, and then they come back through the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, what a comeback that would be.
Absolutely.
Starting off, though, we're going to start our winners round 3 match at Mango versus Den. These are players who have been consistently triumphing over their opponent, as we can see, obviously continuing their upper bracket run. Not undefeated, but haven't yet lost a series.
Indeed, yeah. That's the most important part. I really do wonder if anyone, during this Prince Cup Pacific is going to be able to do an undefeated run. That would be pretty awesome, right? It's really hard, but...
Ooh, it is. I mean, like, the competition is just so tough, right? And you have to go through so many players, and especially as you progress through the bracket, it just gets harder and harder because players have time to research about you. Even if you are like a kind of a dark horse player with very little data, they have time to look into what decks you play, time to look into your playstyle. And if you are a veteran player, they have, I mean, obviously there's a lot of data against you as well, but they have time to get to know you more, get used to your plays.
Absolutely.
And get used to the tournament setting.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with these being the finals matches of this group. Like you said, everyone's going to have minimum at least 2 matches of footage that someone can study, right? So that's all the more reason that players can look into this broadcast and tune in so they can figure out what their opponents are up to. But we should be getting started soon. I believe, yeah, we're going to be seeing Mango and Den first up, followed by Inzaghi and Graphite, and then the final lower 4th round as soon as we get there. But that will be happening eventually. Now, what are we expecting to see this time around, Sumi?
I mean, gotta say Conwell, it's been the highlight of the patch. A lot of players are bringing it. Haven't got to see it a lot because it's just banned so consistently. I think, the ban rate chart was at around 62%. So, it's banned more times than it's picked.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I definitely am expecting more of the same. I really do wonder if anyone has pushed any form of innovation through the decks that they have here, and it looks like we have just a little bit. Look at that, and look at the lineup we have on Mango side. Oh my goodness, that is very different.
Mango's bringing some spicy decks, and of course, speaking of the Conwell, it is once again banned, so we are increasing that ban rate percentage once again. Both of these players are actually bringing pretty innovative decks. I mean, Mango is bringing back the Yunjin, which is a surprise, has fallen off since week 1, hasn't been performing the best, and also bring a very interesting Nihita Lini Kuki deck.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Good old Finally, of course, it's missing Fischl, but Kuki definitely can act just as powerful as Fischl, especially with that healing to sustain between the rounds. So that's really interesting to see, and also like a surprise to even see Yunjin at this stage, right? Because after the second week, we kind of collectively decided, we're not playing this character anymore, right?
Yeah, no, Yunjin has not fared well, especially against fellow Freeze decks. It's just too vulnerable to disruption. You need to sit on Yunjin for so long, and you have very limited turns to work around the disruption as well. If you're not able to cripple your opponent, ideally round 2, the deck starts to fall off from there. But Den also bring not standard lists. I mean, this Kuki, Kirara, Herald deck has been rising in popularity for across week 2, now Den bringing it again. And as well as the Leader Armory making a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, just like Mango, Conwell's out of the window. But this could definitely strike a bit of a difference, right? Because the whole thing that we've been seeing is that people have been bringing at least 2 freeze decks to hard counter any form of Yunjin and Conwell. And of course, while Mango can't play Conwell in this match, they do have Yunjin and only 1 freeze deck to their name. And they're not picking it into the round, right? They're instead playing that Herald Kuki Kirara. So, I mean, let's see if they can, handle the heat from Yunjin.
I mean, Mango, this is their Yunjin deck. It is very standard from what we've seen so far. They are bringing the Joyous Celebration as well to counter any freeze decks they may run across. Of course, this time not available. Den did not choose to bring any freeze deck except for the Leader Armory, but I mean, with that, you could dodge it rather easily. But yeah, other than that, their deck list is pretty standard. Bring in the Lumen Stone for extra draw, though. A lot of players would criticize that option.
Yeah, no, most definitely, especially when you have a very small ability to benefit from discards, so then like your hand gets really full. But it's hard to decide, especially in a tournament setting like this. Like, do you want to favor your consistency for your tournament placing, or would you rather just pray that you get the cards, which probably is ill-advised. So
I think the main problem with Lumenstone in a deck like Yunjin is the anti-synergy between Yunjin and her talent card, right? Oh, actually,
Absolutely.
not running the talent, so I guess it's not an issue this time. Just caught that.
Oh yeah, you're right. We did see people not run talent earlier, but moving on to Den right here. Here we go. Pretty standard, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, more or less what you would expect. The double Wharf as well to play around the Mausoleum of King Deshret. Of course, not going to be a factor against Yunjin in particular. She doesn't really care about draw one way or another. And also will not run cards like this, much more preferring to focus on their own setup as opposed to Disruption. Other than that, the one interesting card I would like to point out here is that they were running Catherine over Leave It To Me, as well as only bringing 1 Timaeus.
Yeah, that is pretty risky, especially in a Timaeus engine, because as much as Timaeus can draw you out 1 artifact, he can also 2 of them help you discount the rest of the gang. But before we keep talking about that, let's take a look at the pre-match data. 15 dice once again. Those ramp turns are really holding it strong, and everything else is pretty average, I'd say.
Average rounds 4, kind of what you expect. Most combo decks in the Hypermagic era do end around rounds 3 or 4. Strongest single strike is only 4 damage. This indicates that Mango doesn't really play big burst damage decks like Conwell very often. It average normal attacks 5 in patch 4.7. That does mean Mango typically does favor Nuvolette, which means 2 Dragon Magic. Surprised they didn't bring it, as it has been so consistent throughout the tournament.
Maybe they were feeling maybe a little confident in this matchup, especially with their deck choices. Or maybe they just wanted to try something a little different. It also could imply Risely, but I do agree. It's most likely Double Dragon, definitely. Those normal attacks, and especially dealing 4 damage is more in line with what we would expect.
Yeah, I mean, Risely is possible as well. His strikes typically do like 1 to 2 damage with weapons and fanfare. You can get up to 4, but it is more typical if you are running Nuvolette for the 2 Dragon Magic. Here we go, Den, though. Average number of dice, 17. That is an impressive number.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely pushing the margin, because, when we see 10, 13 dice average for the first 3 rounds, yeah, that makes sense, right? You get some Gilded Dreams, you get some magic in there, it makes a ton of sense. But then 17, oh boy, you're getting probably like all your board princesses, etc.
Yeah. Normal text 3, though, it is on the lower end as expected. And strongest single strike as 7. Normally, that would be on the higher end, because we're not running things like Agent Adeptus Burst anymore. But, I mean, Inagi is griefing the numbers of everyone else because they did 40 damage on Serpent.
Oh my goodness, that's right. Actually, yeah, I haven't considered that outlier that would probably factor in to the entire thing. But here we go, Mango versus Den, Yunjin versus Herald. Now, don't know how I feel about this matchup because Yunjin is Yunjin, but then this deck, has a reasonable amount of sustain. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how much they care about Yunjin's massive power spike in the first 2 turns, I would say.
Actually disagree on that a little bit. I would heavily favor Mango in this matchup because Den is playing what we typically call a value deck. It's not. It doesn't fit into the typical aggro combo stall kind of triangle archetype. It's somewhere in the middle, leaning towards stall, where you're not really doing a lot of damage early on, so you can't be considered aggressive. You don't have any like combo elements, and you're also not running like a bunch of healing as well. You have it, but it's not your main game plan. So your goal with this deck is to just squeeze out as much value from everything as possible, as the name implies. You do damage on swaps, making your 1 dice swaps more efficient. Your characters generate like a lot of healing on skill, lots of aura on skill, especially Herald. And you're running a bunch of artifacts as well as cards that will both give you healing but also give you dice. So you will eventually just outpace your opponent in terms of resources. But in a deck like Yunjin, where you end the game by turn 2, they don't actually have time to generate that game plan, to generate the dice, to generate the extra healing to take the lead over your opponent.
Yeah, and that makes a ton of sense, right? Like you said, this is a value deck, and one of the things that I do find, it's against its strengths is because I typically don't like playing the Herald version. Is that Herald, kind of is your only carry, right? Of course, you get value off of swaps, but that's very tricky to play around, especially just swapping gives your opponent a lot of opportunity. But here we go. We see the first turn, pure ramp. Mango just drops everything down, and Den over here held onto Catherine, has Lumenstone, and did drop skill. And from here, they can probably just work, with their Vanarana as well and push into the next turn.
Honestly, because Den doesn't have freeze, they can just sit on Yunjin for as long as possible. The reason Yunjin has been historically struggling within the Prince Cup Pacific region is because a lot of players were bringing Freezely, a lot of players are bringing 2-Dragon Magic, which of course has freeze as well. Those were the 2 main contenders to lowering the win rate of Yunjin, lowering its consistency as well. But like against Den running Kirara Herald, there is no freeze, there is no disruption, and there isn't enough damage, especially early on, to really threaten you to swap off Yunjin. So we can just sit here for all eternity and not really care and just play to her strengths, which is Yunjin do big number.
Yes, indeed. Now, something to comment on is that Den actually has a little bit interesting, few deck techs, I would say, is that they not only have Adeptus, but they also have, as you like to affectionately call it, like the Forbidden Adeptus, the emblem of Severed Fate.
This is an option that some players are bringing, especially within Conwhale, where they are tuning a lot of their Adeptuses, because it is 2 cost, of course. This makes it so their chances of drawing their big burst damage threat is a lot higher because you're running more copies, especially in Ember's Temple of Fate as well, because it is not a food card, is in fact an artifact. You can even combine it with the Adeptus Temptation to do even bigger damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's super nice to be able to also have that, surprise factor pretty consistent too, especially if you're running any form of artifact reduction as well. It just kind of syncs up. Of course, nothing's going to be as good as generating more dice, but still having a surprise factor could be pretty important and crucial considering that Den pulled it these first 2 turns.
I mean, speaking of big damage, Mango has big dice.
Oh yes, absolutely. Look at how many Omni dice they have, and plenty to go around. And also, they have that Jade Wing Spear, so Yunjin's gonna start trekking.
I mean, Jade Spear and Yunjin is just like such a great combination because Jade Spear counts both the prepare skill as well as the follow-up attack as both are individual counts for its stacking mechanic to do bonus damage. So eventually Yunjin's going to be doing 8 damage normal attacks. I think actually it should only be 6 damage because we are not running talent. And I think that's actually a pretty smart deck deviation for Mango. A lot of the Yunjin players early on were running talent and they were forced to tune their entire hand, which makes their turn 3 and turn 4 and beyond that just really, really terrible because we got rid of all our resources because we try to leverage the talent's bonus damage. But Mango not running that talent means they can keep more cards in hand, which means that they aren't pigeonholing themselves for that turn 2 game plan, and they are able to continue further along the match, and they get to keep more resources in hand for later.
Yeah, absolutely. That talent, as much as it boosts your abilities, it really does hurt you, especially even if you were to low roll, it's not like you're using skills. But then you have to fully rely on said normal attacks. If for whatever reason you need to shield up with your counter skill, it's not going to be able to happen anymore. And there can be instances where that is going to be necessary over just spamming normal attacks. All right, there we go. Herald drops in with a skill, and then Yunjin hits right back with 5 damage. Herald is already in lethal range to proc their first revive.
Yeah, I mean, the breakpoint's just barely not working out. Just 1 damage off of instantly proccing the revive and then killing Herald shortly after with a normal attack. But, I mean, as long as the character's on 1 HP, they're still in the game. And we can see the annoyance of Herald here. Just 1 HP, you have to commit 3 dice to get rid of that pesky thing. And then even then, it's not gone forever. Its revival will bring it back shortly thereafter.
Yes, absolutely. And there we go. Yunjin's already starting to pop off. Looks like Mango should be fishing for another skill, and then they're going to hold on to possibly another Omni Dice. Ooh, why are we doing this? Just probably throwing it out there for funsies.
I
But yes.
think right now Mango's trying to empty their hand to 1 card. Because Yunjin will still get the discount, right? Like, we want to equip the Gamblers anyways. Double Vonarana is good. Tuning 1 for the bonus damage, I suppose. Not really necessary against the Herald, because it is on 1 HP. May have been better to play that, but still.
Yeah, I'm a little... It's a minor thing. It's okay, though. Yeah. Too bad they had strategized, right? Otherwise, they could really empty their hand, but not right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can play and then tune 2 one after the other to get the extra bonus damage from her her status. I think that the bonus damage is only on skill, though. Shouldn't affect the normal attacks, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. Let's see here. What moves do they have left? They ideally should burst right now and then drop 2 normals. Or actually, not 2 normals, sorry. But I don't know. Den is now starting to pull a little bit ahead, technically, in dice advantage because, Herald was able to tank that massive hit. So, they would fall to just 1 hit, but then I believe Kuki and Kirara would be able to just take care of Yunjin afterwards.
The thing is, here is where the problem arises, right? Yunjin's those 2 moves left in the tank. You can't, you don't want to skill on Herald again because he gets interrupted, but swapping off also feels bad as your characters will take a huge chunk of damage. Then choosing to go over to Kirara, though, because she does have that shield on skill, which will let her stay in the game a little bit longer, but, it might not matter. Right? 1 card left in hand means we get the 1 dice reduction from Yunjin's flags, and we also have minty meat rolls with 2 stacks left remaining, which means we do still have 2 normal attacks left in the tank for Kirara. If we want any chance of living, we have to skill and then swap over to Kuki, but that means we don't get to do a lot of damage this turn, and that does also give Mango the turn advantage. Swapping over to the Abyss Herald, though, absorbs a lot of the damage we would have taken excess, but that does give Mango a Gambler's Reset as well.
Yeah, no, and that is actually pretty big, like you said. Swapping to Kirara was ideal, but then they decide not to shield, swap back to Herald, and now that's a really big loss for a deck like this. Is usually one of the disadvantages of playing into this style of value deck plus,
Oh wait, Adeptus Burst.
Ooh, yes.
I haven't lost the Adeptus Burst. It was the bait.
It was the bait, indeed. Kuki's about to drop a massive burst. Let's count it. I do believe, will that lethal? Let's see here.
It's 4 base plus Adeptus, which is 3. It already does 7, and with Electro Charge, it should do 8. So yes, if we play the Adeptus, Yunjin 100% dies. The only issue here, though, is we need to tune 2 of our very precious cards.
I think tuning Emblem, either that or Wharf is okay. Wharf is likely not going to come into play anymore at this point of the game, right?
Very unlikely. I mean, no, we emptied our entire hand, right? So I think we do want it. The only problem is we can't play Wharf this turn, and it kind of loses out value. Ooh, we'll tune the Adeptus. Probably means we equip the Emblem. Yeah, okay.
They're looking for that consistency. Interesting.
I mean, Adeptus we can only use once, Emblem we can use as many times as we want, as long as we have energy, and that makes sense, as, Adeptus would have overkilled by 1, so playing the Emblem here, I think, will give more value in the long run, and that means Mango's last usage of the Minty Meat Rules goes to waste, and of course the Jade Spear as well, more critically. That's a lot of investment on Yunjin down the drain.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the disadvantages of the Yunjin deck, right? Is that for whatever reason, even if you didn't have freeze, you invest so much into Yunjin, and then she eventually falls because she needs to spend so much time on field early to get that setup. And now that she's gone with that bait play from Den, what are we gonna look at here? I believe, I think Zhongli and Seahorse can definitely hold their own, but they're gonna have to draw out some weapons for Zhongli to really start making a comeback.
Looks like this turn Den will just pass, carrying 3 Omni with Vadarana. Just get some more resources to work with in our hand here. I mean, it looks pretty good for Den, but it's not yet over for Mango. A lot of this deck's early game plan on the side of Den is the Herald, right? Because the Currency Undercurrent is so powerful for just delaying and denying your opponent. but Herald is also very powerful for spreading Hydro Aura, and without it, you're kind of lacking in damage during the turn itself, right? Because Kuki's Sanctifying Field attack only activates once, unless you recast it. And Kirara's skill, you need to like swap on and off her in order to have that attack as well. So you are lacking a lot of the damage you would normally without Herald here.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with the dice, it's not looking too good for Den to even feasibly do such an action. While on the side of Mango, oh boy, still got 10 dice in the tank, and they're gonna make it 11 now thanks to Legend of Vanessa. We have lots to work with here.
I'm still plenty of resource to work with, but our flags are slowly draining. Eventually, like those will run out, and we are going to be forced to skill on Seahorse.
Yeah, I do wonder if they ever actually go for a Seahorse skill at this moment. Oh yeah, no, like they change everything. It looks like maybe they go for a normal attack. Yeah, to get that +1 damage. There we go.
A consideration here as well is because they did keep that Leeway Resonance, is at this point skill on Seahorse, we play the Leeway Resonance, and we pass our turn on 7 dice with the double Vanarana as well.
Ooh,
Next turn
yeah,
we come in with 7 Omni dice. Like, our opponent doesn't have the resources to kill us this round, right? So then hopefully we draw into our second Jade Spear or perhaps a Lithic Spear, whichever one comes first, and maybe then we'll actually have enough damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, even if Lithic isn't as strong. Whoa, okay.
Oh, that is a great top deck.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I was always thinking about the egg for this deck. Like, I don't consider it too harshly because especially with such a fast deck like Mango's, it's very, very difficult to swap in, especially because they don't have Catherine right now. So there is no free swap to Herald. So you need to do it and drain Mango of dice, which is clearly not going to happen. So
the thing is, with a value deck like this, swap selling is a pretty big part of your game plan. Of course, typically you would have things like treasures, like the underwater treasures, and other things like that to keep you sustained and keep you topped up. This time, though, not so much. Kirara's swap is still safe. He will heal to 6 HP because with no Yunjin, and of course you can't equip a weapon on Seahorse, normal attacks will only do 4, which means she is safely out of lethal range for now.
Absolutely. And now they've also taken out the Fontanimer Pearl from the Seahorse, so now there's no end phase draw unless Seahorse drops that burst. So that's a little unfortunate. They're going to fully have to rely on Leeway Resonance to get that extra draw and hopefully get something that can help them close this game.
It will just be a normal attack for now, dropping Kirara down over 2-3 HP, but because of that heal, that means she is safe after a skill. And now here's Mango's opportunity to drop that Leeway Resonance. I mean, Den only has 3 cards remaining, hasn't played Treasure yet, already burnt 1 Lyre Song. No Veteran's Visage equipped on either characters either, so it's impossible for Den to have enough dice to do another normal attack. I think if I was Mango here, I would drop that Leeway Resonance, and I would come into the next round with a disgusting amount of dice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It might even be very close to hitting the dice cap. Den's doing some considerations here. They have, 1 Omni, 1 Pyro, and that's going to be enough for an alignment to drop in an egg, but isn't even worth it this turn, looking at it, Herald, what is Herald going to do, especially when you can't actually swap onto them?
If you are Den here, you have the Vanarana, so you could just carry them over to the next round, and if you need egg by then, you could always use it. For Mango, though, we aren't going to pass on 7 dice. We will just burst. We get our Fontanimer Pearl back, get our shield back, get our draw back, refill our hand just that little bit more.
Yep, and then since Den sees that, they respond in kind, activate Quicken, thanks to Kirara's Cast Grab Bomb, and then we can push 1 Omni Dice into the next turn and also trigger the artifact. Or wait, no, because they switched it out. It is no longer Heart, it is Emblem.
Yep, and now we're finally playing the Leeway Resonance. I think that's a little bit of a waste. The Vanarana would already bring our dice over. Jade Spear is going to be very, very nice on Zhongli, and we're going to do a lot of actions next turn. But yeah, I think we should have kept the Leeway Resonance because we already had the Vanarana to carry the dice over. It's not like we're carrying more dice this way, so I think a little bit of a waste. We could have kept it for tuning fodder, if nothing else.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, that Jade Wing Spear is a massive top deck to get, just due to how much damage it can deal. It's not as good as on Zhongli, but, +1 damage is +1 damage, hey, Hey, and we got the other Spear one, too.
Zhongli will stack it up a lot slower, but even still, he should be able to get +2 overall from the Jade Spear. Just the question is whether or not we want to play the Lithic Spear for the extra shielding and the damage reduction. Den did, speaking of weapons though, Den did draw the Sapwood Blade. That's going to make up for a lot of his damage inadequacy during the turn itself. It will do
Mhm.
+1 damage and also refund 2 aligned dice the first time you normal attack. So a very nice find.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and right now, even with those finds though, Dan is gonna need to work on their character statuses because Kuki's skill and Kurara's skill are no longer active, so you're not actually dealing any elemental damage, so you can't take benefits from that quicken just yet. Hopefully soon though. One thing to consider, right, is that Mego might not be thinking too hard about it, but there is the Kuki talent that I do believe is in Den's deck that they does need to take into consideration, right?
I mean, Kugi's currently on 0 energy, so Den will need to build back towards that first. And once again, no
Mhm.
treasures being played yet, like only on 9 dice. Very unlikely they have enough to normal twice and also burst before dying, because you would need to swap cell a little bit in order to preserve HP on Kugi. I mean, Kirara is also on 3 HP. We have 1 stack of the flags remaining. Mango
Mhm.
deciding whether or not Jade Spear will give more value than an extra normal attack.
Yeah, definitely consideration, especially because waiting for next round is really not going to be the play. You need to decide if you're going to use this thing now or not. Because you might have Wagner's, but he's not going to trigger until the next turn because he needs to wait to gain that stack. All right.
Oh,
Okay.
Den is going to go first, playing the Lion Song into the Veteran's Visage. This is only to proc the double Lumen Stones. You typically do not want to play the Lyre Song this early on. But like Den, with no other resources in hand, is forced to play it at an inopportune time just to get the extra draw from Lumen Stone.
Absolutely, and they're also going for maximum value, getting both veterans onto each character, so that way they're gonna Kuki skill, get the first proc, and then swap over to Kirara and get the next proc. Assuming Zhongli doesn't push Kuki down to a lower HP threshold, which he might. Let's see here.
I think if you are Mango here, you should equip the Jade Spear. I mean, Jade Spear will do like 3 damage, which is effectively the same as a normal attack, as long as you attack twice. And with 11 dice, that shouldn't be an issue.
Oh yeah, absolutely. See here. Speaking of Kuki talent, there it is, and but like as you said, we are gonna need that energy for it to actually make it happen. Luckily, they brought it into it though, right? Could be a useful tool in the end game if they're able to make it that far.
But the problem here with Den, though, is they've already used their High Velocity, so you don't get that free energy generation if you do sacrifice Kirara. And the only other way you have to accelerate your energy is if, of course, if you swap over to Kirara and burst while also equipping the Emblem of Severed Fate onto Kuki. Not going to do that, though, because Kirara is at 3 HP, well within one-shot range of Zhongli, even without the Primordial Jade Wing Spear, so we'll settle for a normal attack instead.
Yeah. Yeah, and they did a really good job of, or well, I should say, Sapwood Blade is the one that kind of refunds itself because it generates 2 dice whenever you do a normal attack within this round, so you can only do it once. But now Kuki's 4 dice, they can properly skill, swap to Kirara, get a decent amount of value before pushing to the next turn. And I do believe afterwards, yeah.
More critically, though, it makes Kuki's normal attack do 3 damage, right? If without it, Zhongli would be at 7. Another normal attack would bring him down to 5, which is like, you can tank 2 more attacks on Zhongli with that. But now with the Sapwood Blade, Zhongli only able to tank 1 more normal attack, putting him down to 2 HP before he's at risk of dying on his own. But I think at that point, Mango should stay on him, as Den would be completely out of resources, very unlikely to have an additional 2 dice to do that third normal attack.
Yeah. See here, yeah. Mango just tossed away the rest of their cards, and now they're deciding between the spears, which one's going to give me more value, like you mentioned earlier.
I think it should be Jade Spear. 100%,
definitely.
I believe it's the Jade Spear. I mean, Jade Spear already does +1 damage, same as Lithic Spear, but with a stacking effect as well. Every time you do an action, you'll get +1 damage for the turn. You are expected to do 2 actions, which is overall +3, which is the same as a normal attack. So it was going for the Moon Piercer. I think Moon Piercer gives you an additional action, which I think overall is more valuable than the Jade Spear in this situation.
Yeah, most definitely. I do wonder if Zhongli is going to be actually going to go for that skill at any point during this turn. They may be thinking about it, but right now they just expended the normal attack. That was the last flag in the bag, and now it is just Zhongli and Seahorse. What can they do? Ooh.
I think currently the skill is unneeded. Oh, I mean, that normal attack puts Zhongli onto 6 dice. No. If it put Zhongli onto 7 dice remaining, I think it would have been worth it because we would have gotten an extra action. But because we are still only able to do 3 actions, even with the dice reduction on our skill, we should have gone for the Primordial Jadewing Spear, is what I believe here. I think the breakpoints make it so it doesn't matter overall, but I would have preferred the extra damage just in case. Should be skill here just to be safe. Oh, going for normal attack. I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that because now you're about to take 2 damage thanks to the quick and boosted Cookie Ring, and now Den has enough dice because they played that veterans earlier to drop another skill and or normal attack. But of course, they don't have Sapwood Blade, so Zhongli is not in any danger yet.
Well, I mean, you aren't able to activate the skill no matter what, so not really a determining factor in this round, because, I mean, Kirara's skill status only attacks if you swap her off, and of course, with only one character, that is impossible. It will allow Kirara to live until the end phase, though, but with the double summon setup from Mango, not going to be able to get the burst down, it won't be able to even out the odds.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked a lot about normal attacks during that match, but of course, the summons are still a factor, right? It's something to consider, going into the final rounds, because as much as you don't see Zhongli's Pillar, it is going to be that end game finisher, dealing just like, 1 to 2 damage, combining it with Seahorse, right? That should be enough to finish the job, and it was. So thankfully, they were able to eke it out with that.
I mean, summons nowadays isn't what you really think about in terms of deciding a match, right? I mean, you're able to do so many more actions with magic. Summons have typically fallen off the meta, but they do still hurt if you get it set up. I mean, like, even with something like a Crystallize, which is lower on the scale of the reaction tier list, it is still 3 damage with 2 summon setups. So it could have mattered if the game went longer, but of course, Kirara was just already so low. I mean, Herald falling early was a huge detriment. And Yunjin, I think, is proving her worth once again. Without the disruption of freeze, I think we now get to see why players valued her so highly in week 1.
Yes, absolutely. That very early, round 2 through 3, OTK threat, and even more consistent threat, when players were still playing talent, it was basically lights out for you unless you had some way to stop, the unstoppable force, right? But that was the match. I think both players played masterfully around the situation that they're dealt with, right? I think trying to get max value out of veterans and then swap over and then shield and then hopefully have enough damage, but just not enough because they had Moon Piercer to get in a free skill.
Yeah, I mean, Den did a phenomenal job playing around the breakpoints from Mango, but at the end of the day, because they didn't have time to set up right with a value deck, especially, that is ever so important, they didn't have the wiggle room to work with. They didn't have the dice. They didn't have the HP to withstand the never-lasting pressure of Yunjin.
Yes, absolutely. A never-ending performance. But that is going to be the end of Yunjin for now, because now that they won with the deck, they can no longer use it. And now I do wonder if Den is going to be switching into that sort of finally variant that we saw in their... not Den. It was Mango, I believe.
Den will be forced onto Leaver Armory deck. This is a deck that's performing surprisingly well. Not what we consider a top meta threat, especially looking into what's historically been popular within the Prince Cup Pacific and even in the Atlantic region. But it has done really well into 2-Dragon Magic, and it should fare similarly well against Conwhale as well. So kind of like an anti-meta deck, but not in this case not working out for Den because Mango didn't bring either of those decks and Conwhale was banned out.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if the virtue of, that sort of impermanent freeze and then, weapon value is enough to take down, what Mango is going to be bringing to the table, right? It is really interesting, right, that this meta we have, an sort of, like you said, an anti-meta deck, because sometimes we have those things, but nothing really sticks super hard, right?
I'm actually surprised at the longevity of the Leaver Armory. Like, usually these types of decks are brought in as a gimmick and then quickly fall out of favor, but it has stayed for quite a while. And speaking of, Den will be forced to play Leaver Armory, as of course they did just... Oh, wait, no.
The other way
around. Mango that one. I got the decks mixed up, sorry. Den choosing to swap over to the Leaver Armory as opposed to the Kuki Kirara Herald, because Mango is on the finally variant, which, of course, is also aggressive, like Yunjin, and maybe feeling that against aggressive decks, like the 2 decks Mango decided to bring, they don't have the space to work with for their setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder how this is going to play out. Kuki Linny has been something that was definitely played last patch. Not as much, in Atlantic or other competitive tournaments, but regardless, it's still a strong deck. So this should definitely work out for Mango. As for Den, I don't know, like, what angle can they be looking for to shut down, the high power of Finally, right?
I mean, Finally has a lot of pressure, especially early on, but it doesn't have any FDK potential, which does buy Den time to build toward that Shenhe burst, which is what makes Leaver Army so threatening. Shenhe's solo is just such a threat, right? And of course, after you get that summon down, you can bring in Zhao, you can bring in Yelan, and then by then, hopefully, you've drawn your weapons. You would have had your King Squire, your Moon Piercers, and then you'd also have the Lithic Sphere as well to withstand some of the early aggressive pressure from Lenny and from Nahida as well.
Yeah, I do wonder if we'll see any variants in their list, because this is my first time seeing Den play Liyue Armory, so this is going to be a treat. And as well as, this deck in general, right, on Mango's side is, it's always been there, nothing's really changed, but, Conwhale exists, so probably not the most ideal choice, but regardless, it's still good to see it again. Always love me some finally gameplay.
I mean, Mango's deck is just 3 individually strong characters that have some synergy. They, like, Kuki, Linny, and Nahida just provide so much dice value in their skill that it's hard not to play them. Of course, the meta hasn't favored them as of late, but hopefully Mango can show us why these cards were so strong in their prime.
Yes, absolutely. Here we go. Looking at the lineup here. Hey, look, Mango said, I got a Kuki talent too. Let me show you. And they also did bring that Joyous and Egg. So it's kind of, they got the revives, they got the tech card. It's pretty set up, but otherwise everything looks very standard, almost standard as much as the last patch.
Yeah, this is like a list very reminiscent of 4.6, like double Dinguser, double Timaeus, double Live, and like classic magic package, but also bringing in some old classic Lotus Flower Crypts. Used to be like the pick card, like 98% pick rate in decks, has sharply fallen off, as well as Adeptus Temptation to really amp up the power of all 3 of these characters' bursts, which do a lot of damage by themselves.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think especially Nahida, right? You never expect Nahida to just absolutely hit you with a truckload of damage, and especially if she's already gotten debuff, C debuff on you, and then she also gets a reaction. You're gonna take 5 plus 2, and then you're also gonna take that piercing damage. Your character's just it's done. You're done.
On the side of Den, though, bring over the Liyue Armory deck. I think this is the standard list we've seen from most players. I think that the 2 innovations as of late, though, is that players are actually bringing a Countdown in Liyue Armory now. I think I saw, was it Magician? I think Magician or Graphite brought one. Anyways, either way, they brought the Countdown to the show in their versions of Liyue Armory. I forgot what players brought over in week 2, but that was a 100% not there.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you on that one. One thing, I mean, even in general, right, we can talk about, them running Countdown, because it's been run in other decks specifically, that aren't even built around discard, and just to do the fact that draw 4 is super duper strong in a game like this.
I mean, Countdown to the Show is just such a strong turn 1 card, right? Because a lot of decks turn 1 really like to skill and then ramp on 5. And this card enables you to do that so efficiently because it draws you so many cards. You're very likely to draw into one of your great ramp cards as well, like the Libens, like Dunizar, plus a Companion Engine as well. So great for your consistent turn 1 opening, and like Den even getting to strategize to pair with it as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. And even on the other side of things, looks like Mango is still thinking about their mulligan. I don't know. Do they care about holding Lotus turn 1? It's most of the times you toss that away, right?
I mean, Lotus is a card you play when you feel like your characters are under threat, so they can survive that 1 extra attack in order to live long enough to get whatever critical skill and or burst out. Mango does choose to throw that away. It does make sense because Den's deck has very little turn 1 pressure, and even turn 2 pressure. It really comes onto its own on turn 3 when you have time to set up Shenhe Burst and when you have time to draw into your weapons as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, here we go. Den should be starting out with Kuki, or actually, no, wait, other way. Other way around, my bad. I think the dice. There we go. Yeah, okay, my bad. That is my bad. They're going to keep the dice actually instead, maybe for a King Squire turn 1. Oh, wait, no, they have Countdown. There we go.
I mean, it could be King Squire, it could be Countdown. Both of them are equally as likely, but Den starting off on Yelan as opposed to Shenhe, which is more common because they already have that weapon in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, even off the weapon, you'll also be able to get that +1 draw if you end up doing a normal attack, which, is completely possible considering their hand right now.
Mango, though, I don't know, swapping over the official for the Kuki is just such an aggressive, I don't want to say aggressive choice, but it's a very different choice from what I expect, because Kuki has a lot less Electro application in comparison to official, but you get to control the application more, right? If you can apply the element with Linny as normal, but then as soon as you see a character with aura on them, you can swap off. And if they don't, they just stay on a character without aura, keep swapping in between them. You can just stay on Linny and prop air again in order to apply the pyro instead of just waiting for end phase. So a little bit more control, and the healing as well is super, super nice. But I think the rate of application is slower than Fischl.
Oh yes, absolutely. Being forced to only do it once a turn, is a pretty big deal, and you have to commit to that swapping if you want it to ever actually happen. And with a deck like this, as much as you can swap around with I'm just gonna call it finally, right? Because it is effectively that. It's a little difficult to commit to, right? Because especially Nahida is going to get targeted very early on because they know how much value she can get out of her seed debuff and burst. So they want to get rid of her as fast as possible.
Surprisingly enough, though, Den instantly going in on Yelan, getting the energy towards the burst, very unlikely to actually cast it, but just like the base damage buffed by King Squire is so, so nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We already saw that base damage buffing when Yelan used her skill on the first turn, and that's already pretty scary. Kuki is sitting on such critical HP. It's thankfully she has a little bit of healing. Otherwise, she would probably already be out of the match.
But Burst fully charged up now as well. If we do get talent, it like the low HP of Kuki could actually work in the favor of Mango, as Den doesn't want to commit that many resources onto a character that, effectively just can't kill. And then, maybe then Yelan Burst will come in handy, as of course you have that follow-up attack to go through the revive. But whether that's actually going to become a factor will depend on whether or not Mango could draw through their deck to find that Kuki talent. So far, though, not a single draw card in hand, which was kind of why finally fell out of favor in the meta, right? It was a super aggressive deck. It's an aggro deck, of course, so you need to tune a lot of cards in order to skill a lot to pressure your opponent, which the deck is based around. But if you do that, you're missing a lot of resources, and you can only tune for so long because you run out of hand size, especially because this deck doesn't run a lot of draw. It really only has the strategize and the treasure-seeking city to work with, which I don't think Mango is even running.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very interesting how Linny has landed himself sort of in these aggressive decks. That sort of do rely a bit much on that tuning factor because we had Fatui's on last patch and then finally was the patch before it. And even though excuse me, finally is a magic style deck, it still has to tune a decent amount if it wants to actually do what it wants to do early on. See here.
It's not just about the tuning. It's also the magic itself, right? Magic is very, very strong, able to generate you a lot of dice. But the main issue with it is that you need pieces for it, right? You need to get your Tomazes, you need your Golden Houses, you need your Liar Songs, you need your Guild, you need your Boar. Like, that's a lot of cards you need in your hand at just the right moment. And if you're not running a lot of draw, it is quite difficult to get it at just the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and right now we're seeing it a little bit. Nahida only went for a 3-cost skill, which I think that makes sense, right? Especially considering the dice. You could have tuned something, but it's very difficult to justify Nahida's 5-cost skill sometimes because you basically nuke the entirety of resources. And of course, as we can see in Mango's hand, they don't really have anything to generate more dice, so it would be quite difficult to actually do that without getting hard punished for it.
We are just going for the King Squire pullback here. Are we going to burst on Yelan and just sacrifice her? Yes, we are. And very smart play, though, because we are sacking our Yelan. We pre-play the Unseen Razor to pull back our weapon, so we get the discount, because you cannot play Unseen Razor if there is no weapon equipped.
Yeah, absolutely. Always great when people use things like Unseen Razor and Liar Song to pull back items before they fall out. Of course, artifacts are usually sacrificed with Boar Princess in tandem, but sometimes something is too valuable, like Gilded or like these Sumeru weapon series. So it's gonna be important that you pull these back before you lose them completely.
I'd be very cool if the spear currently in Den's hand is the Moon Piercer that will allow them to get off another action with only 2 dice remaining. Otherwise, Mango needs to consider letting this Yelan live, potentially, because if you do kill her, Shen is going to come in, right, skill on your Nahida, and deny you that very critical elemental burst, which is a big part of this game plan, because not only does it do huge burst damage at 4, especially because not a lot of characters have big damage burst nowadays, like that 4 damage could be so crucial in terms of breakpoints. But you also deny Mango the +1 on reaction damage, which is going to do a lot in the long run, especially if you have like this kooky a sanctifying ring in the background to apply elements. as well as Linny Prop Arrow. That's a lot of aura to react with, and without the burst from Nahida, like it's going to be doing a lot less damage than it normally would.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, Mango was able to get down at least the seed debuff on both of the characters just by using it. Nikita can drop it again if she uses a 3-cost into a 3-cost of someone who is already affected by seed debuff. You can do that, and then it'll be able to push on to the other characters. But now, here it comes. Like you said, there goes Nahida down for the count, and now it's Kuki and Linny to finish the job.
I will say, though, I really don't like how Den didn't play the Master Zhang first. Master Zhang would have discounted Moonpiercer to be free, and then we could have gone the skill as well. And the Master Zhang, if we draw into our other weapons later, it would discount those as well. So I think minor misplay by Den, that could be -1 dice in the future when he really, really needs it. Looking at the game state right now, it might not matter. And forced to pre-play the fast swap as well because we didn't play the Master Zhang, and then now we're at risk of overdrawing. So just another slight problem for Den in the long run. That fast swap could have really come in handy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's those really minor things that you think about, always when I'm doing a little bit of practice with some people. They're like, oh, you missed the dice. And I'm like, does it matter? Well, yes, it does. You really need to keep track of, your dice in this game, especially with aggro decks, because losing that dice, especially when you're not playing any form of traditional ramp, is going to be a big deal in this deck. Now, players are looking at what they're going to roll. Hopefully, I think they've been rolling okay. It's been a little wacky from the first turn, but now I think they're getting what they want mostly. Linny is definitely going to start building up a lot of power with his charge shots, I believe. He is yet to get off one, right? Yeah, no, he hasn't got off one yet, but he's going to drop one right now. And then, actually, yeah, Zhao's going to be forced onto field. Although, is that an issue? I don't think so.
It shouldn't be. The one problem, though, is because we skilled on Shenhe instead of Zhao, we don't actually have any aura on Linny, which means Zhao can't swirl. Of course, I don't think it may not matter because we could just swap back over to the Shenhe. I mean, she won't take too much. Actually, no, we can't swap back to the Shenhe because she'll just die. With the Seeds of Skana, she'll be taken down to 3 HP, so we are forced to stay on the Zhao for the time being. And our dice not looking too good either. Fortunately, though, we do have that the King's Squire, and not pre-playing the Master Zhang, it does actually hurt Den here. Because now, we can't play the... Because if we did play it, it would have been a free equip on the King's Squire, and it would have also discounted our elemental skill to only cost 1 dice, which means it would have brought down our dice burden for the round, as well as giving us an extra action. So that -1 dice from Den really, really matters this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the biggest thing, combined with the fact that Linny has no aura application, is going to be a big deal, especially losing that dice. And Den also did not roll too hot, unfortunately, so we are going to struggle a little bit here. Let's see how they respond to this situation.
I mean, still plenty of tuning fodder to work with. We can just tune the gamblers. I mean, with only 2 characters remaining, we are only getting 1 activation, so we won't need more than 1. And with Yelan dead, that Unseen Razor, the King Squire right now, is just a dead card in hand. We will not be able to play it. Tuning the gamblers first, though, I shouldn't really matter, but I think would have preferred Den keep it just in case you want to pre-play both on your character's end phase if you had nothing better to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Surprisingly, not playing the King's or the Moonpiercer right now. We could do it.
Yeah, we could. We'll eat up our Omni dice, which would not feel great, but you must do what you do.
Strategize first, getting the Golden House. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, very, very nice. Going to reduce that dice cost. We'll be able to play it off of the Geotice, but yeah.
Once again, the Master Zhang, right? Because we drew that Golden House. This could have been a free King Squire equipped instantly, but now it is it's going to cost us an extra dice if we want to go for it. Slight optimizations, man. They really are hurting us. That extra dice would have given us another skill on Zhao.
Yep. Thinking about it, timer is starting to run low. Den must figure out what they're gonna do with their dice and cards. Here, are we gonna? I think it should just be play weapon, right, and then drop skill.
Not playing the Master Zhang again. No.
Pain.
Why are you running him if he's not ever going to be played? Another misplay by Den, but yeah. I don't think this turn it shouldn't matter. I mean, not playing him now wouldn't make a difference. We already have both our characters equipped. Only 1 more Unseen Razor in the deck anyways, and the Golden House will discount our weapons at that point anyways. to 0 cost. So right now, not playing Master Zhang doesn't matter, but not pre-playing him last turn is a huge, huge detriment. Because if we did, we would have an extra dice here as well. We'd be at 3 dice instead of 2, which once again is another action.
Yep, absolutely. Especially with that Moon Piercer reduction, which surprisingly they normal attacked instead of going for skill just yet. But here we go. Now it's Mango's turn once more. I wonder. I think. They're probably just gonna drop a prop arrow again instead of going for skill. They could go for skill, but is it worth it? I don't know.
I think going for skill is fine. It would set the prop arrow to 2 stacks, which means you get another instance of pyro application. And then after that, you can just swap off of Linny.
Yeah.
Gore Princess. Pulling back the Heart of Caverina because we can we can replace Linny's artifact with it. Oh, and then we can play the free Veteran's Visage to get an extra dice. Playing the Veteran's Visage first, though, instead of the Heart of Caverina. I guess we want to keep it just in case we re-equip it onto Kuki or something for some extra draw in the long run. And also playing the Joyous Celebration to cleanse. That is so big.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, earlier they were running Joyous in that Seahorse Union deck, right? But the problem, of course, with that is that you can only use it on the Seahorse. But here, all elements are usable, even if you don't really want Dendro. But regardless, now Linny and Kuki are nice and clean, no application to be found.
And this actually puts Den in a very, very tough spot. I mean, as long as you swap off the Linny, Zhao's going to be put onto 1 HP, Shenhe onto 2, respectively. And after that, you don't have like any actions remaining, and because like you cleanse it, we don't even get to swirl anything for bonus damage onto Kuki. Skill here will only do 4. Linny lives on 2 HP, and we use all our Unseen Razors, so we can't even do an extra action. Fortunately, though, we still have Gamblers, and we do still have that Freshman. As long as we can live into next turn, it is still very much possible for us to win, as Zhao Burst right now does do 5 damage, and we do have Fast Swap in hand.
Yeah, thankfully, you know, Mango doesn't have that talent. Otherwise, this would be a little bit of a different situation. So let's see. Here we go.
Still, though, if we... No. The Kuki Sanctifying Ring should heal Linny because he has lower HP. Okay, no.
Yeah, nah.
Okay, so so something that could have happened is because we didn't get the swirl, it could have healed Kuki to 6 HP, which would have lived a Zhao Burst buffed by the Moon Piercer, because it only does 5 damage, and that could have caused Den to lose, because you wouldn't be able to get the Freshman of Freedom reset off of it. But right now, looking like that shouldn't be a factor, because the Nahida Burst doesn't come down. Linny can only do a max of 4 damage to Zhao right now if we swap off and apply Electro, which will also allow Zhao to live through the end phase, as of course Overload will push him off over to the Shenhe, which will also, and the Force Up will also give Den the turn priority.
Ooh, there we go. Lotus Crypts coming into play.
This Lotus Crypt is overkill. We already saw Den use both Unseen Razors, and this deck cannot have any Wovens. It doesn't run any magic, so it is impossible for Den to get another action.
Yeah, they're probably just dropping it in there because they can. Here comes the Linny Burst. Boom! Wow, look at that. It's actually so cool to see that happen, because we haven't seen Linny this entire tournament, and then you see the full arc go swinging across the board to knock into Zhao. But here we go. One last dice.
If you are Den here, it should be Gambler's Equip on Zhao and to pass the turn. We saw Mango already use 1 Lyre Song. I mean, they used all their resources at this point, right? Very unlikely. Actually, no, it's even impossible for Mango to have another action. Because Gilded Dreams cost 1 to equip, even after you pull it back with Lyre Song. Finally putting the Master Zhang, but like, he actually doesn't do anything now because you've already used all your discounts. I should have played the Gamblers instead. So, another minor optimizational problem here for Den. I don't think it will matter, though. Mango is just completely out. Oh, wait.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wait.
There it is. Oh, and the seed debuff, too. Oh, no.
Oh, no. I forgot. Mango didn't swap it instead of going for the burst, and with 1 dice remaining, they was still the follow-up attack from Kuki's Sanctifying Ring. Den should have swapped over to Shenhe, preferably with the fast swap as well to guarantee them the turn priority. And like, I think as long as we did that, the game was well within our hands. But like, just the slight overreach, just not expecting them to have that extra burst of damage, I thought might cost Den the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Not really considering like even the Lotus play. I'm just like, you know, like it's not going to do anything. But then can put Den in the idea that like, oh, you played Lotus, so therefore you have no more actions. But actually I do. It's swapping. It's one of the things you never really consider whenever you're fighting these decks, right? But of course you have the ability to just swap and deal damage. And now I believe Cookie's just gonna finish the job with a burst, probably.
Yeah, I mean, Kuki has burst, now has talent as well. I mean, Den needs minimum 3 actions, and because you cannot get an instant Fresh Wind of Freedom reset off this 5 HP Kuki, you're not even coming close to touching Linny with a 1 stack of props surplus in there as well. We needed to fast swap over to Shenhe because there was that 1 dice we could use to swap over, and like the overload plus the seed plus the extra damage from Linny's burst, just barely enough to take out the Zhao. So if we fast swapped over to our Shenhe as well, just to play it safe, we would have had the dice to bring home the game, but just really unfortunate there that we just didn't have the resources.
Very unfortunate. Yeah, this is sort of the I'd like to call it the finally domino effect, is because you're starting to balance a ton of factors once you start to get into the late game. You have Nahida seed debuff, you have Linny stacking up his damage, and then even between like Fischl or Kuki, right? Fischl's gonna put 5 million summons on the board, and then Kuki now with that extra damage is just enough to kind of sweep itself under the rug, and then not have Den realize that was going to come into play at the final moment.
Oh, this egg could change things, though. That is if Mango didn't have the Kuki talent, because skill here on Shenhe would put the Kuki Shinobu onto 3 HP, which means they would die to another attack no matter what afterwards. But unfortunately, with that talent in hand, I don't think Den has the dice to win. Finally using that fast up. Well, wait, we pre-played the fast up. Yeah, why didn't we fast up the Shenhe? We still had another one in hand. If we just fast up over the Shenhe, we guaranteed our victory.
Yeah, wait a minute. Minute.
We shouted 5 damage, right? No matter who Mango swapped to, we would always be able to get our Fresh Wind of Freedom reset and like for the kill. So like, why did we fast up? We already pre-played it. We were always going to get turn priority. We always would have been able to go to Xiao to one-shot their Kuki Shinobu if they swapped. Like, why didn't we just swap over to Shenhe?
Yeah, no, that is definitely going to be a massive misplay. And now Shenhe will freeze the Kuki, but we have a fast swap and Linny with 1 stack. I think you know what's coming.
Yeah, I mean, with that talent now, it's just impossible. We don't have the dice. We're not getting the Gambler's reset. We're not getting the Fresh Wind of Freedom reset. This game should 100% go to Mango no matter what.
Yeah, they're going for one last hurrah. Go for the countdown. Hey, let's see what we can find here. Not much that we can use, unfortunately. Yeah, Den sees it. Very unfortunate that this is the case.
I think Den did a great showing of this deck. They did a great job at pressuring Mango, playing around the breakpoints, like preserving their weapons, preserving their discounts. But just like the small mistakes kept stacking up and snowballing against them, right? Not playing the Master Zhang made us lose an action, and then not swapping over to Shenhe cost us the game because we don't have the damage to one-shot Kuki to get our Fresh Wind reset. And with that, Mango sweeps Den in 2-0 fashion, bringing Den over into the lower bracket, now with his life and tournament life on the line.
Yeah, very unfortunate that is the case. But regardless, GG's to both players, and congratulations to Mango for moving on into the bracket. I do believe that should place them in the Prince Cup, yes?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the upper bracket final. Yeah, so that does mean Mango is in Prince.
Let's go. Good job. Congrats to Mango. That is a 2-0 sweep. Feeling very nice moving into Prince with a win like that. And that was the first match. Already pretty decisive. I think, once again, both players played pretty well rounded. There was unfortunately a few misplays on Den's side in that last final moment, right? But now, and that's what turned around the game. So now we can see, what's going to push this player forward into the upper bracket and then down to the lower bracket. And once again, congratulations to Mango. And we're going to see the bracket update in just a moment.
I think both players played great, but just Den with a few too many mistakes towards the end of that game there. I think it could have very well been his to take home, but just like the small things stack up each other and just such a huge snowball over time, eventually costing him the match.
Yeah, no, that's what you're actually thinking what I was thinking. I was gonna say, like, it's a snowball. Not having that permanent ramp well, effectively permanent ramp, right? Because having that permanent support card to help you out with your weapon recosting, right? Now it became a super significant factor, and then not being able to play gamblers for a reset, and then at that rate, it was too late, too many, too late. And then, Mango was able to take the win. And there they are, sitting in the top of Group B, all the way through the top bracket, and made it to the finals. They'll be able to carry this life into the IRL Prince Cup. Congratulations.
I mean, just climbing through, effectively undefeated through the upper bracket. I think, like 2-0 versus Inzaghi. I had 2-0 versus Dan in the finals. I can't remember their score against 8, but like either way, like going through the upper bracket with a maximum of 1 loss speaks to the caliber of player that Mango is, and also the type of opponent like the other qualifiers for the Prince Cup Pacific will have to face. If this is who qualifies from Group B, like just imagine how many more players will have it like in Group C or D, and just how good they could be as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you mention, that 1 loss. I actually want to go back and see how many players have a similar record, through Group A, if that even exists. I believe Group A had to have had a lot of 2-1s, especially with how early the meta was. But once again, I do hope that someone gets either a clean record all the way through, or goes with only 1 loss. But yes, that was the match there, and we're gonna have tons more of Genius Invocation TCG tournaments for you come in just a moment. But we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break before we jump into the next match. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Prince Cup Pacific. We are back once again with more matches for you, and this is going to be the second round of today, and we're going to have that, final round as a third, because we typically only do 2, but today it's going to be 3 to cap off Group B.
Yeah, and speaking of a Group B, we have, I wouldn't say the highlight just yet, but close to it, we have Inagi on stage once again, the protagonist, the big boss, the final boss, you might even say, of this bracket.
Yes, absolutely. The final boss, the raid boss, the legendary player, and even if they got knocked down early, they are still pushing their way through the lower bracket, and they're super duper close to making it all the way into the finals. But of course, don't count Graphite out. They too have been facing a similar battle, dropping into the second lower bracket, and now they're here faced with very fearsome adversaries. So let's see what they're bringing. I do wonder if they're going for any variance this time around. Just like last round, we saw just a little bit, and Mango was actually able to squeeze out a win from it.
Yeah, I mean, Mango with a super unorthodox deck, managing to barely squeeze through a victory over Den because, once again, like, the mistakes snowball on him a little bit too hard for the comeback to happen. But, like, I think it also shows the strengths of these unorthodox decks, right? Because there's things you don't expect and things you don't really normally calculate, and there's these plays you can do that your opponent just doesn't know could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowledge difference is a big thing in the TCG, of course. It won't work every time, especially, against experienced players, because they play, all the cards, they play the entire game, they know mostly what everything does, but you sometimes might just hit somebody with a curveball that they're really not prepared to calculate for or do, especially when they're looking, only at the meta decks.
Yeah, like a fundamental difference in terms of game knowledge. You know something your opponent doesn't, and that gives you an edge. Whether that edge is enough to actually win you the game, because you do have a disadvantage of playing, a less generically powerful deck, will be up to the players themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, okay, let's be honest, right? I think they're both Ring and Conwell, come on now. Which will get banned immediately.
62% ban rate, which means that, like, it probably has somewhere close to, like, an 80% pick rate, or, I mean, Ring 2 tournament rate. So, wouldn't be at all surprised to see if the players decide to at least, like, have the deck as an option.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's see. What else would they bring? I wonder. I think because it was definitely into the early weeks that they were playing stuff, and I know one of them was struggling with certain decks, so maybe they switched out a few things. And maybe we'll see. Those techs come in online as soon as we get into the match here. Now, once again, let's just go ahead and talk about a little bit about the player history since we're waiting for the players to get ready. But Inagi, we've been hyping it up, but of course, it's all for a reason because he's a serious slew of achievements to talk about. Qualified through Series Showdown, so it's one of the harder versions of the tournaments, and then multiple CTG placings, and then the Prince Cup, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan first place, and then the Winter Invitational top 4. What a beast of a performance, just for 1 year of the TCG.
But that doesn't mean Graphite can be counted out just yet either. They have also made a similarly impressive run, winning their first upper bracket run against Shuke, but quickly dropping down into the lower bracket, managing to win in the losers round 2 to come here face to face against Inagi, the protagonist.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And they don't have as much tournament history, but still qualified through Series Showdown. So that is a little bit more difficult. And of course, like you just said, they're still have to fight through the lower bracket. It's never easy. With the amount of pressure that you start facing, in this lower bracket, a tournament can sometimes come down, to just your mental. If you don't have the correct motivation or the correct drive, to really push yourself through these really difficult and stressful matches, it can lead you to, lose the mental battle and not play through the card game, unfortunately.
And speaking of the mental, I think this is very much a factor for both players, right? Inagi and Graphite have both already played a game today against 8 and Magician respectively. So like they're off the adrenaline of that best of 3 match. Like they're coming to terms with the mistakes they made, analyzing their games, analyzing their opponents as well. There's a lot to do in the downtime that for the break that took them to get here. But like it is for sure, like the stress is getting to them 100%. And we could see that stress lead to mistakes. I believe a large part of the mistakes Den made was because of the tournament pressure they were facing.
Yeah, absolutely. Being this close to achieving Prince Cup, it's just like it means so much. You're just like, oh my goodness, I'm right there. I'm super duper close. But yes, off the topic of player mental, that's actually a fun point of discussion, right? How do you spend your time between tournament matches? Because there's tons of different tournament formats, but there's always gonna be at least 10 minutes of downtime before your next match, unless you're playing stall, which is not in this meta, so we'll go worry about that. But how do you usually spend your downtime between tournament matches?
Well, I think a part of it, especially in such a high stakes tournament like the Prince Cup Pacific, you got to study, right? You got to analyze why you lost, why you made the mistakes. We can get onto that a little bit later because here we have the decks, and as you said, both players brought Conwhale, and both players banned Conwhale.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna be the eternal fixture of the Prince Cup Pacific. But yes, looks like we're going into a double freeze match, and Inagi finally, switching it up, or not necessarily because of course I haven't been casting the other matches, but there it is, the switch out of Risley into Chongyu, and here we go. Here comes the Herald Float 8.
And also, both players bring the Nouvelette 2-Dragon Magic deck, which has been so popular and also so consistent in the meta right now. And Graphite bringing the Kuki Kirara deck as well, which we have seen rise in popularity in the later stages of Group B. Whether or not it is more favorable in terms of matchups compared to other decks will remain to be seen. But this Herald Sayu Changyun deck is, I think, the rising star of Group B. A lot of players are switching over to this as opposed to for Risley and also Mess, as it does have the Sayu Wolves Gravestone potential and also the Chongyu Wolves Gravestone potential, which are ever so threatening. And then you mix in the Curse the Undercurrent as well, and it's just a hell of a deck to face off against.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think that's one of the most fun mechanics of the TCG, right? Is that being able to share weapons, with your partners is a factor that you can consider in deck building, especially Claymores. Because let's be honest, Wolf's Gravestone is just a powerhouse. Being able, anyone who goes below 6 HP to just absolutely rip them apart is a pretty big advantage.
And speaking of the Wolves Gravestone, there it is, as expected. I mean, Sayu combined with this weapon is probably one of the most iconic combinations. Being able to double dip into like the Wolves Gravestone bonus damage because she has a prepare skill is why Mess has had such a high win rate and also such a high pick rate early on in Group A. Of course, it has fallen off, at least in terms of pick rate here in Group B, but it is just such a strong combination.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see this might be a little bit of lack of knowledge on my side, but I believe Golden Troop is a minor innovation in this one, right? Typically, we don't see this card because sometimes, it's a little difficult to justify putting in your deck because if it comes too late, it's mostly not going to get used.
But I mean, on the other hand, what else do you want to bring, right? You kind of don't want the instructors here because you're not really running a wander or anything like that. You don't want the flowing rings, right? Because you don't really normal attack any of these characters. And most decks are only bring one gambler, so extra flexibility. And of course, that deck has no healing, so what's the point of veterans? Speaking of, though, here is the Nouvelette Double Dragon deck, which is running the veterans, is running the Double Wharf as the counter attack to the Mausoleum, and also running a Double Mausoleum as well to really mess with the opponent.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Not only having the double Wharf tech, but also the Mausoleum is so interesting because it's just like, oh man, this card is terrifying. Let me make sure I counter it, but also let me run it so my opponent can have the same issues.
I'm seeing a lot less Mausoleum picks as the tournament goes on, mostly only seen in this Double Dragon deck, which has been so popular, but like, if you can get the Mausoleum to work against your opponent, it is just such an annoyance. And especially against Sayu, which has the talent to draw you cards, it can really dissuade them from playing it. Or like, if they do play, it might do more harm than good, as those Forbidden Knowledges are just a pain to deal with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll see if Graphite ends up fishing out, King Deshret's Mausoleum early on, to, kind of brick Inzagi's draw, because that would be a massive deal, especially in here, because both decks are going to be playing, to a similar end game, right? Because not only are they going to, go for freezes, but also, usually end the game by turns 3 and 4, thanks to the Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu's side, and then also on a Graphite side, just being able to play that fast, thanks to the Cryo Cube.
Like, both decks are more leaning towards the... they have, like, some combo elements into it, although the Dragon Magic leans more into that, whereas Inzagi's Sayu deck is more of the aggressive type. Plays very similar to Mew. No fast swap, though, or running Herald instead of Mona. So
Yeah.
our swirl uptime might be lower. It's really hard to get the initial swirl, but we do have more opportunities for ramp as well as well.
Hmm.
We kind of just sit on this character that has the revive, and as long as he doesn't die, as long as we get the talent card down before he falls, we are more than happy to just sit there and take the punishment.
Absolutely. And Inzaghi showing why they're the protagonists. Look at that hide roll. Seed box to discount their Lumen Stone, and both talents immediately off rip. That is insane for a mulligan.
And to strategize as well to refill the hand for whatever card they may need afterwards. Of course, the dice roll is also just as important as whatever you get in your opening mulligan. We need a lot of Hydro turn 1.
Oh yes, absolutely, yeah. Get all that stuff, and hopefully Inzaghi's able to pull something out that they can ramp this turn, right? Because floating 8 on Herald is totally okay. What we mean on quote unquote floating 8 is that you don't really have to take any actions. Well. If there was any doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi asked for a nice big dinner and got taken out to a buffet, all expenses paid for Hydro dice. Never needs to worry about that ever again. At least for this turn. Turn 2 could say differently.
Indeed. Now, looking on the side of Graphite, though, I definitely wouldn't count them out, right? Because not only are they starting on Ajdaha to off-field application, right, and potentially even absorb elements early on, they also have double Mausoleum. Unfortunately, Inzaghi does have the turn advantage, so you can't punish them super hard just yet. But regardless, having double Mausoleum early, and of course, Inzaghi should be angling for Sayu talent in the second turn, is still going to become a factor since Inzaghi has no means to counter it.
Well, yeah, Inzaghi doesn't have the Lever Harper Wharf right now, so no way to just instantly activate that Mausoleum to make sure it only shuffles 2 Forbidden Magic into the deck, and as you said, is starting on the Ajta on the side of Graphite. Of course, no absorption just yet because there is no talent played yet and hasn't skilled just yet, so won't be able to get that extra dice turn 1. But this Ajta swap is most likely just to preserve the HP onto Cube. This is something that we're seeing 2 Dragon Magic players do a lot more often, where they are just going to skill once on Cube and then ramp for 8. And in order to do that more efficiently, they do tank a hit onto Ajdaha first, just to make sure the Cube Revive isn't procced prematurely.
Yeah. Inzaghi carefully calculating their breakpoints, like they drop in the seed box to proc the Lumenstone, and then they get Wolf's Gravestone. My goodness, the buffet never stops cooking for Inzaghi. Oh man, I don't even know. I feel like you could do so much here, right? You could even play Timaeus into Golden House into Wolf's Gravestone, and that's your turn. That's insane for a turn 1.
Yeah, you could. Looks like Inzaghi is going for it. You can play the Heart onto the Herald as well for even more draw to work with. But yeah, that free Wolf's Gravestone equipment so early is always nice to have. And then even then, the next turn as well, Golden House will have that free discount from Timaeus to work with too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Inzaghi's probably just calculating the breakpoints right now, seeing if it's worth it to stay on Herald because of Gwen. As much as it's worth it to ramp on Herald, of course you do need to consider what Graphite is going to do because they are not conventional. They can ramp, but they also have access to any of their abilities. They could drop on Ajdaha, they can drop a skill, make sure they have absorption for next turn. They have other ramp cards. They have Cryo Cube, any factors. Yeah, looks like they back off a little bit. They're like, okay, maybe I relax a little bit. We don't need to go that crazy into Gravestone.
I mean, it's fine to not play it now. I mean, we also get to keep the Golden House refund. We got to keep that 1 extra stack for later, just in case. No need to play it now either, because we're not going to overdraw. Only 6 cards in hand, a healthy amount, but no war for anything to overflow our hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, but now Graphite is starting to respond to a similar opener in kind, Lumenstone, King Desher's Mausoleum, and then pulls out a Gilded Dream, so that's super duper nice. And now, what are we going to do for the rest of the turn?
I mean, Russian Cube Burst is always something that's really nice in these types of decks. We get to apply Cryo early, we get to threaten their characters with freezes early. Another thing we could consider as well, we are just going to play the Timaeus. I was going to say another option as well is to go over into Nouvelette early to get our skill, to get that Source Water Droplet. Something that this 2 Dragon Magic typically struggles with is that first Source Water Droplet, because when you are switching over to Nouvelette, that is typically when he has the Aura or when your opponent has a bunch of setups, so it's very, very threatening to swap over onto him, he swaps out a little bit, and getting that extra Droplet early makes it that much easier, as of course he will heal himself, and he gets 2 instances of Hydro, preferably buffed by Tula Tulas as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think low key, this is a little bit of the high roll match because Graphite was able to get their second gilded off of the Timaeus, which of course they're not going to be using it just yet, but like it's still good to have it early, right? Because if for whatever reason it's in the bottom of your deck, that's less dice that you have to work with in between your rounds. Ooh,
Drawing
even
that
Golden
Golden
House,
House.
whoopsie doo. Oh
Oh,
man.
that Golden House plus the Liar Song is really, really nice because we got one free Gilded Equip because the Timaeus, that's plus 2 dice. And then Liar Song pullback, it costs 1, right? You play the Golden House now, it's another free equip. So Graphite has a plus 4 dice currently sitting in hand. Unfortunately, the dice not favoring him just as much.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. Inzaghi, definitely can work with those dice, but not amazing. Of course, they do have gilded, so they should be able to pull out some shenanigans. Are they kinder to Graphite? Not really.
Mm-hmm. Still, Inzaghi does get that turn priority, and if he does decide to scale, it will be plus 1 dice as well as a Hydro Absorption from Ajda. Typically, though, you would prefer a Cryo Absorption, as Duvalet has more than enough Hydro for the entire team. Cryo is where you're really, really struggling. But still, just having a second character to apply Aura anyways just makes the freezes much more abundant one way or another.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
absolutely.
though, Inzaghi, with no Mona, can't like instantly get themselves a swirl, so we'll need to stay on Herald to do at least one skill, but that does leave him vulnerable to get the revive activated early. But I don't think Inzaghi minds too much, because as long as you get that first swirl, you should be more than happy for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always the benefit of Sayu. You're gonna swirl, and apply elements to all the characters, so you're not gonna have to worry too much about having to reapply. Unlike someone like Wanderer, right? But here we go. There's the absorption, and Inzaghi unfortunately did proc King Deshret's Mausoleum. Now they are cursed with Forbidden Knowledge, and they should be able to expend a lot of cards this turn to get rid of their hand. But from there, they're going to be constantly cursed and pulling out a ton of Forbidden Knowledge. They already have 3 in their deck right now, and it's going to become more and more, especially if they play that Sayu talent at any point.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the dice disadvantage as well is stacking up ever so slightly as well. Forced to play that second Lumen Stone. I think we got really unlucky for Inzaghi in our opening hand, right? I mean, open Lumen Stone Timaeus is always good, but no Liben or like no Dungeons to really pair up with that means that we are kind of limited in our turn 2 dice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know how much do you think Inzaghi wants to spend the resources now, knowing that their draw effectively is going to be a bit bricked. You mostly do have what you want for this matchup, but now, right now, it's starting to get a little scary. Once that curse is on you, it's very hard, to play around it.
I don't think Inzaghi wants to go in this turn. Their resources aren't looking good. They don't have enough to like equip Wolf's Gravestone, and they at most have 2 additional actions on Sayu, which is still pretty good. But you would much rather prefer the bonus damage with that weapon equipped. I think this is most likely another setup turn for Inzaghi. We can sit on Herald. That talent's going to activate. We already applied 1 instance of Hydro onto Ajdaha. Revive finally getting activated as well with that skill. And then we have the Live in hand as well to draw so many more cards. The one problem I would worry about if I was Inzaghi is that we are very likely to overdraw if we just Live and pass.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's one of the scary parts, I was thinking about is like if they would expend our resources now, because now, like you said, we do have to worry about overdraw, and that's going to be a pretty big factor, especially when we want to start doing, our magic engine. We want to put down our gildeds, we want to use our liar songs, and then, but where's the boar princess? Where's my other means of reduction? It's going to be pretty difficult to work with only 1 golden house and 1 Timaeus.
Finally, Cryo Cube going onto the field. Ajna Burst is now ready. That's 5 damage in the back pocket of Graphite for whenever they need it. Heralds with Hydro application as well, which means that they will fall to a single skill from the Cryo Cube. So, unfortunately, Inzaghi will not be able to do another prepare skill. Probably won't want to do it in one way or another because the cards in their hand are just too valuable to be tuned away. Needs to find a way to play them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you put down Liben, you're gonna overdraw even harder, which is definitely not worth it. You may want to use I think minimum like 1 gilded, right? Like to just kind of flush out your hand. I'd say you could also go for a golden troop angle. Yep.
I think if you are using that gilded, it should be to swap over to Chongyun to get the Frostfield set up, get the Cryo application. This way, it makes your swirl guarantees that much easier, and Sayu as well could use the field as well, so that's even a more reason to play it. It just makes rolling on Sayu so much easier if you have a second way to apply it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right here, one of the things that I'm thinking about, obviously, I don't think it's going to happen too much because right now, Graphite did trigger the Herald Curse of the Undercurrent, so now all their skills and Elemental Burst will... Whoa. Tuning Gilded? Really?
I think this is fine. Graphite already has a second Gilded in hand, and you can
Mhm.
only Liar Song back one Gilded at a time, right? So as long as you're smart with how you play around it, you
Mhm.
only really need one Gilded, and you're going to keep the second Mausoleum in case they want to grief Inzagi's hand even more. Treasure is just so valuable in the late game to give you so much extra dice, so much extra health, and the Leave It To Me is just really good into a freeze matchup, which Inzagi does have access to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Although I would consider, right, they already had one Mausoleum go down. I feel like you probably don't need the second one, but regardless, it is what it is. But one of the things I was, to finish my thought earlier, because, typically Double Dragons always used to run Layla. Of course, we see the innovation of Cryo Cube into the Prince Cup Pacific because, of requiring to need to apply cryo a lot faster. But one of the things, right, is of course now it's not very conventional and probably generally not advised, but Cryo Cube can just deal, and apply cryo damage with the normal attacks, unlike Layla.
Especially in powered as well, the extra piercing damage. It could be very nice in certain matchups. I don't think it matters in this one, but
Yeah.
against other decks, the piercing damage is nice to have. It makes your break points just that much easier.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it is mainly for the faster cryo applications. We are moving towards a faster meta. We're seeing a lot less Xingqiu OTKs. We're seeing a lot less Yeilans, right? So there's a lot less decks that set up. So we need that faster aura to disrupt them more.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm mostly considering it because Undercurrent is present, so everything is going to cost a ton of dice. And now Asia is coming onto field, probably to eat away anything that Inzagi throws at them next. I do wonder if they're going to go for any moves on Asia themselves, or if they're just going to let them eat the damage.
Our burst right now could do 6 damage onto Inzagi. They do have the dice for it as well. They can play the Gilded, tune the rest of their hand in order to go for that burst. Curse the Undercurrent makes it very annoying to do that, though. Looks like Inzagi doesn't want to risk his Chongyun HP this early. I think this does make sense. We're already behind on damage because our setup was just so much worse than our opponents. And we haven't had a chance to go on to Saya either, which was a large part of our early game plan. Being like forced to go Chongyun this early is not ideal, especially because we don't have anything equipped just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting that, I would consider Inzagi's, first opener hand to be, quite successful, right? But now, like you said, the fact that they're not able to push, something with Liben now is starting to bite them a little bit because, they're kind of struggling not only on dice, but also they're falling, to King Deshret's Mausoleum, and not half of their hand, but, a good majority of their hand is starting to fill up with that Forbidden Knowledge.
The Forbidden Knowledge is going to be so annoying as we move on to later parts of the game. It's just like when you want good cards, Mausoleum is going to deny you from getting good cards because your good cards are now Forbidden Knowledge, and you're now sad.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, there we go. Asia, he may absorb that cryo, but unfortunately he's now stuck in the freezer. So honestly, I'm expecting Graphite to swap to Cryo Cube here, right? And then try to dish out what they can at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, Graphite does have Cube to work with, does have that piercing normal attack as well, but still a lot less threatening than the Ajda. Ajda just does so much damage on that burst, especially after you absorb a few elements. Right now it does 6 base damage, and with a reaction, enough to one-shot the Chongyun and take a very healthy chunk off of Inzagi's Sayu as well.
Absolutely. There we go. Sayu coming onto field. Now Graphite just has 3 dice left, so they can push actually, can they with the Gilded play? I think they could push one more action. No. It would have
it's
to be
impossible.
2. Yeah, it's not possible. So just gonna have one more action left. I do wonder. That is actually going to be really awkward because now that Sayu's on field and Cryo Cube has Cryo on them, whoop-de-doo, irony, but they're not spreading Hydro, which is really what they would prefer, right?
Yeah. I think you prefer the Hydro early if you are Graphite, or sorry, the Cryo early if you are Graphite, which you do have, and also Herald at 3 HP, right? You can just one-shot him with some like a summon end phase or something like that, so not really a factor. And we have our opponent's 2 main carries being the Sayu and Chongyun with Cryo Aura, which makes it so easy for Nuvolet to freeze because he just applies so much Hydro. It is basically impossible to avoid a freeze.
Yeah, then once again, Inzagi trying to flush their hand out. They drop the Golden Troop, And then not dropping the Liben, which is that's fair. You know, most of the cards are important right now. Maybe you could have dropped one Forbidden Knowledge, but I guess you really want to be careful with your breakpoints because, you know, now that your entire hand is unfortunately to ruin, you will have to, you know, kind of work with what you have. So
I'm also fairly certain Inzaghi already played a Forbidden Knowledge earlier in the turn, so wouldn't have been
yes,
able to
they
play a
did.
second one, even if he wanted to.
Yeah, no, that is very fair. Let's see here. Is Graphite going to go for the treasure play? They might. Oh, no. Okay. Interesting. Wow. Okay. Alrighty then.
Well, we are at grief o'clock. Swapping over to Ajda is actually so smart here. Yes, you do kind of sacrifice the burst, but you're more than happy with that because if Inzaghi tries to skill and like get an application by smacking Cube or something, if Graphite swap cells over to it,
yeah,
Ajda just bursts and your Sayu is as good as dead, and you just lose the game from there. But if you normal attack to apply Aura, Ajda's at 2 HP, right? So he just dies, and that's not possible. And like Graphite can swap over to Nuvlet to get that instant freeze. So smart play here. Of course, you'd rather not sacrifice the Ajda burst, but right now this is the best play possible for them, or at least the best play possible that we could see.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's like you said. There's so many factors. You know that Graphite would take advantage from sacrificing Ajda. So I definitely agree with you. I think it's worth it. You know, being able to sort of push this reverse now because like we talked about earlier about Nuvulet possibly having application early on and now having that denied. Is definitely becoming a factor. And without Sayu being able to swirl now, it really is going to become an issue as Nuvulet, even without Tutulia, will be able to sweep through probably this turn.
And I think this is kind of where we see the difference with the Herald as opposed to Mona, right? If we played the Mona, yeah, our opening would have still been pretty bad, but we would have been able to get our swirls guaranteed a lot earlier, would have been able to get gravestone value a lot earlier, but because we are running this Herald, yes, we have a little bit more disruption, but getting that first freeze is just so much harder for us, and we can see the consequences of that in this game.
My goodness, Inzaghi, even when playing Forbidden Knowledge, still is getting not more Forbidden Knowledge, right? You see how it goes in other matches in the Prince Cup. It's just, oh, I played Forbidden Knowledge. Guess what? I pulled more. But boom, they not only got a fast swap and a board princess, so that's super duper useful, for their resources.
More dice to work with. The fast swaps, I think, unfortunately, coming a bit too late. No aura here for us to swirl, so we aren't able to continue our pressure with that. If Inzaghi had that earlier, I think this could have been a completely different game. But coming here, when Ajda has no aura, when our characters are not low, but in the threat of being taken out one by one.
Yeah.
Too little, too late. I do not believe this will make a difference in the match.
Yeah, no, it is unfortunate that the fast swap is coming literally, like you said. If we could have had it a little earlier, we could have fielded some application to someone else, gotten a swirl, at least something. That way Nuvulet would have some form of threat, but that's not going to be the case right now. Inzaghi, oh, they're going to play it. Okay, proccing Lumenstone, that's fine.
Got some Forbidden Knowledge, shuffling some more in the deck, getting some Forbidden Knowledge, shuffling some more in the deck.
Oh boy. King Desperate is not letting up.
It is the endless cycle of sad. I mean, really funny play that players can do. Just overdraw all the Forbidden Knowledge.
Yeah,
of course, players don't do that because they run the risk of overdrawing like their actual good cards, which is like a game-losing mistake.
Yes,
but it is something they can do, right? Like, okay, hear me out. Genius idea.
Yeah,
you draw like infinite cards with the Forbidden Knowledge, right? You shuffle like 12 Forbidden Knowledge in the deck. And then after that, you don't care. You just overdraw everything because your odds of drawing Forbidden Knowledge are so much higher than drawing your actual good cards because you've already thinned your deck out so much in comparison, and your deck has so much Forbidden Knowledge, right? What if that's the play?
Just forcefully eat it all and then burn it away as soon as it pulls out to your hand.
Like you have one round where you're effectively God. And then after that, it's just you're really depressed because your odds of getting Forbidden Knowledge is just so absurdly high. You might as well not exist.
Yes, indeed.
But for that one round.
Could be. Oh my goodness. Tutalia and Golden House Direction. Oh no. Oh no. Oh
yeah,
no. I mean, what's coming.
Oh, we have 4 dice too. That means it's a charge attack on the next attack. Swapping over the Herald here. With the fast swap as well, we could skill here to apply the juicy Hydro Aura. Yeah, that's the stuff. Tula normal attack here will only do 2 damage on the initial hit, which means we can soak up the second one onto Sayu, which means we can have the rest of the turn free on Chongyun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually impossible for Graphite to one-shot Herald before they get off burst.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or like
yeah.
before they get the second follow-up attack, I mean.
Yeah.
Tula's charge attack is enough to trade a Herald for like second hit of the thing. But then after that, you run the risk of Inzaghi going over to Chongyun, right? But the thing is, if you go over onto Cube, you no longer have the dice to go back onto to New Valette to do your actions, which means you are pigeonholing yourself into Cube Burst, and we really don't have the dice for that. Of course, unless we want to swap Cube and Ramp instead, which is also a very fine play.
Yeah, this is where I'm starting to feel the pain a little bit of tuning that Gilded earlier, because you may have not been able to, you may have not needed to use it, that other time, but now it would have been pretty nice because
still would have spent dice for it though.
Right,
Makes it up one stack, no Liar Song. So right now it doesn't matter. Next
right
turn though, it could be a factor.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, let's see here. FS, okay.
Okay, Fast Swap will allow us to go into Cube and prevent Inzaghi from getting that second Herald attack from the Prepare skill. It will deny Inzaghi a little bit of damage, a little bit of dice value. And of course, if they do want to swap off, we are sacrificing that second hit, which means we are wasting a little bit of dice. But on the other hand, Inzaghi could just play the Wolves' Gravestone into pass on 3 with Liven, which I think they're perfectly happy to do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they are able to draw the card that they want, and then also, I mean, just the dice in general. It's the most important factor in this matchup right now, especially when the resources are being spent. Graphite, did a ton of plays to use Lumen Stone, etc., to burn it out and then get an Omni Dice, and now they should be able to tune 2. There we go. All right. It should be... Oh, a burst. That's right.
Oh, wait, and burst of 2 base damage, plus 1 from the freeze. It means a Herald falls. Does give Inzaghi some extra dice, though, because the Boar Princess we played earlier. Graphite now completely out of dice. Unfortunately, Sayu is frozen, which is the character we really want to swap to. But even so...
Yeah, definitely not the worst thing.
Curse the Undercurrent got applied again.
What
was that for? Does it also apply it on Herald Death? Because we for sure didn't burst.
I might have to go and rewind. I may take a look at that in just a moment. Huh. Because I don't recall them bursting, but let's see. I'll take a look-see here. But, off the topic of that, right here, what do you think the line is for Chongyun, right? Because let's see here. So, one of the goals is that we can reset Frostfield, and also Wolf's Gravestone comes online. But after that, would that be the end of his turn?
Wolf's Gravestone will activate the Revive here, but unfortunately, because we played the Gravestone only at a 2-cost discount, we no longer have the dice for a second normal attack. Right, we aren't able to attack again and lethal Cube, leaving Graphite on just New Valette solo, which we can then freeze next turn with Sayu normal attack. So unfortunately, that the Crowd Cube living just a little bit longer, the pesky Revive coming right in. Right, if it wasn't for that, Will's Gravestone skill would have one-shot it. No longer need to worry about this character messing with our breakpoints. But unfortunately, it is still alive, and we really can't do anything about it. Next best play here for Inzaghi will just to be swapping over to the Sayu, because Graphite ended on Crowd Cube. The summon will punch the Chongyun, which means Crowd Cube skill will leave Sayu on 1 HP, and then we can then leverage that to get a swirl either on the Crowd Cube to lethal it and get us the Gambler's Reset, or to freeze the New Valette, instead opting for the Liven Pass here.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that, because that would be definitely a way for Inzaghi to get out of the situation right now, because it's definitely looking pretty dire right now.
I think I like the play here of swapping over to Sayu. I don't see how this could possibly go wrong. It's impossible for Crowd Cube to lethal her, and even with weapon, New Valette only does 3 base damage with Tula's, because it is his follow-up attack that does the really big hit for him. So Sayu's 100% safe to get at least 1 action.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we go. And there's that Cryo Cube targeting coming into play, just like you mentioned. And now, unfortunately, biting them in the back. Sometimes it is usually useful, but it does have a very interesting targeting system within its skill description. So, unfortunately, it will hit Shonyun, and now Sayu has at minimum 1 action. So let's see what they do with it.
Graphite is actually in a world of trouble here. Suddenly the game flipped. It looked very favored for them, but Inzaghi managing to turn it around in a blink of an eye. Because if Graphite stays on Crowd Cube to do a skill, like Inzaghi with Sayu, which is an Animo character, by the way, can swirl the Cryo onto the New Valette, which will freeze him. But if Graphite swaps over onto the New Valette, that gives Inzaghi time to just freeze him instantly with a normal attack. It's so bad for Graphite no matter what he does. And of course, there's also the Curse the Undercurrent to worry about as well.
Yeah, looks like Graphite is gonna go for the treasure and probably into Magic Countdown to pull everything out of their deck, as soon as possible, because they're gonna need all the healing they can to survive this turn. Because, like you said, it's starting to move towards Inzagi's favor thanks to the Swirl into Freeze, and now, Nuvola is going to have to play the survival game. And Chongyun, Wolf's Greystone, and Burst. This is, oh boy, I don't know.
I think if you are Inzagi, it's actually just impossible to lose at this point in time. Of course, unless Graphite can pull at least 2 treasures from their deck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If they are able to do that, it is very much possible for them, because Inzagi bricked on Animo Dice, and with only like 2 cards to tune in their hand, the rest being Forbidden Knowledge, Sayu doesn't actually have enough dice to skill, even if Inzagi tunes everything. Of course, they could just play the Forbidden Knowledge, but if Graphite Cryocube skills, that will bring Sayu down to 1 HP, which means the Forbidden Knowledge will actually kill her.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and there we go. The skills are going to actually wait. Now that they healed with the treasure, I do believe they will live at least 1 more turn before Sayu finishes them off now.
Okay, so Sayu normal attack here does 2 damage. Skill will still kill the Cryocube, unless Graphite decides to invest their last bit of treasure as well. Oh, pulling back the veterans as well for some extra dice.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense, especially in the scenario. Ooh.
Oh, this is so bad. Because this means Graphite has 2 actions.
Yeah,
and Inzagi is to tune everything, and no, it's still okay, because we can just swap over onto Chongyun and everything is fine.
Yeah. What's it called? Yeah, it's definitely Graphite doing what they can to pull themselves out of the situation, but Inzagi is still holding the floor for the most part.
I think Inzagi is still heavily favored. I mean, we bricked on Animo Dice, but that's fine. We have more than enough Cryo Dice to finish the job off. This second treasure will only heal Cryocube up to 4 HP, which is still well within Wolf's Gravestone range. So, like, Inzagi can just normal attack into Burst, and that's all she wrote from there. Mostly given an attempt, though, this will allow them to get 2 skills down with 6 dice. Even rolling Cryo, that's really nice.
Yeah, massive high roll there, so you can drop in a skill. But unfortunately, oh no, okay, there's the tune, that's fine. Bonk,
Curse
there we go.
Of the Undercurrent. Once again, the bane of everybody's existence. Only 1 skill because of that. And with only 1 card left in hand, it's impossible for Graphite to get 2 dice, even with the power of magic. So if you're Inzagi here, it's so safe to swap over on Chongyun. Skill into Burst, or Burst into Skill, depending on who Graphite swaps to, will always win no matter what.
Right, alright, here we go. Last 2 moves, Inzagi picked them carefully, and you should be able to eke out the win in this situation. Can't even,
I think Chongyun swap always wins. Yeah, Inzagi knows this as well. Swap it over to Chongyun. 2 dice remaining, 1 card in hand, especially with Curse on the Undercurrent still on Cryocube. Impossible for Graphite to threaten him right now.
Yep,
Graphite knows this.
Yep.
Ending turn. I mean, the only way Graphite can win this is if Inzagi somehow just Omega bricked on Cryo Dice. But I think Inzagi just barely has enough cards to make this work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the guild at 100% have enough to make this work.
Yeah, absolutely. Chongyun should be able to just knock out Cube right now, and then even playing Forbidden Knowledge, he knows, he's like, I got this. What do you get? More Forbidden Knowledge. Woohoo!
So although the extra card being played does trigger the Lumen Stone, skill bonk, 5 damage, and now Graphite forced onto the new Valette. No other choice, only character remaining, and here comes the burst.
Boom! There goes the Chief Justice falling to Chongyun's exorcism, and there we go. GG's to Inzagi. A little bit of a flip-flop, right? We were getting really worried about Inzagi. I think Graphite put up a very good fight, trying to push, as much as they could, especially with the Forbidden Knowledge. They really wanted that, but Inzagi just had enough to play around it.
It looked really bad for Inzagi early on, right? They had a ramp disadvantage. The characters were losing HP one by one. Like, that Ajda was doing so much damage, bringing down Inzagi's character so low. But just, like, that critical turn 3, something clicked. And Inzagi was able to flip it around.
Yeah, absolutely. Having, just enough application and threat on Sayu to be enough to push them all the way through. Even the treasures that we talked about, we were like, oh, hey, we can pull 2 treasures, that'll be enough. But actually, it was instead the opposite. They were barely able to make it out, and then Chongyun could just sweep the game with the Wolf's Greystone equip and then knock them all out.
And it was like the Curse of the Undercurrent from the Abyss Herald, right? Like, once again, being annoying. It denied, like, Graphite those extra bit of dice for those few extra skills that could have completely turned things around, right? Like, at the end of the game, Chongyun was at 4 HP, Sai was at 1. Maybe if we were able to get a few extra skills out because the Curse of the Undercurrent wasn't there, completely different game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're on to the final match. Conwell, of course, is out the window, but what are we seeing in the next match? I'm going to quickly go take a look-see at the decks once more. Oh, almost there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So we just saw the, that one be the, sorry, excuse me. The MES played on Inzagi's side, and then the Double Dragon on Graphite's side, and now since Inzagi won that one, they're going to be pushed onto Double Dragon as well, and then Graphite can choose between Cookie Herald or Double Dragon.
Right, I mean, a few options left for Graphite. You choose any of their 2 decks, whichever one they believe to be more favored. Whether what they want to go for the skill matchup of the Double Dragon Mirror, or whether or not they believe Cookie Kiara Herald has the better matchup, up to them to decide.
I don't know. I think like it makes the most sense to keep playing Double Dragon, but like the mirror matchups are always so wacky, in Genshin Impact Genius and Vacation TCG, because I mean, right, like when you have a mirror matchup in, especially with Freeze, it's gonna matter so much on who steals turn priority first, but also right, like they can do whatever you do, and they're gonna be copying effectively the same strategies. So.
The thing is, with Double Dragon and the Mirror, like, as much as it is a skill matchup, it is the Mirror.
Well, there you go.
As much as it is a skill matchup, as both players are playing the exact same deck, it is also kind of coin flipping RNG as who has the better setup, who goes first. Like, these things matter a lot more in a Mirror match than it would otherwise. And also, Inzagi getting the better of Graphite already from deck selection, having the better character order optimization.
Oh yes, absolutely. That way, Cryo Cube sits in the middle, and then if there were for whatever reason that there was some factor, to push them around, then they can just deal with it easily. I don't know if I would have ever picked Cookie Herald, right? As much as it can resist freeze and the fact that it can deal damage while swapping, I still feel like it's probably an unfavorable matchup into Inzagi's current Double Dragon list.
I think Double Dragon Magic is just like, it sets up just as much as that deck, but on the combo turn, it does so much more damage. I think I agree with you on that. I do not think Cookie Kirara could compete with just the damage threat of Double Dragon Magic, even if it is a very value-oriented deck.
Absolutely. Yeah, players are going to get setting up right now. I do wonder if Inzagi has any variants inside their Double Dragon list, although I probably won't expect it, of course, because the Double Dragon list is pretty optimized. Maybe you might run... Actually, no, not even. Like, you might run, like, the Wharf and the Mausoleum, but that's about it for tech cards, right?
I think there are 2 versions of the deck. There is one with the Double Wharf, Mausoleum, Vanarana, and Parametric with the countdown. And then there is the more standard version from last patch, where you run the extra seed box, where you run, I think, like 2 veterans in there. I can't remember the exact list, but those are really the slight differences. It looks like Inzagi will be running no Vanarana, no Wharf, no Mausoleum either. Just running that 1 Parametric, the double strategize. I think this is the more streamlined list, I would say. This is more a self-centered one. You're focused on your own setup as opposed to disrupting your opponent. And Inzagi trusting themselves to just play better and not needing to rely on the Mausoleum to make their opponent play worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Play better, draw better, all of it. I mean, hey, considering their first turn last game, as much as we talked about the live, and I still think, was able to push them through all that forbidden knowledge. And of course, we did see already what happened last time, so we are familiar with the list. But yeah, I'd say this is one of the more optimized ones, of course, because playing Mausoleum right inside your decks, you actually have to know when to use it, right? And of course, if your opponent has a counter, then well, whoop-de-doo, you're not going to do much effectively to them.
And like this deck is able to get a lot of its resources faster. I mean, Graphite is no slouch either. Theory Harbor Wharf is such a beast when it comes to draw. But they are running a little bit less dice generation. No Parametric Transformer there for Graphite, so a little bit less dice to work with. Also, not running Libin instead of choosing to run the Vanarana instead, because Wharf kind of already overdraws your cards. Stacking Libin on top of that could actually become a very, very real risk of overdraw, especially when you are running Lumenstone, which cycles through your deck so fast.
Yeah, crowding your support zone and then like also overdrawing. It's a terrible combination to work with. So definitely gonna see how this works out. It's always great to see Vonera because I think it's always there, right? But of course people haven't played as much, especially last patch, right? It was mostly focused on draw, and most people expend all their resources before they ever actually needed to use it in the first place. But has always been a useful card to permanently carry dice over all the time.
Yeah, more popular back in like 3.8 to 4.0, that era of stall where we were running like double Tenchu, double Vanarana, because they were just the best ways to generate dice in the long run for a stall deck. Nowadays have fallen out of favor quite sharply in favor of other options as we move towards a more mid-range / combo focused meta. But still, a very powerful card that lets you bring dice into the next round without crowding your hand too much, because double Wharf, it draws you so much.
Now, here comes the match. Now, let's see. Protagonist and professional top decker. Do you think it's going to happen again? I wonder. I feel like it will. There we go.
I mean, I said this earlier, right? The setup in a mirror match matters so much more otherwise because you are running the exact same deck. And because of that, whoever is able to get the game plan down better, get the game plan done sooner, is typically favored. And yes, player skill comes into play a lot. But another part of this is just how well you draw. And if you completely brick your draw and your opponent just high rolls the hell out of you, it's no competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Inagi actually mulled majority of their hand away, of course, besides that Magic Countdown. Now, that was interesting to me because they did have a set of cards, although it was the set of cards that you don't really want super duper early. But now it's all artifacts with no reduction, so not sure how I feel about that.
Artifact is always going to be very, very nice drawing turn one because you get punched and then you get cards, and that's a pain.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a pain.
No ramp available for Inzaghi. Like, you don't even want to play the Underwater Treasure Hunt right now because it clogs up your deck so much. Like, no Lumen Stone, no Strategize, not even a Timaeus. Inzaghi's start here is so ungodly atrocious.
Yeah, there's not even a means to nicely swap onto Asia and then double talent, right? Because that could push you out of the dice threshold, but now you're kind of stuck on cube, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Graphite, on the other hand, a little better, not as much.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they have the Strategize, they have the Wharf as well. They had that in the opening hand, so it's always nice to have. The Seed Box is gonna be really nice when you draw into that Timaeus. I mean, even for Inzaghi, it's not too terrible. We use 3 dice to skill on Crowd Cube, and then we have 2 dice remaining to play the Veteran's Visage over onto Nouvelette, so that would be extra dice and extra draw when we do switch over to him eventually. So even when your start is not ideal, we still make it work.
Yep, there we go. We got Wharf into Seed Box. Correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe Seed Box could discount Wharf, right?
It does, yes. It is any 2-cost support card.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't want to expand the usage of it because they can't have more support cards come down the line to help him out. But that's going to be the turn effectively because now Inzagi's just thinking about it. Of course, it's still Graphite's turn, but Graphite's out of moves, and then Inzagi is like, what do I do with these 2 dice? Ooh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, Graphite's got nothing left. That they used all their dice already, so they're going to get the Crowd Cube burst slower than Inzagi, as of course they don't get to skill immediately this round. Ending first, though, with turn priority. We'll have to see what they do with that. For now, though, I'm expecting Inzaghi to just equip the Veteran's Visage. There is literally nothing else you can do with your dice.
Yeah, no, I think at minimum, maybe equip Veterans. I think that's the best thing you can do. Treasure, as much as it's cool and as much as this match is going to go pretty quick, probably a 3 to 4 turn limit, it's really not worth it when you have 0 support cards in hand.
I think the one reason you might not want to play the Veteran's Visage is, of course, if they are planning to play the Gilded, well, actually go playing an Ajda first. Interesting choice. Typically, you do prefer to put it on the Nouvelette because he heals himself. He also does self-piercing. So you're able to get the 2 stacks of Veteran's Visage very, very easy without any input from your opponent on punching you or without any other resource investment. But typically in Double Dragon Magic, you are swapping over to Ajda first. And Veteran's Visage will give you dice the first time you take damage, and you are expecting Graphite to hit you a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, both players kind of angling maybe for the same thing, unless this is the secondary reroll. But they have a good amount of Geo dice, so if they ever need to go to Asia at some point, they definitely can do that. Now, Inagi did draw a Strategize. So he will be able to pull out a little extra, but we'll see if they actually roll into anything useful, right?
I'm rolling a lot of Geo for both players, though. I'm not sure if Inzaghi would prefer the Cryo now or Cryo a bit later. There's no reason to go for the Cryo Cube Burst now. Like, you're not in a rush to freeze Nuvolet. Typically, this deck doesn't go in or like even gets close to going in until turn 3. The setup for Double Dragon Magic is a long and arduous process.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh. Good thing Forbidden Knowledge has yet to, come up in Graphite's deck, right? Because Inzagi's hand's already getting very full. So that would be quite the issue if that ever came up later. But it's okay for now. Let's see here. Cryocube 5, the other one 5. It's a mirror, right?
Honestly, I think this is part of the reason why a lot of players are choosing to get rid of that Mausoleum. If you don't get it turn 1, or like even turn 2, it's more or less a dead card, because by then your opponent will stop drawing. And even if they do draw a lot of cards and fill their deck with like 20 Forbidden Knowledge, it doesn't matter, because the game will end by turn 3 anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a bit of a risk, right, to be running not only the tech card but the tech counter, which neither is actually coming up right now, but we'll see. It's funny how mirrored this matchup is, right? Not only did Inzaghi and Graphite also draw both of the Asia HUD talents. Do you think they're just gonna handshake to double talent? Pass back.
I mean, if they do double talent, Inzaghi will be the one that's favored at the end of the day, because just look how much more dice Inzaghi started the round with, right? Because they didn't need to do that extra crowd cube skill. Inzaghi did that round 1, whereas Graphite was forced to do it here in turn 2, because you need to at least build towards that energy before it's too late. If you cannot get that crowd cube burst out, it is very, very difficult to threaten Ajda with the crowd application, and like your crowd cube positioning is already inferior to Inzaghi's, so we're at a disadvantage already before the game ever started.
Yeah. Even now, like you said, Graphite's now considering it's like, do I do it? I don't know. Maybe not, guys. Maybe we chill out.
The thing is, though, if Graphite doesn't do it, like they're also at a disadvantage because you have so much less dice than Inzaghi. If you decide to skill on Ajda, you're effectively giving Inzaghi a free turn with 8 dice, plus whatever magic he has in hand. So yes, he's kind of forced to do that talent. I mean, Inzaghi go for the second talent as well. Graphite handshaking, as you mentioned. Both players now sitting at a very healthy amount of dice.
Yep. Yeah, and just to quickly describe, it's not the most conventional tournament term, but handshake just means like, hey, you're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, so we both do it. It's just like when players, double ramp if they're both playing Herald, and in this case, they both happen to roll into Asia HUD talent, so hey, let's both do it. But now here we are, 9 versus 6. Graphite does have the potential to at least get a little more dice thanks to Liar Song and the currently equipped artifact plus Gilded, and you can also destroy it with Boar Princess. But outside of that, they may be able to break even, but it's just going to be Asia HUD versus Asia HUD. And I do believe if they both hit into each other, one of them should be pushed to a pretty critical HP, no?
I mean, Inzaghi will be the one to force Graphite off first, in theory, because they do get to punch first. Now both players on even dice, 6-6. Graphite now with the turn, though. They're having to spend some of that.
Yeah. What else can we do here? Graphite did actually play Treasure early, something I didn't really clock earlier because, it was a funky turn 1, but don't know how much that's going to be a factor in this thing right now, honestly.
Graphite has the freedom to play the Treasure early because they have Wharf. Wharf draws you a lot, so it's able to thin your deck a lot, even through it being filled up with Treasure. And Inzaghi doesn't have that luxury. Only has Strategize. That's the only draw card they've had the entire game, aside from the countdown to the show, which they had turn 1. So Inzaghi cannot play these Treasures until they've thinned out their deck more, or at least until they've drawn a Lumen Stone. Continuing to get unlucky in the ramp department, drawing Gamblers and a Heart of Cavalryna. That's not what you need right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as Gambler is nice to have, it doesn't mean anything you can't really capitalize on. And of course, Asia is not absorbing any elements, so it's just going to be a pure 3 damage versus 3 damage Geo smack. So not much is going to be able to be boosted here. Additionally, right, on the side of Graphite, they're actually maxing their value, right? They played Heart, didn't play Gilded yet, so now they're going to be able to get that free draw, assuming Inzaghi hits into them, right?
Playing the Boar Princess now. Swapping over the Cryo Cube, all right.
Very interesting. Definitely, would not be a great idea. But I do wonder why they were playing that board princess, because they do have Gilda, they do have. Oh no, they have heart. Okay, I was not considering the extra heart that they drew. That's right.
Yeah, so this heart will give them an extra dice to work with, and like swapping on a crowd cube is very, very nice because with that swap, with that heart, with the board prince as well, it will put us back onto 6 dice, which means we can normal into burst on cube and also apply that cryo aura critically to Nouvelette.
Yes, absolutely. The not auto targeting. The specialized targeting from Cryo Cube, did fail us last time, but this time is going to absolutely work in Inzagi's favor. So.
It's going to be so nice to get that cryo aura down because it's going to make Graphite hesitate so much more when you do swap over to Nouvelette. And even when you do go over to him, there's always the worry about leave it to me at the back of your head.
Yeah, absolutely. Timer is starting to tick down. Graphite needs to make a move. I think it pretty much is just Gilded Dreams into absorption, right? I don't think there's any reason against that.
Absorb Cryo is very nice onto the Ashta, especially because I said this last game as well, but you have an overabundance of Hydra application. Like, if you're able to apply Cryo onto everyone, it makes Nouvelette's job of perma-freezing so much easier.
Yeah, Graphite may just be holding out because, they are considering the targeting from Cryo Cube being pushed onto Nouvelette. But, outside of that, I mean, realistically, what else would you do?
Yeah, not much. I don't think there's a better play for Graphite. Absorb the Cryo as well, which gives them another dice for another action. 3 Cryo, thanks to the double Asha tile we played earlier. So we could skill here and pop the revive of the Cryo Cube and also apply Cryo. Not that it matters, as Cryo Cube is on 1 HP.
Yeah, indeed. It's just some of the things that happen when you're playing into Asia. Sometimes the elemental dice are not of your typing, so you just have to use the other skill instead. But yeah, that probably should be the move right here. Oh, no, going for Timaeus. Oh, okay.
Not much reason to kill the Cryo Cube or like to pop the revive. Kind of a waste of dice, so yeah. Just going to go for the turn priority, playing their second treasure as well, even more dice in the tank. The Wharf is going to draw us quite a lot as well. And now I think with Inagi, not a better play than to do the Cube Burst. No ramp currently in hand. Can't even play double treasure if we wanted to, which we really don't. So we'll just apply the aura onto Nouvelette. That will be triple cryo onto all 3 of Graphite's characters.
Yep, this is the situation that, Inzagi ideally wants to be in, but, Graphite is also, of course, reading that situation and saying, okay, let's spray treasure early. I should be able to heal past majority of their damage.
That treasure is going to be so nice because it's going to give Graphite the dice advantage compared to Inzagi. It also let them heal past breakpoints to make sure their characters don't die at inopportune moments and just make it so much harder for Inzagi to finish him off.
Yep, absolutely. Hopefully the dice are kinder to them because, oh boy, you do not have any Dendro, stuff on your side. You may have 2 dragons, but the other Dendro dragon is unfortunately sleeping away in Sumeru, so... See here.
Yeah, I mean, Graphite's dice are not kind to them. I'm not sure if they've already rerolled. Might not have done so yet. I think it is Inzagi that hasn't rerolled yet, though. Considering whether or not to keep the Hydro or Geo, does reroll the Hydro dice. Oh, that's a lot of Omni.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, 4 Omni, 3 Geo, bro.
I think Inzagi was considering whether or not you want to go to Nouvelette this round. It's the side against it, though, because once again, we have no ramp, which means we have no components of magic. Magic very, very strong, but you need all its parts to be there, and Inzagi has exactly 0 of those.
Yes, absolutely. You gotta have those artifact reducers. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty much null and void. To have these in your hand right now. And again, it's interesting, right? That as much as it's a mirror matchup, their dice and cards have been kind of unlucky.
It's not looking great. I mean, Graphite this round, I think, would typically be where they take the lead. They have, 4 treasures in hand. They have a free Gilded. They have the fast swap as well. But just unfortunately, the dice are not kind today.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. That fast swap is pretty huge, right? Because not only is Asia going to be able to take out the first piece of Cube Revive, but also, since they have the status on, are going to be able to absorb the Cryo if, Graphite chooses to attack in. Because, otherwise, Cryo Cube is pretty much done.
And importantly, this makes it so Cube loses its revive, right? Like, Graphite cannot normal attack here, or else they will never have the chance to get the Crowd Cube burst down. But you kind of don't want to swap to Asha or Nouvelette, because right now Asha burst does 5 damage, and with the Cryo Aura, it will do... It will do 6 damage with the Cryo Aura on them. Yeah, my math was correct. Like, putting Nuvola onto 1 HP or just losing Ajna completely. But, like, if you stay on Cryo Cube, your Cryo Cube dies, and you don't get to apply Cryo onto Inzagi's Nuvola. So we are so behind, despite our advantage in ramp, because we didn't get that Cryo Cube skill down turn 1, Inzagi is somehow still ahead in tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting them in a bit of a pincer situation, there's like all these moves that you could do, but nope, it's not going to work out for you. And then they say, okay, let's go for it. Gonna go in for the normal attack, and Ajdaha should respond in kind and just knock out Cryo Cube right now.
Yeah, I mean, Ajdaha, attacking Ajdaha, the piercing damage, though, finally activates the revive on Inzagi's own Cryo Cube.
Yep.
There will be no piercing damage, though, to actually get rid of it cleanly. Because I'm expecting Inzagi to just do a normal attack here. Whether or not Inzagi places the Gamblers or places the Veteran's Visage, though, is a different story. It will give him +1 dice to work with if he wants to swap over onto his own Nuvolat or Cryo Cube. Because after Graphite's Cryo Hypostasis falls here, very, very much expecting him to swap over onto Nuvolat to freeze the Ajdaha.
Yeah, thankfully, at least Graphite's Cube is still holding out, but they're probably going to have to look at some sort of angle where they have to tune something right, and may even be efficient to play veterans into multiple treasures. Oh well, actually, yeah, it's Inzagi's turn anyway, so just gonna smack him out. There we go. Boom. There it is.
Yeah, we'll replace the veterans with the Gamblers. Would have probably liked to Lyre Song that back to place on the Nuvolet first. Unfortunately, though, once again, no draw equals no magic components. Still, 4 dice, we are perfectly happy with this. We have just enough to play a Liben as well, and Nuvolet attacking into us will give us a Hydro Absorb, which will give us another dice. So if we want, we can play Underwater Treasure Hunt into the Liben. But with that Gilded Dreams being played, it might dissuade us against it, as Ajna might be a very real threat of lethal if we do decide to just end our turn on him. We kind of don't want to lose the burst so early. It is a huge chunk of our damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Nuvolet on Inzagi's side is sitting pretty nice. Of course, you still have the Cryo application, but regardless, stacking your units like this, especially Ajdaha, like you said, the powerhouse, isn't the best idea in this scenario.
Oh, no, we can stay. 4 HP, Nuvolet on a charge attack will only deal 3 damage, right? Because we don't have a tool. Tool is equipped, right? Yeah, no, and if Graphite had one, probably would have equipped it by now when he did do the skill, because it would have been just an extra free +1 damage. The mind games here, if Inzagi reads it correctly, pressure into Liben Path. It's so good for us. On the other hand, though, they could just play it safe. Yeah, we'll swap over to the Nuvolet. We're going to play a little bit more on the conservative side, because we don't want to risk our Ajda burst. It is just such a huge damage threat that a Graphite cannot ignore. So, playing on the safe end, perfectly understandable, but we could have put ourselves into such an advantageous position if we did gamble a little bit.
Yeah, it's risk or no risk. It's, still very dangerous to do. All right, now we get a little bit of healing. Unfortunate that Veterans is not equipped to Graphite right now, because they could be getting a little bit more dice advantage and draw, but regardless, here we go. Oh, no, they even tuned it. All right, goodbye to that. And here comes the charge attack.
Yeah, but that does mean Graphite is completely out of dice now. Inzagi is perfectly safe to play that Liben and pass. We're going to get so much extra dice next round. And on top of that, we also get to keep our Ajda burst, and we also get to freeze Graphite's Nuvolet at the start of next turn, assuming they don't play a treasure and swap off.
Yeah, Inzagi's just putting some considerations here and right here, like, do I want to stay on Nuvolet? Because there is the fast swap, right, inside Graphite's deck right now. So if for whatever reason they fast swap into Ajdaha next turn and then just freeze Nuvolet, that might be a little bit of a problem.
Is going to just skill as well and freeze Graphite's Nuvolet, blocking the second prepare skill. This is actually so smart for Inzagi, right? Because if Graphite doesn't swap, because if Graphite swaps off Nuvolet, that gives Inzagi turn priority unless they burn their Leave It to Me, in which case Inzagi can just safely swap over to Cryo Cube or something to eat the first hit. But if they stay on Nuvolet and get the turn priority, they are locked in to that prepare skill. Which means that, like, Inzagi can do whatever they want afterwards. Like, they could swap out Ajda burst or whatever. So, yeah, this forces Graphite to play a treasure and also swap off onto Ajda, probably with the Leave It to Me. Otherwise, they'll give Inzagi turn priority to freeze Graphite's only source of cryo application, which means that, like, it's impossible for Graphite to freeze Inzagi's Nuvolet, which makes him so vulnerable to any type of disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. Super tempting to go for those ramp plays, but Inzagi's seeing those angles that you mentioned that, hey, if I freeze you here, I'm going to be able to do, so much more instead of just ramping with Liben.
Oh, and playing the second treasure as well to activate the Lumen Stone, getting an Electro, getting a little bit lucky on that side, but also getting the Omni Dice, drawing a Lever Harbor Wharf as well. We can play that and then also swap an Ajda to refill our hand. That'd be a very nice play for Graphite. Just deciding whether or not we want to stay on Nuvula, and I think that is just perhaps a bit too risky.
Yeah, getting the last heal in, maybe a little expenditure of dice. No fast swap. Oh my.
Oh, that is very ambitious.
Yeah,
I think if you are Inagi, you should just end your turn here.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Like, being able to take away, this turn advantage, because it's a freeze deck. Turn advantage is something that matters the most. When playing these kinds of decks, because if you stop them first, then I mean, what are they gonna do? They cannot unfreeze themselves. So
if you're Inzaghi, you do a charge deck, you freeze the Ajda, like you apply the Hydro onto Graphite's Nuvula because he will be forced to swap. And if Graphite ever locks himself into a prepare skill, swap onto the cube, you get that free swap into Ajda, and then boom, like 7 damage burst.
Yep, absolutely.
What are you
Graphite
gonna do?
of course, Graphite does have a lot of treasure. Hey, look at they even drew it right there. But regardless, they've already spent a lot of it, and they don't have much more draw. Because they even using Magic Countdown there, they're not going to have that end phase draw from Wharf.
True, they didn't decide to play it. I mean, Countdown does draw you more cards immediately. They both draw 4 cards, Wharf across 2 turns though, and it's slightly less expensive. But just going for the immediate draw of the Countdown.
Yep, absolutely, and they really wanted that Mausoleum to see if they can punish Inzaghi for drawing any cards. But at this rate, I think it's a little too late.
I agree as well. Inzaghi bottom decked a lot of his draw options, right? So whatever Inzaghi draws now, Inzaghi is incentivized not to play any of his draw options, right?
Yep.
And only 2 lives in hand. By the time both of those activate, Inzaghi's basically drawn his entire deck already, so there's very little disruption left from that Mausoleum. Rolling bad works in his favor, funnily enough.
Yeah, absolutely. That is pretty interesting to see Mausoleum, have full effectiveness last time, and now have, very low effectiveness, and, both seem to, Inzaghi's just able to pass right through. He's like, all right, that's cool. I'll be able to work with this.
What do you do here? If you are Inzaghi, though, we'll start off with the Boar Princess. And most likely going into the charge attack. And then after that, we expect Graphite to go over onto Nuvula and burst, and the piercing damage from the burst will make our Cryo Cube die, and we'll give the free reset with the extra Omni Dice because we have an artifact currently equipped on it.
Yep. Do you think there's any...
Unfortunately, though, Inzaghi only has 8 dice to work with, because no magic. We didn't draw anything.
No magic, no ramp, no nothing. It's going to be quite difficult to pull back from that. There's not even an Age-to-Hut talent cheese that you could work with, because we spent them all that earlier turn, right? Do you think what lines does Graphite have to play to actually get out of this situation? Because they're drawing into some treasures, but that's kind of it. This is going to be the maximum value of that.
Well, speaking of lines, a burst into Tulas into Gambler's Reset. This is going to put Graphite into such an advantageous position. Look at how much dice Graphite has to work with. And Inzaghi cannot swap to Ashta. With that Tulas finally equipped, the follow-up attack on Nuvula does 4 damage. Oh, wait, no, this is still fine. We burst on Nuvula, and we still have dice to burst on Ashta as well. But the one issue is that puts our Ashta onto 3 HP, and then as long as Graphite skills, that's game over. Graphite's the Ashta burst as well. I think this is always losing for Inzaghi. Because we bottom deck so much of our magic, we just don't have the resources this turn. If you were able to do one more action, I think it is very, very good for us. It's just, unfortunately, though, because Graphite got the 2 tools at just the right time, our Nuvula is at the perfect HP breakpoint to die because we've already expended our one and only source water droplet.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a swing factor. And of course, the other thing is we were thinking about those Cryo Cube lines and the movement on Inzaghi's side, but unfortunately, got to remember that, Nuvulet's burst does deal that piercing damage to everyone who's not on the field. So, unfortunately, Cryo Cube is now down for the count, and it is just a Nuvulet versus Age-to-Ha with no cryo application, right? So it's going to be whoever has the more damage and more healing, which of course is Graphite right now.
Oh yeah, there it is. Nuvulet, it falls for Inzaghi, and in comes Ajda. Burst primed and ready. So this will actually lethal the Nuvulet of Graphite.
Yep.
The thing is, what do we do after that? Because no card draw means no a treasure currently in hand, and like Graphite has so much of that left in their deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, there's no way Inzaghi can pass this turn. They have to take the hit right now. There we go. There it goes. Nuvila goes down, and now Graphite.
Oh wait, that's Gamblers.
That's Gambler's gonna get the reset. But where's the extra dice?
That means our Liben activates. We might be able to get some treasures next round, but the problem is, once again, no Liar Song. Because
no
we didn't draw anything. We don't. If we just had that Liar Song, this is our game.
Yep, absolutely. Because now Graphite, just swaps on to Aisha, heals up with treasure, and then steals turn priority. So Inzaghi, unfortunately, unless for whatever reason Graphite super low rolls, have no usable dice otherwise.
Okay, so we do need to play the two.
Oh, really?
Graphite. No, it wouldn't have mattered because if Inzaghi has 1 extra dice, normal attack does 4 damage. So treasure actually doesn't matter in this situation. But yeah, I mean, just 1 dice is the difference between Inzaghi winning and losing this game.
Absolutely. Oh, there it is.
Singular dice.
Will they pull Liar Song? Watch them pull Liar Song. Not like this. No.
But yeah, no, like just Inzaghi missing that 1 bit of dice, just that 1 singular die is the difference between a win and a loss this game. And Graphite with Ajna Burst primed and ready with like their abundance of draw in the early game, managing to overcome Inzaghi, finally managing to reverse the tempo, but what a close game it was.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We're going back and forth. There it is, Forbidden Knowledge finally coming into the hand, and unfortunately doing absolutely nothing. Aisha stomps on the other Aisha. Goodbye, I win the mirror. GG's. Nice job to Graphite for, squeezing through that game. It's pretty difficult, to make it out of that. There were so many lines that we calced that, were pretty much in favor of Inzaghi fully, and then just enough to reverse it.
And 2 HP and 1 dice is the difference in game 2. Inzaghi versus Graphite in the double Dragon Mirror. Inzaghi did such a good job in the early game despite their terrible, terrible hand. They drew a lot of like their artifacts and their combo tools early, and unfortunately their draw came late, and that eventually costed them the game. If they had anything to work with early on, could have been a completely different match, especially with how close it already was. But like Inzaghi did a great job working with what they have, really proving to us why he deserves the title of the protagonist, at least for Group B. But just Graphite with their plethora of early advantages, finally able to bring the game back, swinging the tempo back in his favor.
Yep, professional top decker coming into play for Graphite, and now we have the final round coming up. We finally got one of those, the true best of 3, and it's going to be Double Dragon on Inzaghi's side, and then Graphite is going to have to play the Kuki Kirara Herald. Now, we did mention earlier how this might be a little bit of an unfavorable matchup for Graphite, right?
Yeah, both decks are very value oriented, very setup oriented. Kuki Kirara, does typically have a little bit of the aggro advantage early on because they're skilling more, right? They do damage on swap, so they hurt you during their setup. But as soon as Nuvelet's equipped with the two of the tools, as soon as we play our treasures, as soon as we have our draw up and running, it's not even close.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and of course, we'll see if they fish for that early on. Most likely they're gonna go for traditional setup. Of course, after being punished by not having setup, I think Inzaghi is going to mulligan even harder for it, this round. But we'll see, how it goes. I do wonder if Graphite has any interesting adaptions, right, inside their deck to make it work. I wonder if I doubt it, right, because this deck does not typically run it, but there could be even a Joyous factor inside Graphite's deck, right?
We have. Typically, this deck does run Judgment. That is the more popular one, but Joyous, the play around the freeze, is something they can consider. This deck doesn't really care too much about that, so very unlikely to run it. If you are running Joyous, it is to play around that lockdown. But yeah, it is Inzaghi, the protagonist, on the 2 Dragon Magic deck versus Graphite, the professional top decker, on Kuki Kirara in Game 3. Winner advances into the lower bracket finals, but a loser will have to leave the tournament, losing their chance at qualifying to the in-person event.
Yes, quite the stressful matchup. Like we said, tournament nerves, here they are. It's the final match. Even if they, of course, they will be walking home, with $1,600, or $1,200 if you make it, since they made it this far into the bracket. But regardless, of course, losing your chance to go to Prince Cup, of course, does sting a little bit. So
Yeah, I mean, both players should be proud of where they've made it, regardless of what happens here. But still, you would much prefer to advance over into the in-person event. It is such an experience, prize pool aside, and also the bragging rights and everything. So both players are going to play their heart out, but like this is the game with their lives on the line.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I think it's always great, right? That these games are going purely down, to like a very minor difference in like one dice or like mostly skill, right? Because I think both players really are playing their best, with what they have, right? And that's what it's all about, man. Even if there's RNG factors, in this game, if you can play your best around it, you can mitigate a lot of that stuff with pure skill.
Yeah, and we saw Inagi do that, right? They bottom decked all of their draw, all of their setup, and they still almost won the game. So, despite rolling badly, the individual skill of the players certainly play a factor. We'll need to see if Inagi can repeat that performance, preferably with the setup, so it's all the more impressive.
Oh yes, absolutely. Here we go. Inzagi's deck we already saw before, so not too much to comment on. Definitely interested to see, if Graphite has anything a little different. Looks pretty standard, minus like, stove.
Yeah, so there's not really a point in running Judgment for most decks, mainly because if you give them the... Okay, so Judgment and Mausoleum have an anti-synergy. We saw this in Group A, where if you give them Forbidden Knowledge, they can actually use it to get rid of your Judgment stacks. So running Stove instead to search for more cards, and in worst case scenario, it's just like a free strategize. So yeah, like if you're running Mausoleum, never run Judgment. It's so grief for you. You're actually just making yourself lose. And also
absolutely.
running what I'm going to call the Deshret package. We have like the Magic package with Lyre Gilded. This is what I see most when the players are playing Mausoleum. Double Wharf, Vanarana, double Mausoleum. Like this is the 5-card combination you see when they are running the Mausoleum.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense to work all of those together. Of course, you have to cut some stuff when you're trying to run Mausoleum plus Mausoleum counter in the form of Leeway Harbor Wharf, and then Vanarana is just there to make sure you cap it off so you can still have some dice, pushed ramp/transference into the next round. But here we go. Inzagi, Graphite, final round, round 3, baby. We're going to double dragon into Kuki Kurara Herald. Who will take this set?
I mean... typically favored towards Inzagi. We've seen this matchup quite a few times, both in the Atlantic, although the decks looked a bit different, and even in the Pacific region as well. I think we saw this matchup 2 or 3 times before, and they did typically go towards the Double Dragon matchup Magic player, so we'll need to see if Graphite can reverse the fortunes of his deck.
Oh yes, absolutely, and here we go. Final round begins now. Okay, double seed box, but where's that setup? Come on, we gotta get it. And then Graphite immediately having Mausoleum turn 1, and plenty of cards they can just toss out.
Seed box is completely useless if we do not find like something to work with it. Hopefully the Lyre Song, or sorry, not the Lyre Song, the Lumen Stone. Although we are happy with the Timaeus as well, throwing both of them away, and there it is.
Yeah, we did get some of the stuff that we want. Of course, we can work with Lumenstone, Strategize, and Timaeus to pull out more cards, but it's still not fully what you want. Ooh, all right. Decent rolls already out the gate. Let's see what else to work with. Oh, boy.
That is a roll from Graphite.
Absolutely. Of course, they can't use all this dice this turn, but it is, all the dice of their characters. So, hey, a sign of good fortune to come, perhaps. On the side of Inzagi, still the dice that they want as well. They're most likely just going to ramp up all their cards and then maybe skill once on Cryocube. All right.
Okay. I was gonna say, really funny thing Inzagi could do this turn is instead of instantly playing Strategize, as is common, you wait for your opponent to play their cards and to show if they have the Mausoleum or not, and then you play, because it would have the same effect as a Leeway Harbor Wharf.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a pretty interesting way to work around the King Deshret's Mausoleum. They did just draw, Inzagi just drew Seed Box, so that's actually pretty huge. They're going to be able to play Timaeus pretty nicely. Yeah, it looks like they just drop it out super duper fast. Don't want to deal with any Mausoleum later down the line. Oh, okay, and there we go. That triggers the Lumenstone. Parametric. Oh boy, we're having a nice turn.
Very nice for a combo turn. Not too useful right now. Most likely just Cryocube skill into the Timaeus. I'll play Timaeus first in case we draw into our Heart of Calvarina, which we do.
Yeah, perfect prediction right there. We've seen this before, and of course, it's super duper valuable for them because Graphite right now they should on their side, right? They should just be skill into move, right, and or play strategize. See if you draw some ramp cards, but that's gonna be about it.
Typically, what is common with the Kuki Hirara deck is either skill swap skill for that instant quicken, or players may choose to just do the Kuki skill into ramp on 5. Unfortunately, Graphite's hand is not suited for that. You kind of don't want to pre-equip the Sapwood Blade. A lot of the power of that card comes from the fact that it does refund you aligned dice, so it does help you fix it if you do grief on dice, and as well as like Catherine and Mausoleum aren't typically standard ramp cards. They're not going to give you advantage.
Yep.
Oh, so yeah. Unfortunately here our setup is not the best. We don't even have enough dice to skill swap skill over onto Kirara either because we played so many of our setup. We played like 2 strategizes, so not looking good for Graphite. Hopefully this Heart of Caverna gets us something good.
Yep. Thankfully, it still can be triggered because, Inagi is out of dice, so they're not going to do any more moves. But of course, Kuki does that self-damage, so now we can get that. And we got Emblem of Sever Fate. Not the best. Oh, dear.
Similar situation to the Sapwood Blade. Yes, you can pre-play it, but you only are running 1 in your deck. And the surprise factor of that card is much more important than playing it as ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. Never show your hand too early, especially with cards that are going to deal bonus damage, because then your opponent can play around. And of course, Treasure is in both of these decks, so that's absolutely going to be played around, if it does ever happen. Okay, Catherine early.
And the Mausoleum. No better play, though. I mean, you want to make the most out of your dice, right? You want to spend every single bit possible, because if you float dice, there's just extra value you're leaving on the table, so... Like, not wanting to give that playing the Catherine early and also playing the Mausoleum. I mean, Mausoleum will still get value. Zaga's going to draw at some point, especially with that Lumen Stone. You really do want to activate it every single turn possible.
Right, and there we go. All right, now next turn, double Liven in hand. Oh boy, and Zagi should have a lot more freedom this time around to work with what they have. Graphite, on the other hand, like you said, kind of low rolling on the setup that they want, and hopefully their professional top decker comes into play, because it is not happening right now.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot now for Graphite. They are unfortunately getting pretty unlucky with the cards they drew. I mean, turnabout's fair play, I suppose. Inzaghi cringed all their setup game 2. Now it's Graphite's turn on game 3 on the arguably more important match, and also the harder matchup to boot.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, they're doing their best to just think it through. It's like, okay, what do we do? My dice are okay. I definitely like better, but my setup, I really, really need it. Maybe Kirara will be able to help you out with that draw. Of course, you do need a swap for that to actually happen, right? But regardless, as we're waiting here, we can take a look on the side soon. We do have our wonderful, once again, QR code to leave your feedback for our event right here.
Yeah, I mean, if you have anything you want us to improve on or anything you want to see us do instead, be sure to give that a scan and enter in your feedback there. We do read through it, and we are going to do our absolute best to implement the changes you want.
Yes, absolutely. Now, action is back into play. They're going to go ahead and drop on the Heart of Catarina, the higher version, right? It's been a minute since we've seen anyone play it. Remind me, it is the... What's it called? If not, I will just call it the 5-star Heart of Caverina. So
no, it is the Heart of Caverina. The free one is called the Caverina's Brilliance or something.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So okay, that's funny, because isn't it kind of funny how like the smaller artifacts have like sometimes like super wild names, and these are just like, oh no, we're both Caverina. We'll share.
Well, I mean, it's a set name versus the individual name. The individuality of things tend to be, a lot more distinct. I mean, if you think about citizens in a country, right? Like you have the generalization, and then you also have like the characteristics of the people.
Oh, indeed. It's just funny because like, oh, we got Katarina, and then we got Mari Shosei Hunter versus Veteran's Visage. Two very different things. Oh, there
Liben is Liben on top of Liben to proc the Lumen Stone. That is a play, all right.
Yep, Liben Sandwich. I mean, they're both 0-cost cards, and you're probably not going to activate both of them, due to, the direction of the dice right now. So just go ahead, pull them all out. And right now, what are we looking at here? Because, players have been just doing a lot of thinking, because, they really have to consider this turn 2 as either they take advantage with ramp or put some skills out.
no reason to get the Crowd Cube Burst. I mean, in this matchup, there isn't typically what you would consider an anchor or a carry, right? As opposed to your Dragon Magic, where Nuvolat is very much the most important character by far. And this deck, all three characters kind of play their part evenly, so there isn't one you particularly care about freezing. And Crowd Cube Burst is the type of... It's kind of like a sniping burst, right? You snipe a unit with Cryo in order to freeze them on their very important combo turn. But this deck doesn't really have that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Typically, we saw like last time when this deck was played, right? It was having a bit of a struggle so early on, but now, since it's being a little bit of a slower matchup, specifically in the turn 2 because of the ramp situation, Graphite definitely has a little more room to work with, and probably drop out their skill, which is going to be super useful. Sapwood Blade, ooh, that hurts to tune.
Most definitely, but I don't think you have a better option. You need to keep the Adeptus and the Emblem of Severed Fate as your surprise option. Kooky Burst is just so high value, you can't afford to tune it. The double Lyre Song is in the same boat, and like the Treasures is your late game insurance policy. So the Sapwood Blade is kind of like a nice to have, but not necessary card. So you are tuning that away first.
I like the insurance policy thing because we've always joked about taxation decks because of things like Judgment and also Herald. We're gonna file an insurance claim with these decks, but yes, no more jokes about that. Asa has now absorbed Hydro, very good. Thankfully, of course, absorbing Electro, no big deal. Gives them a bonus stack, but they would ideally want this instead, so that way both Cryocube and Nuvolet could take advantage of freezing.
Yeah, we'll start off with a Hydro skill as well, putting Herald onto 4 HP with Aura. If Inagi so desires, they could tune one in skill to instantly pop the Herald's Revive. Unfortunately, they won't be able to immediately capitalize off that, as they will be completely out of dice by that point. So it does leave Graphite open to apply the Curse the Undercurrent. So I do think passing here and feeding the dice to Liven is the more preferable play.
Yeah, absolutely. You of course do unfortunately have that Forbidden Knowledge, but you should be able to dissipate most of it at this rate. You'll get hopefully the cards that you need within this turn. Oh, they're going for Gilded on Nuvolet. What are we thinking? Are we thinking for another skill?
I'll play the Parametric as well. Okay. It was the Gilded for the Parametric. There was actually a play, though, to take out Abyss Herald. Because we have the free Gamblers because of the Timaeus discount, and we also had a Boar Princess in hand. So what we could have done is do the tune for a Geo skill to pop the Revive, and then we play the Gamblers with the Boar Princess in order to burst to deal 4 damage to knock out the Abyss Herald and preventing the Curse of the Undercurrent, forcing Graphite onto only Kuki and Kirara.
Yeah, absolutely. That one.
The problem with that, though, is you're kind of spending a lot of resources, very little gain. Both of those characters have very threatening bursts, and we just spent a lot of our end game combo turn resources.
Yeah, no, it would be a little too early, especially because also, Graphite, as much as it is not going to be a factor in my opinion, they do have Egg. So if they really want to go that way, they can.
I mean, Egg into Curse the Undercurrent is actually a fairly reasonable play in terms of just dice. Because you spend 3 dice to make your opponent spend an extra 2, but that extra 2 griefs their combo turn, so it is could potentially be a lot more return on investment for that.
Yeah, you need to have either treasure setup, gilded setup, something, to pull you past, that issue. And of course, regardless, it's going to eat into you, and it gives Kuki and Kirara that much more time to either heal or shield or do something, to pass their breakpoints.
And here, Graphite has a problem. If they Abyss Herald skill, Inagi will instantly skill into Burst, and because you're locked into that, Abyss Herald will fall before we have an opportunity to play the talent, especially because we don't currently have it in hand. But if we swap off to another character, we risk them getting frozen. Although, actually, no, that's not a problem, because Ajay currently has his status, and on swapping, because we haven't done the hit yet, it will actually apply Electro because of Kuki Sanctifying Ring, which means you don't need to worry about freeze, but we do need to worry about Superconduct. And it will also give Inagi an extra dice to work with.
Yep, extra dice and empowering Asia's burst.
Oh, also our dice are real cringe.
Yep. Yeah, all of those factors, but unfortunately your dice are not in your favor. Looks like they're gonna fish for Herald skill. Oh dear. I prefer the swap.
I honestly, swap over to Kirara, that 1 Dendro dice, we can do a normal attack with it or something. Our options are all really bad, though. It's not great.
Nope. Absolutely not. Oh, and actually, wait, She does have the Catherine, so there's going to be an FS if they ever move. But there we go, the commit to the skill, and now Inzaghi, let's see if they see the counter line, right? But, we can talk about all these lines, but, it'll be fully dependent, if the player, sees something else or if they even choose to do it in the first place. Here we go. Some ramping. We got Seed Box, Lumen Stone, okie dokie.
Being discounted as well. One cost Lumen Stone, it'll immediately pay itself back. I think if I am Inzaghi, I think I would seriously consider the Geo skill into Burst line. Yes, our dice aren't quite suited for it. We will need to tune a little bit or invest our Lyre Song to help fix some of our dice. But I think not having to deal with the Curse of the Undercurrent is more than worth it.
Do we have to worry about this? Because as much as Asia is about to get a Crystallized Shield, putting him at 3 effective HP, on the side of Graphite, they have Kuki, Ring, and Quicken. Is that going to be enough to take him out?
Yes, if we do go for this line, it will trade Ajdaha for the Life of the Abyss Herald, which means we can't play our talent. But I still think it might be worth it. I mean, if we do go for the play, the follow-up hit here will leave Ajdaha onto 2 HP. And the follow-up hit with the Sanctifying Ring plus Quicken plus Reactor will do 3 damage. So Ajdaha will fall here.
Yes.
Whether or not trading talent for Herald is worth it.
Yeah. Hard to say. I mean, Inzaghi, right now they're thankfully off of, King Deshret's curse. But, they still kind of need to do a little bit of drawing so they can actually get the rest of their setup and, have a significant advantage over Graphite without risking all their resources right now.
We'll just start off with a skill here. The question here now is, though, do you burst or do you talent? Talent gives them the opportunity to play, to do the burst, to play the Curse of the Undercurrent, swap off as well. But swapping off allows us preserve Ajdaha for just a little bit longer, but no point talenting if he's just going to immediately die and also give Graphite the Curse of the Undercurrent. It's kind of just not worth it. So it's between swap off or burst here, and by the looks of it, Inzaghi is choosing to burst.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing, right? Because we've been getting so used to these freeze reactions, but we also have to remember that there's a thing of superconduct piercing, electrocharge piercing that Inzaghi now has to play around because, of course, while it's not actively on the field, if they swapped off Ajdaha, there's no means to safely swap to them back outside of the fast swap, right?
I mean, Inzaghi did top deck it just now, but right now it does still go for the burst anyways because we already invested our gamblers. So we'll just get a 2 dice refund. Pre-play the Boar Princess as well, so we'll get a refund on that as well. And now with both characters with Cryo, with 9 dice remaining, with Treasure, with a Gilded ready to be played for 1 cost.
And my goodness.
Not to mention the Parametric Transformer, I think the game is over.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That parametric was the thing that honestly seals the deal for me because 9 dice, obviously, you're already doing pretty well for yourself. But then parametric, now you're at 12. That's 4 actions and beyond more because they also have Gilded in their hand. Graphite's gonna have to figure out a way to push past this, or otherwise, it's probably not looking too good.
The only thing Inzaghi could have asked for is the 2 of tools. The weapon is the only way this hand could possibly be better. This turn could possibly be better. There's just so much stuff in there that I think it's impossible for Inzaghi to lose at this point. I mean, Kirara now does have burst, and Kuki is still relatively healthy, and this is one of the very few decks that actually does still run I Haven't Lost Yet. So a surprise burst is still a factor. So it could even out the game a little bit. But I do still think Inzaghi is firmly in the lead right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Unfortunately, they didn't draw. They unfortunately drew Herald Talent. It's just too late, to actually become a factor right now. And now, Graphite has ended the turn. It is Inzaghi's turn, to make a comeback. Even playing Forbidden Knowledge, I don't need the HP. I'll be just fine. Oh, okay.
It's the Forbidden Knowledge to get the self-draw, because Graphite ended the turn. They were never attacking into you. Question now, though, is if you swap over to Nuvolet, do you have enough damage to KO Kirara?
Let's see here. Let's do a little bit of math, right? Right now, Nuvolet.
You do 3-3-2-3. So yes, if you swap over to Nuvolet and do skill, charge attack, skill, and then you equip your the Gilded Dreams, do another skill, the summon will finish off Kirara in the end phase. You do exactly 10 damage with that set, with that combo.
Yeah. All right, let's see it. Nuvolet, bust out the Hydro Pump. There we go. Kirara may have come to deliver your packages, but it looks like she got the wrong order, and now Nuvolet is going to take it out on them. Here we are. That is the skill, and we should be...
Nuvolet is, like, just pumping in the damage here. Like, that Kirara is so gone. It's not even close. It should just be a charge attack here.
Yeah, and Zagi's probably just calculating a few extra things, because they do have, of course, Treasure, Magic Countdown, Veteran's Visage, and, you know, so those are all factors you can consider, but of course, no reason to not just charge attack and let her rip and finish out Kirara. Of course, we still have to deal with Kuki, but Kuki solo, you know, not really much of a threat, especially without any treasures. You know, they do have talent that can come into play next turn, but, you know, Nuvolet has follow-up attacks, so it's not going to be that much of an issue.
The really big thing here for Inagi is that if you take out Kirara, you no longer have to worry about I haven't lost yet burst. And oh my god, even Nuvolet did more damage than I expected. Like, you don't even need to wait for the summon. The summon's going to hit Kuki, and we also have enough dice to do our burst as well, doing that one extra piercing damage. That's going to be real nice.
Indeed, yeah. And even there, Inagi tunes for it, and burst does massive damage, knocks out Kirara and piercing to Kuki, and she's going to take 1 damage in the end phase. Ooh boy, it's starting to snowball.
And because she has cryo on her, we get to freeze her instantly as well. Also, a really big thing, by taking out Kirara, we no longer have to worry about I haven't lost yet burst. Like, the I haven't lost yet Adeptus burst is one of the huge swing factors of this deck. It has surprised so many players with surprise one-shots, and that no longer being available to Graphite is just another nail in the coffin for their defeat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Watch them draw it here. No way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We actually like that a lot. Oh, egg! Wait a minute.
No fast swap to capitalize, though, so it shouldn't matter in the long run. And, like, no matter what, though, our Kuki's getting frozen.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Thanks to that cryo application. Q Burst really starting to come into play. It was really interesting how when this deck first came into play, right? How you were mostly just using it because cryo, you know, the cryo app is faster on Cube, and not only that, but, you know, you have the revive, so you can push through, you know, anything that your opponent throws at you. But now, people are really starting to make full advantage of the burst. You know, one of the most unique factors about Cryo Cube, you know, it's getting to see its maximum value, you know, in modern times.
Like, being able to guarantee an aura on your opponent, especially a cryo aura, in a meta where freeze is just so prominent and so dominant because everyone is infinite dice, lockdown becomes that much more important, and you don't need to greed for damage as much.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Graphite's trying to look at a way they can eke out of this situation. You know, they can play some treasures. Nope, but yeah, they see it. They're like, all right, all right, we'll let it go.
Unfortunately for Graphite, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. It's just forced a Kuki skill. No better play available, especially because they didn't have an energy. If they had that one extra energy, if they were able to utilize an I haven't lost yet, like, they had Adeptus ready and everything, Nuvolet could have easily been sniped. But Inagi saw the play, noticed that, like, they had enough dice, noticed that Kirara was just low enough to be able to be taken out by Nuvolet before Graphite was able to utilize her death to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if Nuvolet was sniped, Cryo Cube is there to finish the job. You know, as much as it's not looking too healthy right now, it still does have the revive, and it would take out Kuki's revive first and then just finish the job with the 8 remaining dice that Inagi has in their hand. And yep, here we go. Pulling it back, Liar Song, gonna get the little extra dice before they finish the job with a double Hydro Pump.
Veteran's Visage as well, just for that little extra bit of dice and a little bit extra draw. Our Gilded Dreams is still discounted as well. Going to play the Forbidden Knowledge on ourselves just to activate the extra draw, and as well as the extra dice generation from the Veteran's Visage.
Wow, 2 Gilded! Oh man, unnecessary. Oh boy.
Well, I only really need one of those. Timaeus would have discounted one. Unfortunately, you don't have a second Timaeus to discount the second. Tuning the treasure as well. I wonder what that's for. We don't really need to tune for dice. Like, we already have well over enough Hydro for this turn. And also, we're not at risk of overdrawing either. So that was rather cute. Oh, it's for the countdown.
Yeah, for the countdown, and also, you know, time.
Oh, the weapon! There it is!
Yes! Let's go. All right. Yeah, Inagi breathing this sigh of relief. Magic countdown weapon.
Oh, Golden House is discounted even more. Okay, wow. That Jewel is a dice net neutral. And the skill as well to instantly one-shot the cookie. It doesn't even need to play around the egg.
Yep, that's what they were fishing for, to get that clean one shot. Of course, playing around egg, it just would have delayed the inevitable. But there we go. Inagi moves on to the lower fourth finals of the losers bracket. Ooh my goodness. I think that matchup, like, once again, I don't really, was there really any misplays we could detect? I think it was mostly that one, unfortunately, a little more down to the luck of the draw, unfortunately, right?
I think it was just the deck difference. I mean, a little bit unlucky on the side of Graphite. I mean, like, they really cringed on dice that one turn. And they also had the problem of Inzaghi in game 2 where they just didn't get a lot of their setup. But that aside, this matchup is just unfavored for Kuki Kirara in general. I think Inzaghi was always at an advantage to pull ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, having that, slightly unfortunate early draw really sealed the deal. But regardless, I think both of them played to the best of their abilities. And of course, once you're knocked down to one character, there's not much you can do from that situation. But regardless, GG's to Graphite, and congratulations to Inzaghi to moving on to the final round, which we will be looking at next. My goodness, can you believe we're at the end of Group B?
Yeah, I mean, Group B has been such a journey. We have seen so much optimization in the terms of decks we brought, right? Like from Yunjin to Farisley, like those decks falling out of favor in favor of things like the 2-Dragon Magic with Crowd Cube now, because in Group A they still brought over the Layla. Like, I mean, Mess falling in and out of the meta. It has been such a journey.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at all these stuff, it's kind of like, a little bit like a puzzle. You can watch thousands of these matches, and of course RNG is always a factor, but you can figure out some of the basic lines, and then from there, what are the things that I can do to figure out and push through my opponent. Now, of course, I think we're gonna see mostly the same picks next match, of course, because we are seeing Inzaghi play once again into Den. But outside of that, that is gonna be one more match to seal the deal in Group B. Aren't you excited?
Yeah, we're finishing it off with Den versus Inzaghi. Inzaghi is just an absolute titan on his own, but Den is a fairly well-known player in the community as well, and have that as our last match to finish it off is such a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we'll talk about it more. Den doesn't have, a ton of like official tournament history, but they're super duper active in the community. So we know their abilities and skills with the game. But that is going to be all for this match. But again, don't go away. We have one more coming right up. Where can we find all of these matches, Sumi?
We can obviously find it on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, which we are currently on at twitch.tv/astrocarnival, as well as their YouTube channel, where they feature weekly highlights as well.
Yep, absolutely. They just dropped one recently, and also in general, of course, if you want to watch the VOD, YouTube is the best place to go. And of course, also, if you're users of the other platforms, Twitter/X and TikTok. And we are going to be right back with the final round of Group B. I'm super excited. I'm super pumped. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
For that though, just what do you feel like we're gonna see from Inzaghi and also Den? We just saw them play not too long ago, but do you think there's any decks that you really want to see from them? Any like curious off-meta pick?
I want to see if someone finally doesn't ban Conwell. It's been constantly banned, but I mean, think about it. Is it really that much of a threat? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Come on now.
we have seen it slip through a few times. I need to go double check on the win rate, but it was brought down considerably because of Z Crimlet, the Whale Hunter.
Yes, indeed. The Whale Hunter storming through, dropping their spearfish in, and then just taking out all the whales for breakfast. But looks like we're ready to now properly go to break, so we'll see you in just a bit. Don't go away. It's our final match of Group B and who makes it into the Prince Cup. Hello, everybody, and once again, welcome back to the Prince Cup Pacific. I am your caster, Kojo Creations, and
Oh, that's my cue.
it's
This is
okay, my
Simi.
bad.
And we're back for I guess it's round 6 of the Prince Cup Pacific week 3, day 1 for Group B. We're going to be finishing off the bracket today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a little bit of stuff in there. We're getting into the final match, of course. It is the third. It is a third match, right? Technically, because technically, the latter half we only cast 2, but of course we want to cap off Group B nice and easy, so we can move on to the next one. Of course, this is going to be a spicy one. Like we talked about before the break, Den versus Inagi, two pretty well known enough players, I'd say, right?
Yeah, both like powerhouses in their own rights. I will say Inzaki is more well known. It has more big tournament appearances, especially that Winter Invitational. That was just such a competitive event. So many top players invited from all over Asia just compete against each other. Imagine to get top 4 in such a competitive environment. Really speaks about how well he plays.
Yeah, no, placing top in one Prince Cup and then Winter Invitational is no joke, on that side of things, right? Because, of course, we have, the one over here, but the one over there, oh my goodness, the competition is fierce.
But, like, Den is a veteran player in their own right. It's been active in the community for so long, so they have a plethora of skill backing their appearance here in the Prince Cup Pacific.
Right, absolutely, and of course there were the minor misplays that did snowball, in their earlier match, but I'm sure, being the player they are, they probably did review it, and for the most part they are playing, on their A game, outside of that.
Den has been playing phenomenally against Mango. That game 2 could have been theirs, but like as you said, those slight misplays, snowballing on top of themselves, eventually cost him the game. But I am sure a player of his caliber, a player of his experience, has managed to fix all of those mistakes. And here we are, lower bracket round 4. This is the final match of Group B to decide who the second person to promote from the Prince Cup Pacific regular season Group B.
Yep, absolutely. It's gonna be quite the tense match, having two pretty powerhouse players going up against each other, as long as the cards are kind and they have like little to no mistakes, it really could go either way. Of course, Inzagi has, like we said, that lots of tournament results under their belt, but I don't really underestimate Den in this scenario, because this is the adrenaline rush, right? Before we talked about like like having to go through so many battles, and the bracket pressure, but now you're right there. You're pumped. You're in. You're locked in, ready to roll. Because you want that Prince Cup, more than anything.
My one question for Den, though, is do we see more of these unorthodox decks? I mean, Libra Army performed quite well against Mango, and here they are bringing it once again, along with Mew, but both players banning Conwhale again.
Yep, Conwhale off the board, raised that ban rate super duper high. What are we at now? We had it banned every single match we casted, so I want to say it's like, what, 80?
It was 62% earlier, so it's probably somewhere within the 70s, maybe even 80 at this point. It's really high.
Absolutely. But yes, looking at the lineup, we have Den with the traditional Mew, and then also Liyue Armory, which low-key has some similar ideas. Of course, you don't get that swirl all over the place, but you still have that freeze. And then on the side of Inzagi, right, we've got the Chongyun, Sayu, Herald, which effectively MES, and then Double Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Libra Armory is very good into Double Dragon in particular, because you have that early aggressive setup from Shenna, just really hammer in the damage while the Double Dragon player is still setting up. Like they really struggle against it, right? Because you need to spend dice to equip your Nouvelette and set up your dice, set up your deck for Magic, but you also kind of need to push back towards them and swap stall, because Shenna hurts like a lot, and then when you do get set up, there is of course the freeze to worry about as well. The Herald Sayu deck, though, plays a little bit differently. It's a lot more value-oriented in that regard. And when you're playing Herald, of course, a lot of your things just comes down to value. It applies so much aura, very tough to deal with. But going up against Mew, this is going to be especially tough, because like Mew pops Herald's Revive so easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, it has, more of that rush factor, especially with Herald. As much as Float A is cool, what are you going to do when, your opponent starts just, like, popping off immediately? I always call it, like, of course, I don't mean it in, like, a negative way, right? But I sort of call, this Herald Sayu, Chongyun, that's sort of the mutation of Mew, right? We see the same kind of game plan and idea, but completely exchanging the characters and changing the mentality of how you play the deck. So that's really interesting to see how that rolls out.
Has a similar idea, but like the main focus of it is interchanged a little bit. You are focused more about controlling your opponent as opposed to just rushing out damage as fast as possible. But speaking of, here is Mew. Objective: throw Hydro, punch big, punch hard, and punch your opponent until they can't punch you anymore. Running a very standard list, and also bringing back the Sunyata flower, reminiscent of what we saw during the Prince Cup Atlantic. Although players here in the Pacific do like to interchange it with other options.
Yes, indeed. Now, the Sunyata, definitely a little bit of a curveball in my opinion, though, because there is no jet, to speak of, which, Sunyata is very useful for doing that. So why are they running the Sunyata, without any jet?
My guess is to play the Timaeus for free in combination with the seed box. You get a little bit more discount on him as well. Although most players here in the Pacific do prefer to change that for Rhythm of the Great Dream, as you're not reliant on like nuking your support zone, and you can just get a free equip whenever you want. And of course, it also lasts between turns, so you don't need to worry about overdrawing as much. Here we go, though. Inzaghi bring the Abyss Herald Sayu Chongyun deck. List looking very, very similar. Golden House, Timaeus, Lieben, like the whole package. Bring the Lumen Stone as well, like the countdown to the show. Lots of draw, lots of searching. Going to be very easy to find all of your combo pieces.
Yep. Looking pretty much exactly the same as we saw earlier, so not too much else to comment on. We'll see if Inzaghi gets the legendary high roll that they did in that first game, right? But here we go. Round 15 Enthusiast versus the Protagonist. Just a thought, Sumi. I don't think these look like round 15 decks.
No, very much not. I think Mew is a polar opposite of that. It's very much turn 2 focused deck, very much like Yunjin in that regard. It really does like to cripple their opponent by then, because after that it does typically start to fall off because it runs a very little draw. It runs just enough to get Mona skill ramp 5, but then it typically does fall off from there, as you're lacking a lot of the combo tools decks like Double Dragon Magic have.
Yep, absolutely. Here we go. There's our lined up Den with not a great mulligan. That is kind of the last things you want to see. Your defensive utility, your pop-off, Sunyata, which, generally comes in later, unless you want to turn one with Timaeus.
You do still need to draw another companion card for that to really be worth it. Sunyata you typically want after you already have some companion set, because you can get rid of the Dunyazard, and then, like, in combination with a seed box, get a free Timaeus. So we'll throw everything away except for the Timaeus, and is rewarded for it, getting Dunyazard and Live, and that's going to be really, really nice. I think there's also consideration to keep the Monset Resonance, or not the Monset Resonance, sorry, the Fresh Wind and Freedom, because Herald only has, like, 6 HP, right, before you pop the Revive, and he revives on 4. If you're able to get something like the Thousand Floating Dreams, you're very easily able to get the reset on that. And of course, like, both Sayu and Chongyun are vulnerable to Wanderer Burst, as that is a huge chunk of damage coming down instantaneously.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now I wonder if Inzaghi's planning on playing around that, because they did toss away, one of their cards for a seed box, which is decent, but you have Magic Countdown to subside that sort of ramp. But outside of that, unless you draw something like Alive, and you're not really looking at the nicest turn. They even started on Sayu.
Ooh, very interesting. So what is typically favored in this deck is you start on Abyss Herald, both because he is the least vulnerable to first turn kills, but also because he applies a lot of Hydro early on. And like with a character like Sai, you really are aiming to swirl the Hydro, so you are able to freeze with Chongyun, freeze with the Frost Field. But starting on Sai is very curious, as she is like your main source of damage, she's your main carry, and you kind of don't want to get Aura early, but playing against Mew, who is able to just swirl you for free effectively with a fast out from Mona, maybe not the most relevant, but yeah. Inside giving second, starting off on site, getting that instant Hydro application from Mona. What do we do from here?
It's very interesting because, Den's line, of course, they have the ability to ramp, but they may even be fishing for, just swirling immediately, right? Because now that they're realizing that Inzaghi's going for swirl denial now, Inzaghi's doing their best to actually protect Herald early on. Do you think that's worth it?
That is a consideration. I mean, what Mew really likes to do is Mona skill into pass on 5, as we discussed. It gives them so much dice on round 2, which is their big power turn, right? This is where they can get their free equipments. This is where they get their free gildeds, their free gravestones, their free Thousand Floating Dreams, depending on which companion you draw. So, like denying that by swapping to Herald or by just starting on Sayu and forcing Den to do the skill swap skill, which is the more unoptimal of the two lines, is like a choice that a lot of players are choosing to do. But no, is just going to play the artifact, is going to go swap over to Herald, play the Lumen Stone as well. So not going to be able to deny the pass on 5 this turn. Won't be able to force Den to do the skill swap skill. So next turn, Den will have all the resources in the world.
Absolutely, yeah, and even gets a Liven off all of that, and now they can push it in. Inagi should be able to proc their Lumen Stone this turn. They have Seed Box and then Timaeus, and they also have Golden Troops rewards, so they could just play that onto, yep, Chongyun, there you go. Hey, you even got a Lumen Stone, wow!
That's going to be really nice. Unfortunately, won't be able to activate it this round. Deciding now between whether or not they want to play Lumen Stone into a Timaeus, or perhaps Timaeus and Timaeus, or whether or not they want to equip the Wolves Gravestone. Do you want to stack more ramp, or do we want to equip one of our characters early?
Yeah. Personally, I'm definitely looking more towards Timaeus and Lumenstone because Wolf's Greystone, as much as it's nice, you do have Golden House, so you can already discount it for 2 next turn, and also, need to pull those artifacts pretty quick because Den's ready, locked and loaded to pop off onto you. So
it's going to play Timaeus first, fishing for an artifact. Does draw into the Gilded Dreams, and now the question remains: do you play that second Timaeus, or would you rather prefer to go for the Lumen Stone?
Definitely a little bit of a hard choice because Lumenstone, of course, will provide you the extra advantage, extra dice, etc. into the next turn. You will have to destroy some of your cards for it, but regardless, being able to generate an Omni dice super duper strong. You should be able to draw into hopefully some 0-cost cards next turn. Maybe even the Senyata that we threw away. Or sorry, that's on Dead Side. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, with the Seed Box still and play 1 stack left, that Timaeus is going to be discounted to 1 next turn. And also going to contribute towards the Lumenstone stack. So I think playing Lumenstone here is most likely the better choice, as they'll be able to discount the Timaeus as we play it, because of course it will count towards Lumenstone's Omni Dice generation, as well as we get to have 1 more reduction from the Seed Box. And speaking of Seed Box, we are getting the second one here in hand right now, so that's another card to stack the Lumenstone activations. And we also draw our second Wolf's Gravestone on top of that.
Yep, and also the Liar Song. So Inzaghi, if there's any doubt they were going to trigger the Lumenstones, has plenty to work with as well as their Gilded. So now it's just going to come down to a bit of dice rolls and, of course, whatever they draw from their Gilded activations once they do some elemental reactions. Oh, all right, decent enough.
It's okay. This should be Inzaghi's turn to skill an Abyss Herald. There's not much else you want to do. You kind of do leave your Sayu vulnerable to Wanderer's wind-favored normal attacks, which do hurt quite a bit. Like, not only is he able to punch people off field, it also empowers his normals to do +2 damage, so a rather healthy chunk.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is unfortunate that Sayu is going to take so much damage early on, but of course, it's definitely better you keep Chongyun around because Sayu alone cannot freeze, right? Chongyun actually can, so...
I mean, as soon as you get the Frost Field, Sayu is able to freeze as well, and both are like melee units, right? That have weapons. Herald is the only one here that actually can't benefit from the Frost Field. Yeah, as we suspected, it will just be a Wanderer skill set up that win favored state. Herald now on 3 HP. If we do a prepare skill, it could actually get quite dangerous.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hey, they even got. They did just pull, or Den just did pull, Fruit of Fulfillment. While it's not, it's probably not recommended that they play it because they don't have Golden House reduction. They can only reduce it by 1. They could draw a decent amount, especially considering the dice right now. Both the players are on 8, although Inzaghi does have a little bit of advantage. They can pull more back right now.
Yeah, a cool play that Den could choose to go for is to play the 1-cost Timaeus discounted by the Denizard. And if they do draw into their second Gilded Dreams, they could play it for free as well with the second Golden House in hand. I don't think this is the correct choice, as it there's 2 layers. Oh wait, no, you already have the second Gilded Dreams in hand. Never mind. So you're always able to play it. The thing is, if we do that now, we're not benefiting from War Princess because we are already replacing an artifact. But we are also I don't know. I feel like we also need to kill one of our companions, and doesn't feel great.
Yeah, no, it really doesn't. The play would probably be the Seed Box over the 0 Timaeus and then replacing it with Timaeus, but that's still that's so extra, right?
I mean, I was more talking about for Den's side because they do have the exact same thing in hand as well. But yeah, I think either way, it doesn't feel the best. Right now, though, I think just equipping the Heart of Cavarina and then doing the Herald skill is perfectly fine. We do want that Hydro first. No matter what, right? This deck, needs to have that aura on there because a lot of your threat, a lot of your pressure does come from the Freeze threat.
Mhm.
And Herald is the only one that could really apply the Hydra at least, right? And like until Sayu swirls it, of course, but haven't had
Yep.
that happen yet.
Yeah, still not yet. Zagi's gotta make a move here. They're still thinking about committing to the prepare skill or not. And then Den should just respond in kind with a swirl. Yeah, equipping the artifact makes a lot of sense. You know, just make sure you get value out of that. Do it now before it's too late. Actually, oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, it would trigger because they're active right now. Never mind.
Yeah. So hard recovery will not actually activate if Herald is off field. It specifies that your character needs to be the active character, unlike something like
Mhm.
Veteran's Visage or Mahashose Hunter, which will get its effects no matter what, as long as its conditions are met.
Yep. All right, there it is. There's the prepare skill. Then just looking at their options, you know, considering the thing that we talked about earlier with the support card chain, but maybe yeah, just gotta think about it, take their time, work through the breakpoints, etc. You
Yeah,
know,
I
not
don't
too
think there's a
much.
reason to go for it right now. I think normal attack on Sayu is perfectly fine. I mean, we don't need to play the Gilded now. We already have the dice for another normal attack, and normal attacking now lets us benefit from the second draw from the Gilded. As of course, every time we do a reaction up to twice per round, it will draw you plus one card.
Mhm.
So no need to play it now. We're kind of wasting our draw if we do, and yeah, we'll just be a normal attack on Sayu.
Yep, absolutely. No fruit just yet. No big deal. Can wait for it. Hey, there's even Wagner's if you really want it. There we go. What do we do from here? Should just be another normal attack, right?
We could consider a skill to trigger the revive. It will reset
Yeah.
our win favorite as well, also giving us the energy to burst and really dissuading Inzaghi to swap to Changyun or Sayu, just in case we have enough magic in hand to press the big button.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, here we could swap back over onto the Mona and Liben pass with the Wagner as well.
Yeah. I think I'm definitely more a fan of the skill line with Wanderer because being able to force Herald, you know, to proc their revive early and also having a threat on everyone is a pretty big deal. You know, losing characters, you know, this early on, of course, Inzaghi hasn't gotten too much on the field just yet. So.
And then not choosing to go for the Liben line, tuning it as well as the Fruit of Fulfillment in order to do a
Mm-hmm.
skill.
Yep. There it is. Herald procs that revive. Unfortunately, no talent for Inzaghi just yet. And then Den, you know, set up as long as Inzaghi, you know, doesn't do anything too crazy. You know, Den's just gonna be able to safely swap onto Mona and then end their turn.
And not much else Den can really do. They could normal attack again if they want to by doing the companion support chain we talked about, but
Yep.
I don't think this is the best play available right now. The much better option is just to swap over onto the Mona and play the Wagner to end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the safest choice. You know, no need to take a super unnecessary risk right now. It won't give you that much of an advantage. Here we go. All right. Then I think. Is it the Timaeus or the Wagners? I think it's the Wagners. Yeah.
I think it's the Wagner.
Yeah.
Oh, Dazzling Dreams. Would have loved to have that earlier, but this is perfectly fine as well. I mean, this makes it so if Den gets a normal attack on Sayu, she's dead. It could instantly be chained into the Wander Burst, leaving it on a Changyun solo, if that's the case. Or alternatively, if Inzaghi ends on Changyun, right, we do the normal attack onto the Herald, lethaling him, then getting the burst on Changyun, leaving it onto a Sayu solo. Both are fairly bad options.
Yeah. I do wonder if Inzaghi is looking for a replace so they can play the Gilded and get some draws off Sayu with elemental reactions. Because right now they would, you know, it's one dice, so they could reduce it further with Golden House. Maybe not though. Like all their support cards is too valuable. Oh no, never mind.
Timaeus getting replaced and giving a free Timaeus. Yeah, gonna replace the seed box with one stack grenade, drawing into another Gilded Dreams, which is really, really nice. Not gonna play the Wolf's Gravestone just yet. I mean, I think as long as we get that initial Sayu Sword, we are perfectly happy because that sets up Changyun perfectly for a chain freeze.
Yeah, absolutely. Then Chongyun should just be able to dominate the rest of the turn. Unless Den gets some defensive utility, they're gonna have a bit of a struggle going into the next round.
I think this is Inzagi's turn to pull ahead. I mean, Den has been in the driver's seat for a long, long time, but we used up all our dice, and now it's Inzagi's turn to shine. Gonna play a second Golden House as well. For True Cost Gravestone, I assume we're gonna play it if we replaced our second seed by 100% go for the Gravestone now, surely.
Yeah. This is the thing. It's I'm considering a lot of the lines, but the biggest thing, right, is that they both have Leave It to Me or the Fast Swap in their hand, right? So it's just like all the lines that I'm calculating are just like, oh, they're out the wazoo because both of them can play Fast Swap.
Oh, Inzagi's about to get a Gambler's Reset as well.
Ooh, that's huge.
Like Boar plus Gamblers, right? That's going to put us back onto 2 dice. Unfortunately, we don't have an additional Liar Song, because if we did, it would just win us the game right then and there.
Yep.
But if we do decide to... No, I don't think it's worth... Oh, is going to go
they're
for
going
it.
for it.
They already have the Boar Princess equipped, so it doesn't even need to play the second, but yeah.
Yep. I think it's definitely worth it. Always take out a character, when you can, unless there's like, some sort of sacrifice play, at hand. But there's a follow-up. Ooh, Eula takes lots of damage. Couldn't swap the Wanderer, way too low HP. But now, here's going to be the fast swap difference. Because, Den might think they're in a safe position, right? But then Inzagi is simply going to fast swap on Antonian and freeze.
Still, there is a very, very real chance for Den to win. They have turn priority, and critically is running that Fresh Wind of Freedom with Wanderer Burst locked and loaded. As if they can top deck that, the momentum could 100% change back into their favor. But even without it, I think it's still very much possible for Den to win right now. Just looking at the HPs of Inzagi's characters, it's still well within Eula's lethal range. Swapping over to the Abyss Herald, though, can make things a bit complicated.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. There we go. Yeah, now Herald is just, basically a sacrifice. And imagine if Inzagi top decks that talent. Ooh, boy. Den is going to suffer in the dice economy, especially with no Liar Songs in hand right now. So, I mean, we'll see what happens there. Inzagi just doing the final calcs, seeing if they're okay with their decisions. And time is about to hit right about now.
All right, this will be the last turn one way or another. Like, either Den will take it over Inzagi, or Inzagi will triumph over Den for game one. Unfortunately, it looks like Den did not manage to top deck the Fresh Wind of Freedom. If they did, I think this is 100% their game to take. Unfortunately, it's just not there. And with that, I think Inzagi has enough HP, and more importantly, has the freeze to take home the game.
Yep, absolutely. There are some potential. Actually, I mean, I guess your only hope is doing it off of Wanderer Gildan, and that's honestly a little too late for that to happen. And Inzagi should just respond in kind, fast swap over to Chongyun, or not even, because their Herald just gets lethal, right? Or not right now. Very close though.
You only does 2 damage right now on skills. The Herald will live on 2, but like if that's the case, you're perfectly fine with that. You will just apply the Curse of the Undercurrent, and then Den is in a world of trouble. Alternatively, if Den decides to fast swap over onto Wander and like one tap the Sayu, that's still fine for Den, as 2 HP, a Herald normal attack is enough to take him out as well, which will force Den onto their Eula, in which case Inzagi can freeze with Chongyun.
One thing I'm starting to consider, though, is because Eula doesn't actually lethal the Herald, right? Assuming Inzagi stays for whatever reason, right? They definitely wouldn't. But, Wanderer, if they would be able to swirl that and then chain freeze everybody. It's very unlikely to happen, but it is an angle to look at.
Another thing to consider, though, is like, what if Den just doesn't kill the Herald, right? We set up the Grimheart, and no, I think that's also losing, because Inzagi will just sit on Herald as well in skill, and eventually will be forced to take action first.
Yeah. Also, additionally, Inzagi, that's, or well, really just Herald in general. Herald does have burst, so yikes.
Yeah, the Herald burst is gonna be very annoying for Den to deal with, especially. I mean, like, your game plan at this point is just skill spam, and that Curse the Undercurrent makes it so much more difficult to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since Wanderer is not long for this world. Oh, they're going for it. Dang.
Yeah, Fast Swap is forced out here. Once again, unfortunately, no Fresh Wind of Freedom, but still, maybe the Guild of Dreams currently equipped on our Wanderer can top deck that for us. If we do manage to get it, I think the game is still plausible.
It's so hard to justify because they do have gamblers in hand, and would be able to, get something, right? But, not at this moment. They're going to decide against it because they did have weapon. They could equip that and that'll be able to knock out Sayu, but, they're going to decide against it.
Unfortunately, not enough draw currently in Den's deck. And this is what I was talking about with Mew, right? Very powerful turn 2. It did so much damage to Inzagi, but past that, we're lacking the draw to continue our combo. And this is one of the situations where if we had Freshman, we would have just won, right? Because burst for because normal attack for Sayu, reset with the Gamblers, burst for the Herald, Chongyun left on 3 HP, and like with Hydro Aura, at that point we just win because we can perma freeze him. But just unfortunately, that reset card, the second action from Freshman of Freedom, just not quite there. And from here on out, this should be Inzagi's game to lose.
Yeah, very tough situation right here. There we go. Chongyun's back on the field. Frostfield comes down, but then afterwards, no, fast swap's gone. Very unfortunate. Oh man, Sayu getting the Wolf's Greystone equip, as well. After Chongyun Frostfields, they're probably just gonna fast swap and then death ball it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised. I mean, first though, we do need to put that Chongyun skill down. Playing cards to activate the Lumen Stones first, that's gonna be quite nice. You can pre-play the fast swap right now. I think that should be our third card.
Yeah, you definitely could do that. I mean, at this point, it's gonna work out. Because Den doesn't really have anything. It is scary though, right? Because it is open deck list, so Inzaghi may be a little worried about that freshman room. But regardless, go in, go big or go home. Here we go. The 2 Cryo Claymore users are very infamous with these decks.
Yeah, I mean, it is now Den's turn. They do have the Eula, which is Crow, and like Chongyun does have Hydras. We can freeze him, but here comes the problem after the fact. Inzaghi has that Leave It to Me. If it wasn't for that, If it wasn't for that, I think this would be slightly possible. I mean, there's no Gambler's Reset for the Eula, so it's not like she would have been able to do another action after that. But yeah, I mean, with that fast swap, Inzagi's victory is all but guaranteed.
Oh, and there we go. High Roll Classic. Or, well, not really, but you were able to draw both your talents. Of course, it's a little too late, but of course, it will not matter. Even Burns, I don't need this.
I mean, all Inzaghi needs to do is fast forward to Sayu normal attack. There's no need to think here. It 100% does enough damage, and even if it doesn't matter because you'll be frozen. And we have like 11 dice to play with, so
absolutely
gonna min max it even more though. All right.
Yep, gotta go for the min max turns. It is, such an important match for these two. So they're gonna expend everything right now. There it is. There's the fast swap. On to Sayu, here we go. Here comes the roll. Boom! 6 damage, Eula's out, and 1-0 to Inzaghi versus Den.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Den had a really great opening there, had the perfect Mona skill into pass on 5, but that's where the problems of Mew comes up, right? We lack a lot of draw coming into turn 2. We've expended all our resources. We did it very efficiently, too. We did a lot of damage onto Wander, but just unfortunately, we didn't have enough draw to continue our combo. Our Freshman of Freedom came late, or that never came at all, actually.
Yeah, never came at all.
We weren't able to get that perfect turn to really cripple Inzaghi. He did a really great job of swap slowing, playing around that, and utilizing Herald's Revive to really blunt the blow of a lot of Den's pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would have been a very different game if we had that Freshman of Freedom at the start, or even in general, just at some point during the turns, because that would have been enough for Den to properly capitalize and push, all of Inzaghi's advantage all the way back, to basically a 1v1. And from there, I mean, it's anybody's game, right?
Yeah, unfortunately that didn't come there. That is the problem when you are running Mew, right? You don't have a lot of draw. You're not running things like Lumenstone or Leroy Harper Warp. You're not cycling through your deck as efficiently as these other ones, and that's just what happens sometimes. You run out of resources to play with.
Yep, absolutely. But regardless, that it's just 1 game out of 3, 2 more to go. We'll see if Den or Inzaghi, ends up taking it, or Den is able to pull back, right? Who knows? We do have the Leeway Armory coming up next, right? So, or well, the choice.
No, it's not. The choice. They could play. This will be Inzaghi forced onto the 2-Dragon matchup. Or 2-Dragon Magic, sorry, which Leeway Armory typically does very well against.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I haven't gotten to see too many matches of it, but of course, I think I at least got to see it once, right? The specific matchup, and it does do pretty well into Double Dragons, because it just kind of works around. It kind of works around everything that they're trying to do, and that's definitely a big deal when you're trying to play, Double Dragon, which I do kind of consider to be quite strong, right, in this meta.
Yeah, it has a lot of damage. It does it very, very efficiently, and its setup as well is. I mean, it does take a while, but it is as streamlined as it gets for these types of decks. But Den once again choosing to go for the Mew.
Yeah, still not the most illogical play because, you know, as much as Cryo Cube is out of range of being hit super early, Nuvilette is now in range of being hit early, and that's not great, right? You don't really want Nuvilette to take the hit super early, especially because you're going to rely on those treasures and your source water droplets to actually heal. And of course, those don't ever come early unless you, like, you know, pull them all out turn one. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Nuvolette Two Dragon Magic is really, really good at the setup portion. It does it very fast. After it's done, it hurts. It hits like an absolute semi truck. But Mew is a very aggressive deck that's able to interfere with the setup of Two Dragon Magic very, very easily with that Wind Favor, with the swirls, with the freezes from Eula coming in as well. Especially if you can get Wanderer equipped with the Thousand Floating Dreams and Eula with Wells Graves and respectively. But even after that, even without any of those equipments, Wanderer Burst is a huge nuke threat that Nuvolette just can't sustain across. We are not playing cards like General's Ancient Helm in there, so we don't have the extra HP to work with, which means that 8 damage bursts it's very easy to kill our Nuvolette, and we have seen similar things fell that once overwhelmingly powerful deck.
Yep. There we go, Den. We already got to see this list, so not too much to comment on. Hopefully, the Fresh Wind and Freedom comes in early, right? That's what we really want. Such a turnaround factor, especially in this deck, right? Because, you know, the healing always comes later, so we'll see, you know, if they can get a snipe off early or not.
It really does depend on how Den draws in the early game. This deck doesn't run a lot of draw. I attack bits a lot, but once you play your cards, you played your cards, you're very unlikely to be able to continue your combo. Yeah, Skill the Dreams draws you a little bit here and there, but it is not nearly enough to really dig deep into your deck. So what you get turns 1 and 2 is effectively all you have.
Yep. Otherwise, Inzaghi should be playing the same deck, right? I don't really. We literally saw it last set, so like I don't really expect too many changes here. Yeah, there we go. Yep, same thing.
I think this is like his preferred version of the deck, not running the Sumeru package. No King Deshret, no Worf, no Vanarana, right? This is streamlined to speed up the setup phase as much as possible. We really want to accelerate Nuvolette, and against a fast, aggressive deck like Mew, I think that's going to be all the more important.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see how things go here. Honestly, like, I don't know. Do I favor anyone in this matchup? I don't know.
I think Nuvolette, Two Dragon Magic, is the more generically strong deck. It has so much going for it in terms of dice, in terms of damage. But one thing this deck is very weak to is big burst damage. I mean, we've seen this deck lose to Kuki Kirara because of a big burst nuke at the end, right? It surprised the Two Dragon Magic player before they had the chance to heal up, and Mew is able to replicate that to some extent because you have Walls Gravestone Eula, and you also have Wander Burst, which just does 8 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Wander's Burst, always super duper devastating. You know, never underestimate it. You know, even because Mew has been around for such a long time, right? And people are like, okay, now I understand the breakpoints. I'll be fine. But you know, for the most part, all characters have like 10 HP in this game. 8 minus 10 is 2. That's a lot of damage.
And with how many swirls you're able to get out, very easily to bring your opponent below that 8 HP threshold. Especially because you're able to punch them off field with Wind Favored. And like in Two Dragon Magic, you're spending a lot of the mid game sitting on Ajdaha. And because of that, because of the way Inzaghi has his characters organized, leaves Nuvolette pretty vulnerable.
Yeah. I do wonder if Inzaghi is going to use any adaptation on their turn 1 and have a character that we don't conventionally see in the front lineup. It's either going to be Ajdaha or Cryo Cube going first, right?
Yeah, I think the only real way Inzaghi can play to disrupt Den's turn 1 is if they stay on the character, eat the initial hit from Mona, and then just pass on 5, which will force Den to do the skill swap skill line, which is, as we said before, is suboptimal. They have less ramp to work with. Yep. And then from there, they should be able to play out their setup a little bit more comfortably, as Den will have less resources to work with.
Okay, here we go. Decent. Turn 1 for Inzaghi. Den can work with it. Not the biggest fan, though.
Yeah, Den really did prefer more of their companions in hand. Like, just the Dunyazard is not the way to... Like, Dunyazard plus weapon is not the way to go. You really need, like, a Liban, a Tamaze, or a Wagner to pair with the Dunyazard. Not the best solo character, and getting a little bit unlucky on the setup, as we saw Inzaghi do in the past.
Yeah, thankfully, at least Den has one tech card, which is going to be the Calc's Arts, so they can do a Mona skill, and then when Wanderer's on field, at any point, they can shift that energy over, and Wanderer can do a surprise burst, which is very useful, especially since that card is a one-off in Den's deck. Having that surprise burst is a massive deal, because like we said, folds to early pressure, especially big burst damage.
Oh, and Zagi's really waiting on the character selection. It does go for the crowd cube, and will be starting first as well. That's gonna be really, really nice.
Yeah. It's honestly it's a really difficult decision because it's already difficult to decide freeze counters, right? In Genius Mitigation TCG, but it's even harder with Wanderer because, sure, you'll have Hydro off of one person at a time, but regardless, he's gonna scroll that character and then do tons of damage to them.
Wow, Inzaki rolled 0 cryo.
Oh no. Oh no. And then conversely, Den has rolled enough for a Mona skill, and that's about it.
And also enough to equip the Wolf's Gravestone. I mean, it's fine for Inzagi. Countdown to the Show will fix all of that dice. I mean,
Yep.
purposely deciding to keep 3 Animo as well just to play it. Such a strong setup card, because you draw through, 4 cards is a lot of cards. Drawing in Timaeus and the Liban as well. I would not be at all surprised if Inzagi decided to just pass on 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and hopefully, right, the cube revive is going to be enough to push through Wanderer because, Wanderer now having this chance to get a few, at least 2 hits in before, Inzagi gets their turn back. Their revive should hold them out for the most part, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really great to soak Wander Burst as well if that ever becomes a factor. Unfortunately, here, Den choosing to keep the Pyro Dice in order to play Wolf's Gravestone might get punished because of this. If Inzagi decides to just pass on 8, they will not have enough to do skill swap skill, in which case Inzagi can swap off either Ashlar removal at next round and force Den to do another skill on Mona in order to guarantee a swirl for Wander, and that's just not great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's pretty. Oh boy, I agree with you. I'm just like, oh man, Wolf's Greystone's great to get early, but do you really need it that much? Like, you want to capitalize and strike while the iron's hot, against double dragons because like we always say, folds early to that pressure, and I don't know. I think it'll mostly be okay, but it's a little worrisome.
Unfortunately, yes, this deck does fold the pressure, but when your opponent rolls this bad, there might not even be any pressure to speak of, in which case it should just be a steamroll victory for Inzagi.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the win cons for Mew comes within the first 2 turns, and if you're not able to pressure Inzagi off the setup, if you're not able to nuke down a character with Wander, if you're not able to pressure at all because our starting hand is this bad and our dice are this atrocious, we just don't have that threat, in which case, Double Dragon Magic could just comfortably set up, and by the time that happens, we would have fallen so far behind that we really do not stand a chance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see if the winds change in Den's favor. Inzagi making their final move, just making sure the calculations that they made are going to be A-okay, even if, they're probably even considering as far as, hey, if I get Wanderer and bursted on Ice Cube, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think Inzagi, just from turn 1, is pulling so far ahead already. Just looking at what resources Den has available, very unlikely to be able to even this out. Double Timaeus set up early. I'm very surprised Inzagi didn't go for Timaeus into Liban. I'm rather curious at that. Gilded Dreams does fix the dice a little bit to let us do that skill swap skill in order to at least apply some pressure, but that does mean Gilded Dreams applied early, and we do not get that free equip from Timaeus or plus Golden House or anything like that. And drawing the Wagner just a little bit late. We had that just 1 card further up on our deck. Man, that sucks.
Yeah. Very unfortunate that was pulled out, at this moment, because you could have combined it with Dunyarzad, but, that's no longer going to be the case. But definitely, not over. It's just the first turn. There's definitely a lot Den can do right now, to push through this matchup.
Still stuff to work with. Still stuff to work with. We can play the Journey Start into Wagner now for a free equip next turn, but by then it may already be too late.
Yeah. Once again, while we're waiting for the dice roll, the QR code for any of your feedback that you want to give us. We're going to be, this is the last stream of the weekend, and then we're going to see you again next weekend. So, there's lots of time in between if you want to drop in some feedback, while watching the show. We're always receptive to it.
Be sure to let us know your comments, any concerns you have, or anything you want to see us do on stream. We'll try our utmost best to implement that to make your experience that much better.
I'll leave the suggestion. I'm gonna give you a high five at the end of the match. we'll high five through the screen. Okay. Anyway, back to the match. Here we go. Again, players thinking about it, just like, all right, this is the crucial turn, right? This is where things can absolutely swing in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 2. This is Mew's strong point. All 3 characters currently having Hydra applied. The Gilded Dream is going to draw some cards as well. Hopefully, it gets us something good. And soon, we're also going to have the Calx Arts into Burst Threat from Wanderer, so that Inagi cannot swap to Nuvola at any cost for this turn. Is going to be stuck on Crowd Cube for quite a while.
Yep. Thankfully, there's no double fast swap, looking into this turn, which completely just jostles your lines out the wazoo. But, right now, what are we thinking? It should just be Wanderer normal attack, no? I mean, do we really need to pressure? I guess we need to pressure Cube a little bit, huh?
I mean, ideally, we do want to pop that Revive at some point in order to take it out with a Swirl. We kind of don't want that Revive to still be there when we go for a Burst, because it is just a real pain. I mean, what's the point of doing 8 damage if the character is going to stay alive anyways, right? Like, it has 1 HP. Come on.
Oh, look at that pull as well. We got the weapon and Timaeus off of the Dunyarzad. But the dice are not going to work out enough for you to actually play that unless you get a crazy strategize. Den's running out of actions.
I think the best play for Den here right now is just a normal attack, and we swap back to Mona to preserve our Wanderer HP, and then we play either our Timaeus or our Wagner. I think that's the best play we have available. We don't have enough dice to really threaten anything Inzaghi has this round, right? Because we were forced to play our Gilded early. Like, we weren't able to ramp because our hand was just that bad. So we try to play for next round, preserve our dice in there, and just try to go for the pressure play on turn 3.
Yes. There we go. As much as we are talking about Inzaghi's advantage, those dice. Yikes.
Yeah, not great. Still, normal attack here, very much possible for Inzaghi, and after that we can pass all of our dice over to Liben. So this is still a fairly good play.
All right. Timer's ticking down. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do here. Should just be the play that we mentioned.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Look at the Gilded to fix our dice. All right. Even going to replace the artifact with the Boar Princess as well. All right. I mean, suddenly our dice are looking very good.
Yep. Yeah. Half value veterans, not the biggest deal in the world. Getting another action is always better. There we go. Don't know if they're gonna, right?
Yeah. Oh, just gonna skill again for the extra damage. All right. I mean, if you're Den here, you for sure swap to Mona now.
Yeah,
there's
definitely
no reason to stay on the Wanderer.
Yeah, Wanderer is already a little too low HP. Not worth it to stay around. There's not even a Liven to capitalize off of anything. So you can honestly just swap, drop a Timaeus, drop a strategize. Either or. Probably Timaeus.
I think it is the Timaeus. We already have a Wagner down on the field, so we're gonna get a free weapon discount anyways. And I don't think we want to equip both Thousand Flame Dreams and Wolf's Gravestone next turn. I think we'd much rather prefer if we can find that second Lyre Song. Although there is actually an argument for that Wagner, because we already have Dunyarzad on the field, right? If we just pull back the Gilded Dreams with the Lyre Song, we can play the Timaeus and also get our discount too, and that way we have double weapon equipped. And Wolf's Gravestone Eula is just such an absolute beast of a unit.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Cool. We're gonna see it though. Timer's ticking down once again. What is Inzaghi angling to do here now that Mona is on the field?
I'm expecting just double Liben pass. We carried the dice for it. There's no point in sinking damage into Mona. Pull back the Gilded. I guess we're just going to get a Cryo Cube burst first.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like Inzaghi really wants that get all the cryo threat as soon as possible because that is going to be the biggest turning factor for you. Wait. Ajda? Huh, interesting.
I mean, okay, so typically when the Mew player swaps over to Mona, this is signaling that they are going to pass the turn. Because, Mona's the one you want to soak the damage on. She also has a fast swap as well, so you can just get the jump on your opponent, whether to get that instant freeze, instant swirl, or an instant freeze to disrupt your opponent. Whatever the player chooses to do, So this really signals that Den is going to end their turn soon. So we played on
Yeah.
Ajda, and we're going to see if we can combo onto Den's Mona and maybe even take her out.
Yeah. Inzaghi even going as far to tune the other Liben. I feel like you could tune something else, but regardless, like you said, they're gonna have a lot of actions left now. Should be using the Hydro Dice to swap over to Aiztaha, use talent, load it all up, and then absorb Cryo as well to get that final application onto Eula. And then from there, Den is going to have to figure out a way to fight back from that situation.
Deciding whether or not to play the Wagner or the Timaeus here, I think both are equally valid. I think I'm
Yeah.
leaning in favor of the Wagner right now, right? Because Dunyarzad is going to give us a free Timaeus, and with that Golden House, we're going to be able to get a free Gilded equip no matter what. And just being able to equip a double weapon, right? The Gravestone on Eula and as well as the Thousand Flaming Dreams on Wander for that juicy bit of extra damage, I think is just so value.
Oh, Gamblers, that's definitely going to be useful next turn if any lethals come up. It's really interesting, right, how Wagner's is always the one that ends up being forced to pre-play, because even though we have things like Unseen Razor, Timaeus ends up being the one that, works out with it better, because Liar Song is the more commonly played card. Unseen Razor really only works with certain weapons, right?
Well, I mean, it's because, well, first of all, you can play zero-cost artifacts. You can't do that with weapons, which means
Yep.
you can instantly pull it back, and it's effectively a free equip in combination with Golden House. Whereas weapons are all 2 or 3 cost, and you're never playing the 2-cost ones. They're either too situational, like with the cash flow, or are just like not enough value, as we can see with like the Magic Guide and the other base +1 weapons. So
Yeah.
you are typically playing 3-cost weapons. That's like a huge investment. So and Wagner helps lessen that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Walk back to Cube. Got some stuff on Asia. Definitely good that they absorbed the cryo, right? I think that's actually a pretty decent play from Inzaghi, right? They're gonna try and absorb the cryo before they lose, all the characters who can actually apply it. Because, at any point, right, if Wanderer somehow snipes off Asia and the Cube, Nuvilet is going to have a very bad time.
Most certainly, and the revive here is actually going to be so huge. And
Mhm.
Ajda with no Hydro applied right now means that Den is incentivized not to do a win favor normal attack, most likely preferring to go for the skill. And because the Crowd Cube has that shield, right, we're not able to lethal it either, unless of course we equip the weapon. But that leaves our Wanderer vulnerable to counterattack, and we might lose that huge investment we put on, as like Wanderer's at 3 HP right now and no food available. Crowd Cube skill does do 3 base damage as well. So like unless we can top deck our one and only Lotus off this strategize, I do not think swapping to Wanderer and doing a skill here is very profitable for Den. But also going on to Eula kind of feels bad because we lose out on our very precious Hydro Aura.
Oh, and unfortunately, it is not the case. They got Gamblers and Aliveman. Not what you want to see.
No, it really isn't. I think here though, Den is slowly running out of options. Like as we said, Mew doesn't have a lot of draw in hand, so like what you see is what you get. Once you run out of resources, or if you do not pull into what you want, you are just never going to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. I mean, yeah, unless Wanderer wants to, you can't even lethal, right? Because that's the power of Cube Revive, man. I'm like trying to think, is there a way I can push through, maybe get a Gambler's Chain, maybe something else, but it's just, no, it's not it.
Yeah, that Cube Revive is just so influential, right? You need to get rid of it, because if you don't, it's just such a pain to deal with. But like when you do deal with it, sometimes you invest too many resources because your opponent just does a better job at swap stalling, you better job at soaking pressure across their characters. Cryo Cube is just such a good pressure absorber.
Yeah. Do you think they're ever forced to swap Eula?
I think swap Eula might be the best play Den has available to them. Because going on to Wanderer in order to skill and Cube feels so bad, because like 3 HP, no Lotus, right? He's gonna fall immediately thereafter. Yeah. So you may be forced to swap to Eula, because at least that way she's able to live a second attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Den's even crazy enough to go for the calcs into burst. Imagine.
Honestly, I don't think it's terrible, because like if the opponent has a fast swap, Eula's getting immediately frozen. But no, it will just be the skill, because we want to get that Grimheart. And we want to make sure Inzaghi does not swap over to the Ajda, because if he does, Grimheart plus Wolf's Gravestone will be more than enough to one-shot him, which means Inzaghi most likely swapping over to the Nuvalet right now.
Yeah, oh, but swapping Nuvolette is so bad. They're very lucky to get at least one Hydro application remaining on Nuvolette, and of course, there is no fast swap in hand like the match. So now, Eula's going to be able to take the reins. I think this is starting to swing back in Den's favor.
Unless we can top deck fast swap. I mean, Lumenstone and plus strategize, it's not impossible.
Yep.
And like with how
absolutely.
empty our deck is, right? We can't probably have less than 12 cards remaining in there. The odds are actually fairly high.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Yeah. Inzaghi doing everything in their power to proc that Lumenstone. Here we go. Boar Princess. Should we see probably Golden House? Probably Strategize. Probably Liar Song. Something to pull out that fast swap because that is absolutely game changing.
I think as long as we pull out that fast swap, we just win on the spot. Because Eula is the character that is the big threat this round, right? We have the Will's Greystone, we have the artifact equipped as well, and like Wanderer is going to die to a light breeze at this point, and Mona does no damage. So as long as we can get this Eula off field, we should just win from that point forward.
Yep. All right. Here comes the strategy. Oh my goodness! There it is. Oh my goodness! The game just shifted back into Inzaghi's favor. But
yeah, no, like with that fast swap, as soon as we freeze Eula, like Den effectively has zero pressure this round. Of course, the one thing we do need to worry about though is fast swap calcs burst with Den on Wanderer.
Yeah, absolutely.
With Den on Wanderer.
Yeah, no, definitely, because like that's still a factor, of course. Since it's open deck list, players have to play around these things. There's even is the freshman Freedom Life. Of course, you would have seen it at this rate, considering how the game is being played out. Inzaghi's very carefully calculating. They're like, if I take this move, but then they hit me with the fast swap burst, it's just over, right?
Yeah, it is. We are going for a look. So we did play the fast swap. Most likely angling towards going over onto that Nuvolette. Yeah, we're going to take the risk.
Yep, here we go. Should play at least one Gilded just to get that extra reaction, and draw never goes wrong with stuff like that. Right, yep, there we go.
I think this is a very calculated decision from Inzaghi, because look at the dice difference, right? As soon as Eula's frozen, Den only has enough dice to do one action on Wanderer, and even then, even if Nuvolette falls, like, Inzaghi has double Ajda talent, still has Gamblers, right? Still has another Lumenstone in hand. Like, just that alone, very easily able to sweep the rest of Den's team, especially considering how low the HPs are. And Den will be completely out of gas at that point. So as long as we get the freeze on Eula, it doesn't matter what happens after.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, here it is. Super tough. Really unfortunate that Den is not drawing the things that they want right now. And they're just looking there, they're like, okay, what can I do? But time is ticking. Mona on the field.
Yeah, we have nothing left. We do not have the fast swap calc burst in Den's hand. We have the calc, but no fast swap, unfortunately. The lack of draw is once again rearing its ugly head, and now I think Inzaghi can just do whatever he wants. Normal attack on Nuv, charge up that burst, like get the damage done, get our burst off, reset our source water droplets, and from there it should be GG's.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that Wanderer does have a potential to knock out Nuvolette, but unfortunately, they would need to make that 1,000 Floating Dreams for free, right? Because Wanderer does have win favorite, so his burst damage is boosted, and then equipping the weapon is +1 and the plus on the elemental reaction. But it would be able to knock out Nuvolette for 10. But like I said, it's not enough reduction to make that happen.
No, and more importantly, like there's no way to get onto Wanderer safely. 3 HP with with Cryo Aura, he's either gonna die or instantly get frozen. So it's not a chance to swap over onto him, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, Den looking at the board, it's like I think unfortunately, this may be it. They may be considering. Yeah, no, it looks like a swap stall. There we go. Boom. Eula takes tons of damage.
And then, like, in comes the burst. What do you do after that? Oh, and it's can swap over an Ajda as well and just double talent. That's gonna be a real pain.
Oh my goodness, Inzaghi, are you gonna do it to him? Okay, swap Mona.
Yeah, it should be swapped over to Ajda. Burst here doesn't kill anyone, so we can't get the Gambler's reset, and if we burst here, we're going to be completely out of dice, so we won't be able to do another attack. If we want to do more actions, we do need to swap over onto the Ajda and do double talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I was thinking, I'm like, oh, Nuvolette burst feels pretty good. You get to get piercing across the board, but like you just said, Age the HUD needs to outvalue it quick because Inzaghi only has, one golden house to reduce their current gilded. So
Yeah, it does swap over to Ajda as expected. It should be double talent here to replenish our dice, and then we're also going to get a free Gambler's reset because, of course, Ajda's skill does do 3 damage, so we're going to be constantly resetting that, constantly getting more dice. And with all of Den's characters on 3 HP or less, I don't think that he can stop anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep, nope. There it is. The last hurrah, and Dens has unfortunately seen the lines. Yep. Puts down a Wagner's, maybe hoping for something. There's the Fruit of Fulfillment. And there is the other Timaeus.
Unfortunately, though, they come too little, too late. Like, the equips came late. So, like, Den wasn't able to pressure enough with his early aggression advantage. And as soon as turn 2 passed, right, like, this deck completely loses all steam. And that's where Double Dragon Magic really pulls ahead.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, there we go. We did get 1 reduction. They could be looking for a Fruit of Fulfillment play, but still no dice to speak of is not going to be possible. It has to be like a Liar Song plus what? Okay, well, speak of the devil. Wait a minute.
It still doesn't matter because Mona already used her free fast swap this turn. So even if you were able to get enough dice to do another action, you can't safely swap over onto Wanderer.
Unless they get that fast swap right now. Which is possible.
If you get the fast swap, you would have used all your dice generation, so you don't even have enough to do Gilded into an action. Yeah. So I think no matter what, you need to generate at least 4 dice to do anything of note, and I do not think that's possible. And like that also comes off the assumption that you managed to top deck your fast swap. And with how full your deck is, and the fact that you're only running 1 of them in the deck, the odds are very low.
Absolutely, yeah. Could have played the strategize there, try and drop board, but like you said, the deck is too full on Den's side. So, unfortunately that is coming into play. There we go. In 1 move at least.
I mean, they could skill on Mona, I suppose, but it shouldn't make a difference. Like, with Aura, and then with the 3 damage skill, Mona will fall no matter what. We also get that Gambler's reset on top of that, plus the absorption to get even more dice for Ajdaha.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. You double talent from there. Oh boy. Waiting for it.
Den is currently out of dice, out of options, and soon to be out of HP.
Mm-hmm. They're considering that final strategize. They're like, could I do it? But no.
But no, yeah. There's just nothing left for Den. Like, the cards they needed didn't come, and unfortunately, the start wasn't good enough to capitalize on their advantage. And Double Dragon Magic, with it just being a stronger generic deck, was able to take the lead. Inzaghi especially rolling very, very well with the ramp advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. There's the first talent, and then ends the turn, and here comes the second talent. Should be anyway.
Yeah, should be the second talent coming in, generating even more dice, and we'll also have the Gamblers on top of that, plus the Board Princess, and then plus the absorptions as well, and just infinite dice for Inzaghi.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There it is. 5 dice in hand, and now you can start doing a ton more things, with your support cards. If you really want to. It's kind of unnecessary, honestly, but...
Yeah, I mean, only needs to skill 3 times. I think with the current hand and current setup, it is very, very feasible. Just equip the Gamblers and start smacking.
Yep, absolutely. Even drops the Golden House. Oh my goodness.
It shouldn't do anything. We're not playing the Gilded Dreams anyways. We're not going to be able to get a +2 dice from that. It should just be Gamblers into smack. Oh, actually, no. We can get +1 dice if we equip it for the free Board Princess. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I got that free Board Princess in hand. There we go. Should just go for the Geo skill, not the Cryo skill, because, as much as Cryo skill is still lethals, you can get that absorption, and then you can get a clean kill at the end of the turn. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, we take that absorptions, we get that extra bit of dice, and then the Gambler's reset on top of that, refunding us 3 dice, then swapping over onto the Mona to deny a second absorption. Technically, this gives Inzaghi less dice to work with because it's less absorption, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Eula falls shortly thereafter, and now it is Wanderer staring down the throat of an Ajdaha burst, empowered with 2 stacks of absorption plus a reaction.
Yep, indeed, here it comes. Ajdaha, the gods did not smile favorably upon Wanderer, and that is it. Inzaghi takes it over Den, and they're moving on to the Prince Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Inagi, like our protagonist, our final boss, showing us why he deserves these titles. Despite being knocked down to the lower bracket, did an absolute monstrous climb all the way through the lower bracket into qualifying for an in-person event.
Yeah, absolutely. And Den was no slouch either. There were not really any necessary misplays. It was really unfortunate. Mostly in terms of setup, they were not able to push through the final rounds. But regardless, good games to them. They played their best, and they will be walking home with 1,200 USD.
Yeah, I think Den will be happy with their prize pool regardless of not being able to make it. A very unfortunate thing for them. Just they had a pretty smooth run in the upper bracket until they faced off against Mango, which unfortunately they fell short of qualifying there and fell short once again versus Inagi.
Yeah. Oh man, Inagi doing the losers run, again, it's impressive to see someone absolutely just kind of destroy everyone in the upper bracket, but it's also, really a sight to behold when someone pushes through the losers bracket, because it's so hard, man.
Yeah, you have to play that many more matches, and like the also added pressure of the fact that if you lose, it's over. And here's the bracket once again. We can see like just how impressive Inzagi's run was.
Yes, absolutely. There we go. And we can see, yeah, also just the entirety of Group B, because yes, that was the last match of Group B, and we can see, the story that was told across the last 2 weekends, all the players who have pushed through all the way into the top, and the players who unfortunately have fallen through the bracket. And that means our Prince Cup players from Group B are Mango and Inagi.
Yeah, congratulations to these two. They absolutely deserve their placements. They played out of their mind to make it here, and they will be joining a Z Crimlet, as well as I think it was Minty, I think.
Let me take a quick look-sees at Group
Can't
A.
quite remember in Group A, but they'll be joining our 2 qualifiers from Group A in the in-person event. So huge congratulations to them. Going to be super excited to meet and talk to them in person, as well as their thoughts about the game.
Yes, absolutely. There's going to be Z Crimlet and Minty, so a lot of veteran players, kind of coming into the fore. For Z Crimlet, super storied, all the way back in the start of 3.3. Then Minty, more recent, but very very skilled, I would say, as a player.
Yeah, I mean, like they made it, they qualified, and just looking at how tough the competition here was, they absolutely deserve their placement as well. But it's just really unfortunate that we do not get to see the other great players from Group B.
Yep, unfortunately, it is the competition, so unfortunately, someone will have to go home, and other people will have to move on. But that is the nature of tournaments, and you have to fight hard, you have to fight really hard through it. But that's what it is, right?
Yeah, that is just how it is sometimes. I mean, in a competition, for there to be a winner, that there must be a loser. And unfortunately, it was the players that weren't able to make it into the finals, weren't able to promote. But either way, I think it's a nice experience for them to have, like to be on the big stage. I think they'll enjoy the experience here regardless, and they'll be more than happy with their prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. A salute to the fallen of Group B, and that is the final Group B stream for this set. And now next weekend we're gonna be moving on to Group C. Are you excited? A whole fresh new set of 8 players going head to head for another spot at the Prince Cup.
Yeah, I mean, a Group C tomorrow is going to be so exciting to watch, because new group, right? New players, and that doesn't just mean like new. And we're also going to see new decks, not because these are new players necessarily, like bring in their own style of TCG. We see a bunch of people bring their own takes on a bunch of very interesting decks, like 8's very interesting Farzan deck, as well as Lever Armory that it looked like Dan really preferred, but also because it's also going to be a new meta as well, a new internalized group meta.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Group meta does play a factor into what the players play, and then overall. Things evolve over time, but regardless, that is going to be end of today's Prince Cup Pacific. Sumi, once again, where can they find us if they want to watch us tomorrow?
Well, you can come visit us at twitch.tv/AstroCarnival or their YouTube channel of the same name. And if you do hop over onto the YouTube, they also have a weekly highlights of the stream. So if there's any moment that if you don't have time to watch the entire stream, that's okay. You can go watch the highlights, and they'll have all the exciting moments there for you.
Absolutely. Of course, Twitter, X, and TikTok are also places that you can find the Astro Carnival. But that is going to be it from me, Kojo Creations, and
This is Sumi as well. We're going to sign off for today. See you tomorrow.
Bye bye.